Hello. Hello, hello. Bear with me for a moment. I apparently started before Omni did. Whoopsie. I thought she was already started. Jesus fucking Christ, I hate my life. What am I doing? Oh, fuck it. I can't do anything right, I swear. Alright, fuck it. I don't know what I'm doing in my life,
Hello.
man. I just started streaming. I thought you already did because I was distracted.
What? I didn't start my stream.
Well, I kind of did.
Oh, you started without me.
Nah, I'm just chilling right now. Sleep.
I gotta put this on my headphones.
Well, I
Input.
messaged the two
Out.
idiots I was talking about to see if they were available, but I haven't heard from them yet, so.
So I guess you could invite me to your game then. Or oh wait, I see her in here. Okay.
Or vice versa. Wait.
I gotta oh, we
Oh,
are where
yeah,
we
see, we
left
are where
off.
we left off, yeah. I was like,
Oh,
why
thank
wouldn't we? We
God.
saved it last time it checked.
Yay! Okay, I gotta start my stream. So
Alright, you
let
do
me
that, and I will be trying to, like, manically figure out what the fuck I'm doing in my life. I don't know how I
Oh,
like
and
because I was literally just getting out of a Fortnite game and I'm like, wait, it's not 8 o'clock yet, is it? Because I know I got messages and I looked and I'm like, oh shit, is it really that time already? And I was like, fuck, well, you start stream up. I went look, I'm
and
a stream minutes early. For once, I was actually early, guys. Praise
you're
me, praise
here.
me, fucking
And also,
praise me.
did you
Huh.
accept the thingy to merge our chat? Start shared chat. There we go. That way I can
No,
talk to your chat
because
too.
that's where I was confused too. Because I was like, wait, you said merge share chats. I thought you just started streaming already.
Action already taken. The host or another mod just performed that action. Oh,
Yeah, it's weird because I didn't
did
get the invite
they?
yet. Hang on.
Oh,
There, now you're streaming,
hang
so I
on.
can knock.
Let me end collaboration and then I'm gonna
Hold on, don't do that.
restart
I
it.
went. Oh, never mind.
Oops. Okay, well you can do it. There you
Alright,
go. I'll
I'm
accept
knocking
your
on your door.
request. There
Knock,
we
knockity, knock,
go.
knock. There we go.
Knock,
Share
knock,
chat.
knock,
Let's
knock.
go. What is this
Huzzah! Oh,
advertisement I'm getting? The fuck? What the fuck? Who gives
oh.
people shoes at lunch? What am I watching right now? Of course, it's a Journey commercial. Ew. That garbage out of my fucking feed, bro. The
Oh
hell
my
makes
god,
you think I
I
want
like
some Journey shoes?
started my stream and forgot to like start playing my starting soon screen.
Dude,
So
I literally
it's just a black screen, but I don't really have anyone watching. It seems like nobody's here, so nobody saw my blip.
I forgot to check my what do you call it? Words brain don't work. Oh, I forgot to
It
check the
gets
game capture and I forgot to check my model was there and I'm like, wait, my model's not there, what the heck? And then I was like, wait, my freaking game capture's not there. And luckily I was able to catch it before the freaking countdown went off. And this is chat why we
oh,
have starting soon screens, so we don't be colossal fuck ups.
even though we still
But
fuck
it
up
still
anyways.
fucking happens, no matter what.
It's like it's just too much to keep track of. There's too many
Not for my
things.
ADHD brain. It definitely is way too much for me.
Yeah, and I'm like I'm so tired tonight. I'm like, oh, I just ate a huge plate of spaghetti and meatballs, and I'm like, fuck, I probably shouldn't have done that.
Apparently, we just died, and I have no idea why.
What? Oh my god. I see you're dead. Oh, look, I could steal your stuff. What the
My sanity
hell?
must have ran out.
Oh, I just stole like all your stuff.
That's fine. Make sure you don't
I
sanity doesn't run out.
I'll give it back to you, I guess, if I can. Is there a way to give it back to you?
No.
Can I hide in the closet? I can hide in the closet or the locker or whatever. Yay, no clumps can get in here. I don't even know what monsters are on this level.
Apparently the blind
Alright, my
entity.
alright, my stream is starting right now. Unmute my
Woo!
mic. Hello, Yam fam! I'm currently locked in a locker because I'm a scaredy cat.
And I currently died
Uh-oh.
because I forgot sanity is a thing.
I should check my sanity. I have no idea. I'm like 50%. So yeah, we're gonna play more of the scary Backrooms escape together. I don't know where Slayer is because he just fell to the floor dead and I just looted his dead corpse and stole all his stuff.
Exactly what you just said. Dead.
Do you have to find your way back here or something?
No, I'm spectating you.
Oh wait, you're looking around somewhere?
No, I'm just watching you.
Oh no, that means I'm alone?
Yep.
This isn't gonna go well or last for very long. Uh, uh,
Well, you could.
well,
If you can find the door to
I
take
don't.
you back a room, you can go back and then come back and I should be alive.
Oh, okay. That door that was back there, yeah.
Yeah, probably the one we came through.
I would rather have you with me than be alone. I'm a scaredy cat. Can I open this door?
But I want to watch you squirm.
Oh, alright. Alright,
Yeah,
you
I
guys
guess
want
not.
to see me? You want to see me freak out?
Well, remember, he's a blind entity, so everything's based off sound, so if you get near him, just crouch.
Oh. I forget which button is crouch.
I think it's C.
C is camera. Now I gotta
Shift.
relearn the buttons because I don't remember shift. Oh, no.
No, that would be run. Control.
Ooh, soup. I'm gonna use the soup. There we go. Get my sanity up a little bit. Oh, control. Oh, there we go.
That makes sense. You got
I'm
this.
just gonna crawl. I'm so scared. I know there's nothing in here, but I just want to look more thoroughly.
So we need to find 3 valves.
Why is it so dark
and
in
avoid
here?
the blind entity.
Okay. Eval. Oh. There's a door? Oh, there's something. Is that liquid pain? Is that like not a good idea?
It's suicide
like
juice.
Oh, so if I want to just, off myself.
Mm-hmm.
Whee! I probably shouldn't go this quick. Oh, I don't like that puddle on the floor. That looks like a malicious puddle.
Nah, it's fine. Probably not finding the blind entities around, but yeah.
The metal can? What the hell
Maybe
is
you
that
can throw
for?
it to get his attention.
Oh. I'm scared.
This is the blind entity I think it is. It's gonna be big.
Oh? So I'll know when it's coming. And I guess I could hide in these lockers and stuff.
Looks like it, yeah.
I hope. So it's gonna come running at me, and then I gotta, like, hide myself real quick.
Maybe.
I don't like this. There's, like, nowhere to go. It's like, I don't like this. I'm gonna keep all of these open so that I can run into them. Oh, there's a end of the hallway. Like the
I was gonna say, maybe the
make.
room isn't even the room that they killed the monsters in. Maybe it's in there.
I go in there. Oh, I can.
I see something.
I'm gonna turn off my flashlight. Is it gonna like rush at me?
What's that to your right?
Oh, is that a valve?
Yep.
Oh god. I wanna. Uh-oh.
That might be what they meant by hide from the blind eyes. Avoid the blind avenue.
Oh god, it's gonna come for me, isn't it? I'm already having a mild heart attack. I don't like this at all.
Turn around.
What the heck?
I saw it. Don't run! Don't run! Don't run! Don't run! It'll get you. Because he can't see you. Did you forget the part where he's the blind entity?
I hear it.
Well, you kind of gave yourself away by running.
Oh no!
You dork. I told you don't run.
Oh my god. Okay.
I think he's gone. For now.
Jesus!
I hear all the noises.
Sanity critical. Oh god. Yeah. Should I just kill myself so that you can join me?
Sure. Go find the liquid paint. Oh, that works too.
Oh,
All
there you
right,
are.
let's
Okay.
try this again, shall we?
You can go first and open the scary door.
Okay, you gotta move. You're in my way. There you go.
Go. Sacrificial lamb.
Damn, that's crazy.
Oh. Ah. Ooh, what's this? I found an orange juice. That's good.
I found a rock.
I'm just gonna stay here. You
Nice rock.
can go. Bye, friends. It was nice knowing you.
I'm gonna make sure that he comes to you.
No.
Oh yeah. Why is
Oh,
it
there's
dark in here
another
all of a
room.
sudden?
Because it's gonna get you.
I don't like it here.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Are these Barbara?
You ever see the original Night of the Living Dead? That's from that movie.
Maybe, I don't know.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
My brain's been too busy watching.
I've been
I'd
finding
be
a lot of
good.
stuff. I have a lot of stuff. Oh god, did you find it?
He looks like a chupacabra on crack.
So
on
like you
steroids.
just crouch,
That's what I'm doing.
and if you crouch he won't like attack you?
Well, remember he's blind, so he can't hear you. He can't see you, but he can hear you. So if you're crouched, then he won't be able to hear you.
Oh god, I hear it.
But also, probably avoid walking in water because he'll probably hear it.
Oh. And since he's blind, he can't see my flashlight.
Yeah, no, he can't see it. I've already walked past him like 3 times.
Because I hear him. I'm just clinging
Currently
to the
turning
wall.
a valve, but I don't know if it's ever gonna stop being returned at this point. Am I turning the right valve? What am I doing?
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
there's
going in
different
the
ones.
scary room. I'm going in. I don't wanna.
Wait, do I need to turn the valves in a certain way? Must be, because there's arrows on each one. Well, just keep in mind, he's to your left.
What? No.
He was to my left.
I don't see him.
Well, here's the door we gotta open.
Okay. Where did he go?
No clue. Don't think I want to know. Oh, there's
He
3
must
different
have
rooms
gone
we
in-
have to go to figure out where the access things need to be turned. So I'm gonna go down B. And hope I don't get murdered.
If it comes out, I'm gonna shit myself. Oh, there's another big door. Is there a panel for that big door over there?
Well, remember you can hide in lockers.
And
There's 3 valves that we have to turn. But I gotta figure out the order.
Water. There's water there too. I gotta not step in that.
Come on. Where's the clue here? I need a clue. A clue! A clue!
Oh,
Yeah,
there's something on the shelf.
Look.
Blues Clues.
Bro and Steve came back and told everyone he was proud of them. I cried. Even right up, I cried. Oh, I hear a big boy.
Campbell's soup. You hear him?
Chicken noodle. Choke it. Now.
Oh, there's like 3. Yeah. There's 3 valves over here. Did you turn the valves over here?
I sure did.
There's like.
But I think there's an order and the way it's got to be facing has to be a certain way. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, or there could just be a valve in here that I need to turn.
I'm still like looking at the damn doors.
Turn valve B now.
Okay, B.
Yep.
Okay. How do you know I have to turn B?
Because that's the one that's what I just turned.
Oh.
Yeah. There's a method to my madness. I don't know, I'm gonna finish.
It's still turning.
Oh, well, that's weird.
I hear the monster. I hear the monster.
That sounds like a you problem.
I turned it. Do I have to keep turning it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. Let me go back and turn it again and see what happens. Oh crap! I think he heard me. Woo! Big boy almost got me, baby. Jeez. Jeez.
I've been like crouch walking this whole time.
Check your sanity, by the way.
It is okay. I ate some Campbell's soup, so I'm
okay, he went away. We're good.
Okay.
For now.
So do you want me to stay by the valves to turn
Yeah, it'll be easier.
Okay.
Because I don't know if you have to turn it at the same time I turn it, or...
So...
Maybe?
Yeah. I don't know. So yeah, you just tell me what to turn and I'll turn it. And if
according to this, it's orange or yellow. Does that mean it's on? Where's your machine? This machine, do I have to do something to? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it says blocked.
Ah.
So it must be done.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll go to C and G, I guess.
Alright, you want me to do C now?
Not yet, I'm not there. I gotta go there.
Okay. I hear it. I hear it making scary, breathy monster noises.
Sounds like fun.
Oh god, is that... Oh, that's your flashlight.
That's me, and there's the big boy standing in front of me.
He's with you? Are you bringing him with you?
No, he's coming to you. I'm just following him. If anything, he's bringing you to me, or bringing me to you. Don't die.
Do I gotta hide, or do I just stay here?
Stay crouched in the corner and be fine.
Oh my god.
But the looks of it, he only attacks if he hears you, so...
I'm going to the very, very corner. So
just,
he just
don't be hurt, forehead.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god, don't turn this way. Don't turn this way.
Okay, I'm going to G, not C.
Okay, he went into the room there.
That's probably C.
C? Okay.
I'm in G.
want me to turn G?
Not until I find the valve.
Okay.
I gotta find the valve
I
first.
don't like the noises that thing makes. Oh god, I feel like I'm on Stranger Things. Like I'm trying to avoid a freaking Demogorgon.
Fucking tell you, that thing looks like a chupacabra on steroids. Only difference is he's blinds.
I'm glad for that, at least.
Oh, I found the valve.
Okay, which one is it?
I believe this one is G.
G, okay. I'll start turning. But if that thing hears me and starts coming, I'm running.
It's blocked again, so I'm assuming that means it's on.
I'm still
Can I check the
turning.
objective? Okay, open valve and maintenance hallway, 2 out of 3. Okay, yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it!
Okay.
I don't know the objective's not showing up on my screen like it did before. It's weird.
Oh god, it's running. I think it hears you. It's running.
Oh god.
It's like
Well, I'm still in the G
beelining
hallway.
towards you.
It
I
went to
just
G?
saw it like really. It's like running, man. You better hide or something. It's coming
I'll
for
hide if I
you.
see it, otherwise, no point.
Sanity critical. Uh oh.
Yeah, that would be important to take care of. Alright.
There we go.
I mean, if you
drank
want to
my
go
orange
down the
juice.
C corridor, you might be able to find more orange juice.
Is that the one where he keeps going into?
I don't know. I haven't seen him in a bit, so.
Well, he was running like your way, so.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a bit, though, so I think we're good. Come on, I
I'm
heard
just
him.
I'm gonna go into the room he keeps running
I'm
into.
just a gal. Okay.
I'm gonna freaking run.
Okay.
Run,
Nope,
run,
this room is a
run,
dead
run.
end, unfortunately.
Oh, it's just a
bandage.
room with nothing in it.
Hey, big boy, come get me.
As long as he's with you, I'm happy. I don't want him anywhere near me.
I don't know where he is.
Oh, great. Well, I ran down the hall. He keeps going
He
down,
gave
and I
up.
got into
He don't
a
like
room.
it here. He don't like me no more. Oh, never mind. I found him. He's at the end of the hallway. Where I need to get out of. Rude. How dare you be where I want to be, sir? Don't be rude. I will fight you. Shut your big fat mouth, boy. With your loud ass.
Oh, I found a valve.
Turn it.
I found a... Who was that? Oh god! Somebody threw something at me and streamed and they scared me. Who did that?
Jesus Christ. Okay, now we have to open the pneumatic door.
Okay. Oh my god. You scared me.
Oh, hello, blind entity. How you doing?
I'm so on edge. Scared me.
I'm just letting you know he went down the hallway you were in.
Oh no.
Surprise, motherfucker. All right, motherfucker. Curly fries, motherfucker.
Well, I'm gonna hide in the locker. I'm hiding in the locker because I hear it coming. Woo.
How do I know?
And I found a can of soup too. Yeah, I'm just gonna hide in here. I hear him passing.
My question is, how do I know this? Which one way to turn what?
Woo! Yeah, we're not coming out of this locker anytime soon.
There's gotta be a hint.
That noise is so scary. I see a shadow of it.
Oh, I see it now. There's
It's
like
those
a
2 doors in the
time.
big room we gotta go through, right?
Yeah, the door, each hallway after you activate the thing, they have a number on them. It's like a time.
What?
That's the way you have to turn the valve. So this has got to be set. The C one's got to be set to 9 p.m. or 9 o'clock. So that's 8, 9. Hold on, that's
Oh
wrong.
god. Alright, I
So
gotta
1,
follow
2,
the
3, 4,
monster.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're here. Okay, and then the B one's got to be set to. Gonna die. 3. G's got to be set to 2. Okay, B3,
I'm trying to head back
G2.
to the big room with the big doors, and I'm basically following the way I think the monster went.
2,
Watch it end up
3.
being right behind me. That would
I just
suck.
heard him. G2.
Oh, he's probably going back to you. I think he passed me, so. I'm just crouch walking the whole way because I am scared.
Okay, G1,
Oh god,
2.
puddle.
Oh, fuck! Well, I'm dead.
He left up to me.
No, I didn't. Come to me, I got a bandage. Oh, they don't hear me apparently.
Oh crap! Hang on. I didn't have my desktop audio. Oh dang! Thanks Whimsy for letting me know. I didn't have the audio on, so nobody was hearing you this whole time
Crazy.
on my stream.
Where are you on?
Okay, you should hear him now. Ah, thank you for letting me know.
Come to the end of the hall
I didn't
quickly. Well, not
Oh, wait,
quickly,
what?
but
Where do you want me to go?
at the end of the hall that you're in.
Okay.
I'm by it with
So
a
I gotta
band-aid. I just need you to pick it up and heal me.
Oh, I have stuff to heal you.
We'll get your
Gotta
butt
find
over
you.
here.
Where
Right
are
there.
you?
Don't run, don't run.
I'm back to life. Cause I can't
Thank
do
you.
this without you.
I don't know why he just ran up on me like that. Okay, so it's gonna be 932. The G's at 9. The B's at no. G's at 2, which should be already right. B's at 3.
Oh, so you gotta turn it to they're at a certain
And
like
then C's will be
arrows
9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That should be right. Am I tripping? Or no, wait, V3? 1, 2, 3.
Did you have to look this up?
I don't know what I'm doing.
doing.
Well, no, I look because you look at the doors; they have numbers, like time numbers above them. See it? Like I said, 9.
Oh.
Wait, did I do something? Yeah, here it is. So wait, is this supposed to be the big hand then, maybe?
I just saw the Fugi
1,
doing
2,
a fish
3,
impression.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 3.
Yeah, we didn't really have anybody watching, at least my stream for a bit, so I didn't turn on my desktop audio.
That's crazy. Is there anything like glowing over there or telling you to press it?
No. Should we like look up a strategy guide?
No. Like, look, that says 9. So you would think, with the way that's positioned, that there would be, you'd have to do 9 on it, right? That would be the common sense. But how do you tell what's 9? That's what I don't get.
don't know.
Uno,
Is it
dos,
like a
tres,
clock?
cuatro,
Like,
cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve. Yeah, it's supposed to be like clock hands.
yeah, yeah.
There we go, I got it. Finally.
Oh, thank God.
Just saw the food you doing a fish and fish.
Is that noise gonna draw the monster?
I don't know, maybe. By the looks of it, not yet. Also, by the looks of it, I'm running.
I hear it.
Good, keep running.
I'm in a room. It's gonna come into this room, isn't it? Why is it gotta be doing that? Stay away! Please don't come in here!
No, about you. I'm trying to get the hell out of here.
I'm hiding
Little
behind
Backrooms
a
game, half and
wall.
half. Oh, I found the exit.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, keep running down the hall.
I'm probably gonna die.
Well, I mean,
It's
that works too.
coming. I hear
Whichever
it.
works for you, homie.
I'm gonna run. I'm gonna try. Gonna run! Oh,
I see you, run. Keep running.
dead end.
Going straight.
Oh my God, I'm gonna run out of stamina and it's gonna get me.
I don't think you ever
Oh,
run out
God.
of stuff in this.
Yeah, you do.
Do you? I don't feel like you do. Oh, I guess so. Go,
Get the
go,
hell
go,
out
go,
of
go,
here.
go, go.
Oh God, you could close that elevator door, right?
Trying to.
What's just gonna get us?
Not going. Why are you not closing? Close! Press button. I'm pressing button.
Sitting ducks in here.
You press the button. See what happens. There you go.
Close the door.
It's like my sanity's low, so you gotta go either way.
Oh.
It wasn't so bad.
Yeah, that one wasn't too bad. We beat
Once
that
the sales
level.
are right, I catch the next one. True. Rust and Rend. Find an escape level 2.
Whoa!
Ooh, it's
Wow,
the
this looks
Mothman.
Mothman?
I don't know, maybe.
Wow, look at this. This is cool. Rainy windows. This is a corporate Backrooms.
Back rooms.
So, let's see. Find the electrical closet and turn off the power. Alright.
Okay. That's good.
The Backrooms! Wow, this is like the longest bridge connecting.
Oh my god, I
two
remember that
buildings
Backrooms level
ever.
where you had to deal with like these humanoid spider dudes and they were so horrible.
Oh no.
It was fun.
Cubicle. Oh, look.
I think that's in the new other Backrooms game I was telling you about. Oh, wait till you play that one. You're gonna hate
I
it.
made it dark and spooky.
Somehow I think that's a bad thing.
Yeah? Oh my god.
Maybe we got the weird shadow creature again? I don't know.
Why are the lights going back on?
Because I turned them on because I wasn't comfortable with them being off. But then again, I don't know what the heck it's even for, so. So we need to find an electrical room. Something.
This is like corporate hell right here. The endless cubicle Backrooms.
Oh, it's really good. I know. It's horrible. I hate
What's
it.
that?
The most boring Backrooms ever. I don't know what
Whoa,
is it.
there's a monitor screen glowing with the
Okay, so
number
there's one
1.
on it.
What does
Okay.
that mean?
I don't know. But
What's
it's probably
that?
a hint.
Let's see, there's a printer.
Also, it's just an object in the game. The void. Yeah, the void of freaking paperwork. And pencil pushing. What the fuck? I don't
God.
like that.
Now you can't see shit. If I can't see them, the monsters don't exist. That's perfect logic. It's perfect.
Imagine if that's how that worked.
Yep. God.
I should take that seat before I die. There we go. I don't like that the power went out. That's foreboding.
Yeah.
Oh,
Every
hi,
room
big
is just...
room. That's completely empty.
I should check these desks for stuff, because I need something for my sanity, you know?
What is up with this big, completely empty room, though? What is this?
Come on, there's gotta be something in here. Watch, I just run right into a freaking monster. That would be my luck.
Imagine. One old ass printer. Yeah, true.
Dang, there's like nothing here, man. You need to restore your sanity. You're just out of luck.
I found soup.
Oh, wait. I think there's a band-aid. Yay.
Nice.
I got bandages.
Bandages.
Oh, look, another screen. There's another screen over here.
What does it say?
Number 4.
Okay, so 1, 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1 yellow, 4 is pink.
Or purple.
Chat, we need you to
whatever.
remember that. That's pink, homie.
Yeah, write this stuff down.
That is definitely pink, not purple.
Magenta.
I'm a
Arguing colors
gently smack the purple out of you.
It's magenta.
I'm gonna gently smack the purple out of you.
You want to argue colors with an artist?
Yes, because that's definitely pink. That's like a rose pink.
Uh-oh.
What are you, colorblind or something?
No. I guess it is pink.
Yeah, now draw me pregnant.
Oh man, my sanity's getting so low.
I found gum. What does that do? Oh, gum destroys your
I didn't mean
sanity.
it.
Coffee does absolutely fuck all. Good.
I cannot find anything for my health.
So we
My
got
sanity,
yellow, 1 pink, 4. Oh, that's pink.
Probably
4.
gonna go insane. Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain. Insane in
Got
the
no
membrane. He's
brain.
insane.
Went
Got no
insane.
brain.
Got no brain. I love we have our millennial moments.
Always. Love the millennial
Why is there
moments.
nothing of use? Okay,
Better than
fine,
having a
okay.
Gen Z moment and going, doot, 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 doot. I just bit right on the highway.
Oh, hey, chewing gum.
6, 7. Oh, shit.
What is that?
I said the horrible word, now I'm gonna die.
You said 6, 7, and
I
the
said
power
6, 7,
went
and now I'm
out.
gonna die. Oh, no. 6, 7 makes evil happen, I guess. 6, 7 is the witching hour. It was raining earlier in my area, but like, it's just flickering randomly.
Say,
6,
oh,
7,
no,
6, 7,
witch.
6, 7. Oh god, we're dead. It's over for
You're
us.
cursing us.
It's over for us. We're dead. We're so dead.
Wow, I just used the switch and the power won't go back on.
Yeah, it goes back on randomly, I guess. That looks like.
Oh. I guess when it
There's
goes
usually
out,
typing
then
on
there's
the
a
computer.
monster somewhere, but like, heck if I know where.
Maybe there's no monster at all. Maybe it's just ambient creepiness that they're trying to pull up here.
Went back to the pink computer.
Yeah, we keep doubling back there. I need to find another path.
Yeah.
Fairly far sanity.
There's a green computer. Let's see,
found
the
it.
green one.
Does
I
it have a
found
number on
number
it?
6. Yeah, green
One.
6. So somebody write this down.
Okay, yellow
Oh, watch
1, pink 4, not magenta.
Green 6.
Green 6.
And then we gotta find 7.
6, 7.
Yeah!
I just been right on the highway.
I'm just searching all
Doot,
these
doot,
tables.
doot, doot. I just bit right on the highway.
Why is
Baby shark,
no
doo doo doo
juice?
doo.
Let's see.
That's literally a lyric in the song. He said, "Baby shark, doo 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 doo." I'm like, I fucking, I just gave this shit a brain rot. What the fuck was
Probably
that?
gonna run into a monster. Oh, there
I found
is
the
that
coin.
pink screen again. I keep finding this pink screen.
Oh, I got stuck.
There's number 4.
Oh, I found a rice cake. More sanity. Let's
Ooh.
go. A cake of rice.
This place
rice
is
cake.
so freaking big.
Doot, 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 doot. We going
Oh,
down
there
the
you are.
highway.
Hi.
Hi.
Aw.
Where'd you find the green screen?
What's that? I forget where it was.
Oh, I
This
think I
place
found
is
it.
confusing.
Yep, found it. 6.
Oh my
okay.
god, it's the
So
pink screen
maybe
again.
over here, since it seems like to be on
9
a
plus
linear
10
path.
is 19.
Was it 9
Right?
plus 10? Yeah, it's supposed to be.
I can't do math very well, but I know how to do a little bit of, you know, addition. I was gonna say subtraction. Oh,
No.
I found it. I found some
I'm
soup.
I'm confused
I found a
more.
drink.
Damn, you don't know the meme? Are you talking about the one where he goes,
No.
what's 9 plus 10? And he goes 21? Or 11D or some shit?
11D.
I know, what was it? The one guy's like, oh, what's 1 plus 1? He's like, 11. I'm like, huh? Yeah, 9 plus 10 is 21. Yeah, I remember that.
I found a break room and it had a lot of food in it.
I think I found another monitor.
Finally good now with my
Oh,
sanity.
I did find another monitor. It's a blue 5.
Hey.
So we got pink 4, yellow 1,
Yellow 1.
green 6,
Yeah, blue
and
5.
blue 5.
Okay.
Where's 7? And also, where's 2 and 3?
Yeah, I don't know.
And also, where the hell the door was supposed to go to freaking put these codes in? Because clearly there's a code. Doot, 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 doot.
So far we haven't seen any monsters, which is kind of amazing. Maybe this is a level that just like wears out your sanity or something
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
without any monsters. I could be wrong though. I could be a little too optimistic that there's no monsters.
So far, I don't think there is any. Oh, hello. Oh, back to one
I found
yellow
a rice
again.
cake. Yeah.
Okay, but where's the door that was supposed to put this code in? That's my question. Because you would think there's a door to put the code in. You know? Maybe when the lights go out or sanity drops faster? I don't know. Maybe something like that.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't like when it's so quiet. It makes me nervous.
This place is weird. It's very confusing. It's definitely one of those liminal spaces where it feels safe, but you know it's like not, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's nice and clean and modern and it, you know, doesn't feel like anything harmful is here, but as soon as you let your guard down.
You guys. Yeah, that's back the elevator where we came in, so that's not gonna help anything. This is fucking lame! Where would you, if I was a door, where would I be hiding? If I was a keypad that needed to be pressed, where would I be hiding? That's the real question. Because clearly the numbers coincide to a keypad or some sort.
And search in like every cubicle. Let's see this hallway
Either a keypad, or a phone, or maybe a vending machine. I don't know. Or a computer that we need to access the logs to or something. So far I haven't seen an actual computer. Oh,
wow, I found a really...
Sorry, I wasn't gasping.
I found a really big, very empty room.
Yeah, I found that too, but I don't know what the hell it's
It's like
for.
nothing here though.
Yeah, because you'd think there would be like a door or something on the other side of it. But I don't see it.
Did
Like,
I
I found a
just
big
hear
room that
a...
has vending machines, but
Hey, did I just hear a fire alarm chirp coming from you?
I know. I mean, unless you want there to be.
I swear I heard a fire alarm chirp. I don't know if it's from the game or if it's coming from you.
Since you mentioned it, I just clicked it twice on my soundboard on my stream, so then when you go back to the mod, you're gonna hear it. Well, my mod anyway.
That's such a troll. I'm gonna run out of sanity.
Hold on, what's this?
This is the, like, definitely the level of I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
True.
Oh, there's the pink screen again.
I kinda wish I could skip it. I hate these boring little spaces. They're supposed to be creepy, but they're not. So there's a blue 5.
I found a door.
Did you?
It opens and closes.
Oh, I
Yeah.
know where you are then.
So
Yeah.
you've been here, huh?
Yeah, I opened that door once.
Oh
Really?
man, I was like, oh boy, did I find someplace new?
Oh, only.
Why can't I find any place? What is that? Oh, that's the door. Never mind. That's the door. This is a conference
Why is
room.
it just all one straight freaking line though? Like, oh.
I feel like I've been in here.
Computer or something. Something to
I wish
access
I
the
had a
power room.
map.
What was that? I didn't like that sound.
Did you hear something scary?
Yeah.
You mean there's actually a monster somewhere?
I don't know, but whatever it was, it sounded pleasant.
What did it sound like?
I don't know, it sounded like metal like grinding.
Oh, that's not good.
Wait, is this the way we're supposed to go to get out of here? Oh, here we go. I found something.
Out of
I
my
found
way,
the door.
predator!
And it requires 4 numbers in colors.
Okay. Hey, I don't know where you are. If I could find you, I can join you. I'm in the room with the
Okay,
pink
so yellow,
computer.
green, purple, and blue. So yellow was 1, green was 6.
Do you mean pink? That's
No,
4.
I meant green.
Green was
That
6,
one
yeah.
looks... No, see, now that... Okay, you know what? Don't judge me.
Did I confuse you?
Yes. My brain can't break
Pink
now.
is 4. Wait, is it asking for purple?
Purple, pink, whatever you want to call it at this point. Yes.
That scares me.
The last one was blue, which I believe was 5.
I don't know
Yep,
how
it
I'm
was.
gonna find you.
So,
wanna
do you
get
know
outta
where the
here.
TV with the the green 6 on it was?
No, I don't remember. I just got out of the room with the pink one.
Alright, well, I don't want to go too far because I'm going to lose myself. Okay, so if you're in the room with the
Okay.
pink one, go to the right. Through the corridor. You should be coming towards me. Oh, there you are. Come straight.
Oh,
See? Perfect.
watch a monster comes at me right now.
If it does, I'm leaving without you. I will
Don't leave
bounce.
me.
I'll be like, nah, I got to be faster than you. Peace, bro. We made it. Woo!
What? Oh, what do we do here?
Turn off power.
Should we close the door in case a monster comes at us? My heart's beating a lot.
I don't think we have we can't close the door if we don't have a choice in the matter.
My
Were you about to
sanity
probe?
is full, but like I hear a very loud heartbeat.
Okay, we're
What
going.
the
We're
hell?
leaving now. Oh,
Whoa!
hello.
What is all this?
I don't know.
It's computer
Apparently we're
code
rebooting.
going. Wait, is like the back room's just a matrix glitch?
I mean,
LiDAR?
essentially, yeah, kinda.
Hi,
Oh, we get the
Blyfrey.
LiDAR level. I love
No?
the LiDAR level. It's creepy as fuck, but it's awesome.
Okay, why, I guess.
Please confirm you understand the controls. No.
Uh,
I said no. Okay.
full scan.
Oh.
Wow.
Look, I
This
see
is
you.
weird.
I see you with
Wow.
LiDAR.
This is so weird.
Yeah, LiDAR is... what the hell is the word for it? Hold on, I gotta look at the name of it, because it's a special name. And I want to say it right, because I don't want to sound like an
There's
idiot.
like colors. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay, so LiDAR is a detection system which works on the principle of radar, but uses light from a laser.
Oh. So
Essentially, it's like, okay, so you take like a really, really dark room, and instead of like using like sonar or whatever, you use like laser lights that like kind of like bounce off the darkness and just like present like an image to you. That's essentially what
there
it
you
is.
are.
It's like light. There's like a freaking. There's like an acronym to it, isn't there?
What's this? There's another yellow thing here. This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Huh.
There's a whole video about the introduction of LiDAR. Yeah, it's basically like... I'm gonna look this shit up later, because I'm honestly fascinated by LiDAR. What the hell just happened?
Was there a monster?
I don't know.
I can actually see
My
like
sanity's low, though, I know that much.
I can see the path you walked. It's so weird.
Yeah, I can also see you.
Whoa. Is this
Oh, I died.
There's a car in here. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, also if you press the right mouse button, you can do a full scan.
Oh.
Yeah, I died. If you can find me. Possibly.
Do you know where you died?
Do a full scan, I'm like near you.
Try
I'm by the car.
Oh, you're near the car.
Yeah.
Okay. There you are. Okay, bandages. You're a bunch of dots.
Hey, I'm alive. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, you're a bunch of dots. That's creepy. I love it though.
Yeah, isn't it freaky?
Yeah, I didn't know you could. I couldn't see you until you like out the LiDAR. That's crazy. So essentially, it's like everything's invisible to us unless we without the LiDAR. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, there's a LiDAR map in the other one where there's a monster that kills you.
Oh
you have to, like, watch out for it. You can't see it in the LiDAR. It just moves
There's
around.
another car in here.
Unless it touches you. There's actually a game I've seen too, or I played once. It was like a... Oh, there's a button here. Yeah, press the LiDAR button. I don't know what happened.
I see that.
There's two buttons. Blue and green.
There's a green thing right here.
Yeah, there's a blue button and a green button. Open the pneumatic door. goes, I died again.
Uh-oh.
Whatever it is, just killed me.
Oh no. That was weird. That was very weird.
Yeah, because I can't tell what it is.
Like I couldn't even see anything.
Yeah, like you don't know what's coming. You can't hear it, you can't see it. The LiDAR isn't picking it up, so I don't know what it is.
That's spooky. At least it's not that scary.
I mean, it's scarier that I don't know where it is, honestly.
If I can't see it, it ain't scary to me.
I can't see it, it makes it scary.
So trippy. It's like I'm painting with dots, like pixelation.
That's essentially what LiDAR is. It's just like a way of kind of like sonar, but with lights instead.
Yeah.
It's really good technology. And it makes for a really scary fucking game if you use it right. I played a couple games with LiDAR and they were really creepy. What the hell was that? Something's here.
Yeah, I keep feeling like my screen glitches.
Yup, it just did it to me too.
So it's like it's getting nearer, but I can't see it. I'm in the room where we started with the 3 numbers.
Wait,
also, I see a percent meter. There's 49%, 30. Do you see that percent meter? Maybe that's how close you are.
I think I know what we're...
yeah!
Do you see it?
Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's red. I see it. I see it.
That's the creature, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, my God. It's red, yeah. It's red. I'm getting the hell out of here.
Okay, so we have to push... Oh, my God, he's right next to me. Is this fucking Slender Man?
But he's red.
It looks like Slender Man, though. I don't like it. It's making me uncomfortable.
You know it's near you if the... Oh, God. The percentage meter gets really high. Oh, God.
Oh, is that what that is? The CPU?
Yeah, you see? Yeah, you see the... Oh, God. It's chasing me.
Yeah, it's coming after me, too. Oh, I don't like that. I can see it now. Oh, that's not cool.
Yeah, Oh, God. Yeah. It's a red thing.
He's coming for me. I'm gonna die.
Ta-da! Where I'm going or what I'm supposed to do.
Where the fuck am I supposed to find almond water with a creature chasing me? Okay, so we have to hit the green button first, then the red button, and then the blue button. Oh, he's on my ass. I don't like this. This is the one time I'm not okay with this shit.
Okay, I got the green button.
Alright, I'm gonna go find the red button. Oh, I'm scared.
Oh crap. It's like 80%. It's looking for me. 93%.
I'm just gonna fucking run at this point. Oh, no. That made him want me more.
Okay, there's a blue button. Press. Oh!
You got me.
It got me too.
Damn.
Damn.
Okay, I don't like this guy. You're still chasing me? Leave me alone. I paid at the office. Leave me alone. Okay, you press the red first, right? Or no?
Press them in order?
Yeah, we have to press green.
Maybe turn the blue off then.
Yeah, turn the blue off. Press the green. The red one should be in the hallway over here, but definitely.
It won't let me turn it off.
Oh shit, he's right in front of me. It shows the button.
It won't let me turn it off.
Well, hit the green one first.
Okay.
He's right on top of me again.
It's killing me. Dang, man, I'm trying to get back to the buttons. Oh God. I am crawling.
Maybe we put objects between us and him. We can dodge him, maybe. They will not heal.
Definitely. Okay, I'm back at which button did I have to hit? Did you say blue?
Hit green first.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get red, and then you press green as soon as I hit red.
Okay. So
I pressed red.
You want me to hit green now?
No, hit blue. Hit blue.
Oh, blue. Okay, I'll hit blue. Can I do it? I'm on the floor. I'm on the floor. I need a bandage.
Wait, where are you? Stop moving.
I'm right in front of the blue button. I can't reach it.
You're up now.
Oh, wait. Oh, thank you.
And I'm dead again. God damn it.
Why am I dead again?
I don't know. It's weird. Okay, I pressed green. We gotta press red.
Okay, where's red?
I got red. It's over here.
Okay, I see ya.
Alright, now press blue.
Oh, blue, okay.
Yeah. And I'll go to the door.
Okay, I just pressed
okay, new objective, finally.
Raise the statues?
Ah, who
does that mean? What's that even
Raise the statues? What statues?
Right?
Bro, we better die again, that's for sure.
This is definitely confusing. Hey, Jam, how you doing?
Hey, Jam.
I gotta follow you back. Oh God, it's the red.
I don't even know where I'm going right now, honestly. Oh, I'm at the door.
Oh.
Oh, careful, there's pits.
Ah. Oh no.
Oh, that's not good.
I just splorted myself right into the red goo.
Crazy. Alright, try to find these statues. Okay, there's a blue path here. You need to go the fuck away.
I got bandages. If you want to, give them to me, I'll drop them on the floor.
Maybe the more we use the LiDAR, the more likely he is up here.
Maybe. So I should just run around blind in the darkness and I'll be safe. Don't use the LiDAR at all.
That's probably not a great idea either. Where the hell is the statue I'm supposed to be raising?
I don't know. Well, there was that big empty room. Hey, remember that big, huge, empty room? Maybe there's statues in there now.
No, there's a path we have to go once we open the doors, and it's leading me to wherever it is. But you gotta be careful because there's a lot of pitfalls in between this.
Crap, which door do I go in? Blue? Red? Which one?
I went through blue.
Okay.
So whichever one you want to go to.
I'm gonna go
I think I'm near the statue. I don't know.
What is this thing?
There's like a blue line leading me somewhere. Oh, that's
I'm probably gonna die. I see red on the floor.
I think those are holes I would fall. Go ahead and walk in those. Pretty positive they're pits.
I see. I'll just walk next to them, that's all.
Yeah.
Or crawl.
Good idea.
Crawling because I'm dying.
Hey, where's the statue though?
My sanity
leave me
is
the
so
fuck
low.
alone, you ugly weirdo.
It was nice knowing you. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, my sanity's low too, so I'm probably gonna die soon. I don't see any statues though. Oh my god,
Whoa,
there's so many of
it's
them.
hanging dead
He's in the
people.
freaking sky too? Jesus Christ, bro.
Hanging dead people.
Oh, that's what that is. Dead people.
They're just like chained up and hanging from the ceiling.
Yeah, I see that now. I don't like it.
That's crazy. I can.
LiDAR.
Now, are you still on LiDAR? Because I can see everything different than you do. Because I actually see things. There's like ladders and.
Yeah, I see the ladders and everything.
So if there's any statues, I'll like let you know.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I see scaffolding and stuff mostly. Statues.
Yeah. But it's weird because
really
I could see it all in like a grayscale. Like I'm not seeing it as LiDAR.
Huh.
Like I can actually see stuff. Oh shit, he's right there, run! Run! Run!
No stamina though.
Oh no.
He's right in my
He was right behind you. I saw him.
Yeah, that's enough. I feel his presence. Trust me, he's breathing down my neck right now.
Where the heck are these statues you're talking about?
I don't know, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's a body pinata.
Basically. You know what?
Oh, you're gonna fall in a hole.
Yep, that was a hole. Wait, I'm still alive?
Holy crap.
Oh, I'm dead now. I'm so confused. Like, where am I supposed to go?
Like, when they say statues, I'm like, what?
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand it.
I guess we gotta do all that all over again, huh?
I hope not.
So we have to press the color buttons, like, in the right order, and then it opens the 3 doors.
Yeah.
Basically. So we understand the first part.
Well, let's see.
Where?
Yeah, we gotta open the door.
Where the candy? Alright, so we gotta go to the room with the buttons then.
Well, we also gotta figure out what the code is. It might have changed.
Oh, damn. I didn't think of that.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, it did change. It's blue was 1, red is 2, yellow is 3.
Oh. Okay.
Okay,
Yellow.
well, I found red.
Found yellow.
Oh, I should need to find blue. Because blue's 1, yellow's 2, red's 3.
Okay. Where do you want me to press yellow?
Not yet.
Okay.
Gotta find blue first.
Hopefully this guy doesn't kill me. Oh shit. I say it! Okay, I gotta run away from the yellow button. I'm sorry.
I see you.
It's coming.
I'm aware.
Ah! Ah!
That me now.
Yikes. Yabba! In front of me, I don't know, I can't get away. I can't get away! Oh my god. Okay, I'm at the
He's
yellow
on me
button
too.
again. Oh god.
Okay, so looking for the blue button. Yeah, yellow's 3, red's 2nd. We need to find blue first.
Okay. I just want to survive.
You would need both.
This dang guy keeps coming at me.
It's kind of like art. Oh, I found it. All right, I hit blue, hit yellow, or hit red, and then yellow.
Okay. If I can.
And if I remember where red is, like, see if we can get to it.
Oh god. There he is, there he is. I gotta run by him. Freaking thing is chasing me, man. Okay, I'm at yellow. I'll hit yellow.
No, not yet.
No, okay.
Now hit yellow. Now hit it.
Oh, he's right there, dude. I hit yellow.
All right, objectives are complete. We gotta go next area.
Okay. Oh no, I'm scared.
Got this.
Oh my god. Okay, which door do we go through, do you think?
I gotta get to the room first. Then I can tell you.
hugging the wall so I don't fall.
Yeah, that's all you can do at this point.
Okay, I'm in the room. Oh, what the hell? This is interesting. There's a blue line here and a bunch of pitfalls.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is there a blue line, and where do we?
Yeah, I'm following that blue line.
Knowledge. There's multiple blue lines.
Yeah, they're leading
There's apparently
somewhere.
3 statues.
Yeah. What is this thing? Okay, that's a wooden crate.
Oh wait, I found another area. Purple, green, and orange. Purple is an X, green's a circle, and orange is an infinity symbol.
Oh.
I think those are what we need to press or something to get raise the statues.
Okay.
This guy's still on my ass. Oh, I fell in a goddamn pit.
Oh no, not again.
Yeah, I didn't fucking LiDAR quick enough and I fucking was running from the goddamn creature.
Oh no.
Yeah, I see everything great now. It's weird.
I don't know. Oh my god, why? Oh. There's a dude hanging from the ceiling.
Those are those fucking blind dudes too, it's funny.
So, where should I go? I'm like lost.
Try following the blue lines. They might lead you to buttons or whatever the hell it is.
This is a new room though.
Yeah, the room I found had a purple door, a green door, and an orange door. The purple had an X, the green had a circle, and the orange had an infinity symbol.
At least I'm staying away from that stupid monster.
True.
But I don't see any statues anywhere.
Are you too fast and furious for the LiDAR? No,
Yeah,
I wish. Oh, the creature like right in front of you.
I know, I just saw it. Watch me fall into a freaking pit too.
Now watch me whip. Now watch me nay nay. Watch me whip.
Oh man,
watch me nay nay.
Yikes, it's coming at me. It's constantly
coming at you worldwide.
Oh, why is it after me? Okay, there's a blue line again. Where's it going? Okay, it's going through here. Okay, we got some pitfalls. Whoa.
I feel like that's going back out of the cave.
I don't know. I don't know where the hell I'm going. Maybe. As long as I stay away from the monster, eventually I gotta find something.
Yeah. You would think.
Until my sanity runs out. What do we got here? Oh, crap.
What happened?
I'm like where I started, I think.
Yep, you are.
Oh, man.
Well, she.
Okay, well, I guess I gotta go back in there.
Yep. Oh, she's right there.
Watch. Oh,
Now you know how I feel.
this level is hard.
It really is. I didn't expect it to be this difficult. The other Backrooms game didn't have this difficult of a goddamn LiDAR level.
Jeez.
If we get stumped, we can always go to that one.
Yeah, I did download that game.
Oh, you'll love that one. That one's fun.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
The LiDAR level in that one isn't as complicated.
I have never played a game like this in my life.
I love it. It's cool. I love LiDAR shit.
So let's see.
Believe it or not. So that's what it was. Believe it or not, LiDAR is what they used in the Xbox motion capture thingy device. To connect,
okay, so
yeah.
One blue
this
I
one?
found you.
It was blue,
So
right?
we need to find blue. One is blue. I'll let you know when I
Found
find
blue.
it. Oh, you did? Okay.
Yep, just hit it.
Okay.
I think the second one was
Then you gotta
green.
do... Yeah. Green and then yellow last.
Okay. Green should be by you.
It's gonna
Got
get
it.
me. It's
Where's
trying
yellow?
to get me. I'm trying to get to the yellow.
Yellow.
Yeah. Like,
Yellow, yellow. I could have swore it was like right near the green button. I found it.
Yellow. Oh. Okay.
Got it.
Alright, let's get the heck out of here.
Move on out, fam. YOLO. Mr. Solo Dolo. Goodbye, yo.
I think I'm running around in circles, trying to find that main room. Here we go. I found it. Oh, and the monster is also finding me. So how come the doors didn't open? Ah!
Just lurking at fun and terror. Lots of terror. Did you fall in a hole?
Okay. I'm not falling in no hole.
Oh, like I said, don't you dare fall in a
Get
hole.
the hell out of here.
Don't you pull a me, ma'am.
Okay, I made it. Kinda. Alright, now what do I do? Wait, I found... Oh, look on the wall. Look what I just found. Okay, there's yellow is, like an infinity symbol, green is an X, and then blue is a house.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell that means.
I don't know what it means either. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Infinity, yellow infinity, blue house. What the heck is this? I hate puzzles. I cannot figure out puzzles. Oh, there's 3 doors.
So much
and the bad guy.
Puzzle legend, it's just like a thing. So you know.
The bad guy is after. Oh, crap.
Blue line. Did you die?
Ryan! Yeah, I fell into a pit hole.
Did you die though? But did you die though?
Yeah. I think I'm dead, yeah.
That sounds alright. Okay, see,
really
the blue line stops here. Now what?
Raise the statues. Shit, can I cheat? Can I, like, Google it?
Sure.
Yay,
At this
I'm
point,
gonna
I'd
cheat.
welcome it.
Okay, so let's see. Backrooms. Escape together, raise the statues. Let's see what the heck that's about. To raise the statues in level 6 lights out of the backrooms, use your LiDAR scanner to find and follow the blue tape on the floor until you hear a beeping sound. Locate the hidden blue button near the gray floor spot. Press it to raise an entity statue and repeat until all the statues are up. So there you go.
There's a secret button. Wait.
There you go.
Girl, boy, if you can get off me, I swear to God, I'm gonna play you. Oh, wait. Well, I found a button.
Yay, there's a noise. That's
But
gotta
did
be
it
the
do
noise.
anything? That's the question.
It did something. I hear music.
Yeah, it doesn't make me any happier.
Is that the music of the monster now? Like, the monster makes music when it gets close to you?
I don't know. I don't like it.
So you gotta raise 3 statues, so I guess look for more blue tape or something.
That's what I'm
I'll let you know if you're gonna run into a pitfall.
Okay.
music. It's so atmospheric and spooky.
See, this one stops here. So where's the button?
Okay, there's a pitfall right behind you. There you go. Don't forget to look down.
Oh, frick.
Oh, he's right there.
Oh, I know.
Okay? Don't die. Watch out, pitfalls to either side of you. Be careful. Oh, man. What's that right there?
Where?
To the right. There. Oh, God. There's like a button or something on the pillar. And also the monster is like in front of you. Are you okay? Don't die. Watch out for that pitfall to the front of you. Oh, okay. Wait, there's a pitfall.
Oh, I see where the pillar button is.
Yeah, there it is. See what is that? What is that? Okay, run away, run away. He's coming for you. Oh God. I'm trying to be like an extra lookout for you.
Okay, so that's 2 down.
Yep. We just gotta find one more.
Yeah, I guess so. Apparently the quest lines up the same.
Watch out at pitfall. Whoop.
Oh, welcome to a ladder.
Creepy dead hanging people. Oh, pitfall.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, there's gotta be one more button somewhere.
Gotta be around here because tape ends.
Oh, monster in front of you.
I see it, I see it, I see it, I see it.
There it is, there's a button, there's a button right there in front of you. Get it?
Let's freaking go!
Yay! Now where the hell are you supposed to go?
The door, I'm assuming.
Yeah, good luck finding your way out. It's all riding on you! I'm always dead at like every level. You're always the one that has to get us through it.
Yeah, reluctantly so, because this shit was scary.
I'm such a scrub.
Yeah, it's nice.
I never said I was good at gaming.
I never did either, but people somehow managed to be better at it.
That music is so loud.
That
There,
creature is
monster.
so on my ass.
Yes, it is.
God damn it, where's
Let
the
me
door
see
at?
if I can,
Oh, I see it.
Okay.
Right there in front of me.
Once every statue is raised, head back to the area with the colored doors. Examine the color and the entity symbol picture above each door. Inspect the raised statues to find the single one that matches a specific door in both color and entity symbol. Go through the exact matching door and jump down the hole at the end to advance to the next phase of the level. Frick, that sounds very complicated.
No, it's pretty simple. Basically, you gotta
Not
match
to
the door
me.
with the statue. That's all. And then jump into the hole.
I'm
Problem
so
is
bad
finding
at
the door.
puzzles. Yeah, I don't know where it is. There's a button.
Yeah, all statues have been raised. Finding my way to the door.
Yeah.
Which, if I'm not mistaken,
Where? Oh, careful
getting it
there.
this way.
I have no sense of direction and no ability to solve puzzles. At least you seem to be away from the monster for now.
For now, keyword. figure out, like, why the heck is it so big? I
Left, or
see.
you're right, I mean. Yeah. He's not nice.
Hey, retrace my stuff to the button. I really do.
Well, if you die, every time we fail, we know what to do. At least a little more.
Yeah.
We're learning. I wonder how many levels this game is.
I feel like one of the lines leads to the door. But I can't put my finger on which one. It might have just been back in the other chamber.
Oh, you almost ran into a pitfall.
You see how these two lines separate?
Yeah. Oh yeah, this probably leads to the doors. Because I remember running down here between the pitfalls. I think you're on the right track now. Oh my god. You hear that?
Yep.
What the
Oh my god, it's right here.
Whoa, whoa. Oh my god. What are those monsters? There's like monsters. Are those the statues?
This one.
Yikes.
I gotta go deal more.
I don't like the sound. So yeah, when you get in the right door, you get to fall through a pitfall.
Yep, found it.
Oh, thank God.
Thank you, Lord, we did it.
You're a hero. You're the best.
You bet my sanity's about to run out.
You better make it to the end of this level before that happens.
Ryan.
Wouldn't that suck? You die like 1 foot before the end.
Honestly, it would not surprise me.
Oh god, pitfalls everywhere.
Pitfalls,
oh man. Damn, how are you supposed to know where to go now?
That's the neat part.
My god.
You know.
Oh. This is treacherous.
It sure is.
This is a never-ending nightmare. Oh
no! Please don't tell me we have to do this all over again. I'll be so mad.
God.
I'm like, screw this other Backrooms game.
Hey, if you want to load the other one, I can do that.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There's no...
Wow.
There's... Yeah, no. We can do this. You want to
play the other one?
Yeah, let's play the other one.
Alright, let me load it up. Yeah, guys, we suck, so we're gonna abort this game.
No, we're not aborting it. It's just I need a break from the light art. It's making my eyes hurt.
Huh? Okay, let me get the other game loaded.
Alright, I'm also loading it.
That was crazy.
We will come back and finish that in the next next collab for sure. Promise. That'll be a lot easier when we have extra people too. So.
Yeah. So it's escape the Backrooms, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta set my Ooh. I gotta change my gaming thing to this game. Properties. Escape the Backrooms.
Okay, there's so many freaking Backrooms games.
There you go.
There we go. This game has an unsafe feature. Please do not turn off the game on the screen. Well, this is a new setup. Oh, you get check select your character now. Cool.
So do we hit join game?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, so how do I find you?
I got you. Hang on. Clicking. Accept. Story mode. Private. Next players.
This music is so creepy.
Choose.
Let's see. Oops.
You have cross network play enabled to make other players on other platforms.
Settings.
Okay, cool.
Audio. I
Alright,
gotta
so
lower the music
now I go
volume.
to invites. Bam. Send you an invite.
I noticed the game doesn't align up with my mouse very well. What's that about?
I don't know.
Weird.
I've not
It's
had an
very
issue with it.
weird.
Are you clicked into it?
Yeah, I'm in it, but it's like I have to have my mouse like on the next button to click a certain button, you know what I mean?
That's
It's
weird.
weird.
It might be your
Yeah,
it might be your your screen size or something, actually.
Oh, okay, hang on. Let me go into settings. I don't know what size this should be because I'm doing this on a tablet screen.
That probably explains a lot.
I have no idea what resolution I should be making this.
You set it to
Hey.
borderless window or something.
Yeah, if I could, I windowed. There. Ah, come on. Damn it, click the right thing. See what I mean? I can't get my mouse to click what I want it to click. There we go. Windowed.
I don't know, man. It sounds like a you
Okay.
problem.
Apply. Apply. It's like, apply. Hit apply. Come on. There we go.
Apply.
Okay, hopefully that works better now. Right, yeah, that
Yes.
okay, I fixed everything. Now, how do
See,
I find you and play with
I
you?
sent you an invite on Steam.
Oh, okay. Let me go click on Steam, play game. Hehehehe.
The easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Sweet.
All right.
Okay. There you are. Ready up. So I've
Okay.
never played this before at all, so I don't know any of the controls or anything.
Hee hee hee. Oh, I messed up something. There you go. 3, 2, 1. Go. Oh, they added a new freaking intro. I love it.
Whoa. Do I have to skip this? It's like a cinematic or something.
I mean, if you want to, but I kind of want to watch it.
Well, I've never played this before, so I like to experience it.
Yeah, I've never seen this one. This is new. They must have went to 1.0 or something finally.
Ooh.
Because it wasn't early access.
Oh.
I haven't played it since forever ago.
Here we are.
We in the
There's
back
a note on the wall.
rooms. That thing doesn't want us to escape. Exit, fix it.
Huh.
Wait, where are you?
How do
Oh, I forgot we got
turn?
separated. Mouse stick. I'm not.
Hey, you're in red.
Yeah, I can change my
Cool.
outfits.
Oh.
All right, so you want the easy way or the hard way?
Well, considering that I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you right now. Just keep going left, and you will be fine.
That's it?
Pretty much.
Oh. Is this always left?
Well, right, I guess in this case.
I'm already out of breath.
If it's the same as
man.
it used to be, then the
I like that
latter
I'm
pieces
already
will be over here on the
wheezing.
right. Yep, found them.
Do we have a flashlight in this game?
Yes. But we have to pick it up.
Oh.
Okay. Where'd you go?
I don't know.
Couldn't went that far. Where's he at?
Oh. How did I get lost from you already?
Oh, there you are. Come here.
Hi.
I said go right. I don't know where you're wrong. This way.
I tried to follow you.
You tried. You tried. Anyways. See these? We pick these up. Boop.
Oh.
Boop. And then we put them here.
Oh, cool. So you
And
gotta, like, fix the ladder.
Yep.
Ah.
And then you climb up the ladder.
I think is there one more step to it?
Yeah, I think there's one more step.
I did see it around the corner here. Right
Oh,
here.
yeah, grab it. Press F to grab it.
Okay.
And then you just go place it. And that'll let you do the honors of getting the key.
Okay.
It's been 5 years since you last played this. Are you serious? No, definitely not 5 years.
Oh my god, I can't stop auto walking. What did I do? Help.
I don't know. You're not supposed to be able to. You're not supposed to auto walk. That's for sure.
I can't, like, stop.
You're on controller or something?
I want. What? What the hell's making me auto walk?
I don't know.
Okay, I hit press enter to chat and it stopped me.
Oh,
Thank
there we
God.
go. There you go.
How do I put that wood on there? Or
I
did I
just did.
do it automatically?
We got
Oh.
the key.
Oh. Do
Alright,
we
ready?
climb up there?
Nah, I already got it.
Oh.
I thought you were broken.
I am the
So I
most
figured I'd just grab it.
I am so confused. The controls in this game are so much different than the other one.
I don't know why. You might just have to go in and check and fix your control, maybe.
Well, I
weird.
guess I gotta get it set up right, because it's like
Yeah. Follow me.
very weird. I keep running out of stamina so quick.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like-
the thing that'll happen. There's a
I'm
juice that
so
you can
out of
take. It's
shape.
called that makes you more stamina higher. Oh, there we go. Out
Ah.
the door.
Door.
Okay, this part's fun. It's a balancing act. You have to hold. First,
Oh.
use Q and E to balance yourself as you go across.
Oh my god. This is not gonna be good.
And I already fell. But it's
Q
okay.
and
If you fell,
E.
there's another way in out of here.
Oh my god. Oh! This is bad! Ooh. This is ridiculous.
It's okay. You can fall down if you want.
Oh,
Oh shit! He's here. Run! Run! Well, you pieces.
this is in total black.
Oh jeez.
Oh,
Alright, I'll get us out of here.
uh,
So now we just follow the arrows and take the storeroom that we can get out anyway.
oh, so basically if you screw up it makes it easier for you?
Essentially, yeah. It doesn't freaking make it super hard so you can't you have to climb all the way back up to get to the place you gotta go to. So that'd be really annoying. The fact that the virus was waiting, or the life form was waiting there once you dropped was crazy to me though. Oh look,
That
flashlight.
was so evil.
Got a flashlight now.
Ooh. Ooh. I could have used that because I couldn't see the virus. It was like literally right on top of me. It was terrible. Ooh, refrigerator. They
So
got
yeah.
food in there?
Anyways, you go up here. Then you climb through the hole. And boom, we're in the next area.
Wow! See, once again, new game and you still, like...
I was thinking, I know I
burying
played it
me.
with Q like a year ago at least. Okay, so you see
I
these
just-
numbers on here? Or letters? Or
I just love
colors?
how you're always carrying me. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you see the colors. Now we're gonna go
Okay.
over there. And there's
Okay.
a room with cars
Red,
in it.
green,
We gotta
blue,
count
yellow.
all the colors and we put the corresponding number of in the keypad.
Oh, okay.
So like if it's
So
4 red, you
red,
tap the
green,
4th
blue.
red one down. If it's 3 green, you tap the 3rd green one down. so on and so
Is this
forth.
the does this level what monsters here? Is it that blind guy?
No, this one we don't have monsters yet. This one,
Oh.
though, the monsters are the skinwalkers.
Oh,
Skin stealers,
so
actually.
Cousin
So we got
Larry.
2 red cars.
Two
Yeah, Cousin
blue.
Larry, if Cousin Larry was way more ugly. So 2 car red, 2 blue. I'm gonna go check the other areas. See if there's any cars that are uncovered that we can see that are colored.
I'm already huffing and puffing. I'm so out of shape. I'm like pathetically out of shape. Just like in real life.
Jesus. Crazy.
Oh, there's a can in there. How do I
Yeah,
open
grab
the
that. It's
door?
almond water.
How do I open the door?
Just press F.
Oh,
Save the other game.
okay. I got a can. Do you want... There's 2 more cans in here. You want one?
Yeah, hang on.
How do I use it? I don't know any
You
of
go,
the...
your inventory is I,
Oh,
and then
I,
you just
okay.
click on it. Or you either you put it in
Oh.
your, drag it into your pocket, and then you press 1 and 2 to use them.
Pocket.
1 is for
Oh.
flashlight or whatever else you have, and then 2 is for the other one.
I have a brain.
Oh, now he gets on frickin' Backrooms. Escape together, you bastard.
Oh, okay, there's 2. It's in my hand now,
Yeah.
but I don't know how to actually drink it.
You just press the action button that you would normally press if you're like using your flashlight, which is the right click. So I guess it's just 2 red, 2 blue.
Wowee! I guess I'll steal
That's
this other
easy.
can here. Yeah, I definitely need to like orient myself and learn like the controls for this.
Oh, that. This is just,
Oh. So yeah, 2 red and 2 blue, and we gotta find green and yellow. How do I crawl? Ah,
okay. So,
control.
let me
It's like really dark in here.
red.
I could use a flashlight.
Blue.
Oh no.
There we go. It's on. Basically, it's red, red, blue, blue, or red, blue, red, blue.
Is this one
You're
where...
awake. Took you long enough. Yeah, we ended up switching games because the LiDAR section was fucking starting to mess with my eyeballs.
I guess this doesn't go anywhere.
But we can be on for a much longer. I think we can swap 10 anyway.
Yeah.
Are you? Oh, how did you get in there?
I don't know.
Right,
I
come on
just
the elevator.
crawled in there. Okay.
Oh, like no, you're fun.
I like to explore.
Yeah, it's usually how that goes. Let me guess, you passed out.
I feel that, like, even though it's Friday
Yeah, I
night
know.
and I technically could stay up longer, but I am, like, freaking tired today, man.
You get across the pit.
Wow.
Okay, so
Use
remember, use almond water to restore your sanity. Also,
Yeah.
this is how we know we're each other. Press C button and it shows your key card. If you see another guy and he says hello, run, because he's gonna eat you.
That's nice.
Alright, so we're gonna go this way.
Okay.
You have to collect 4 keys from the rooms while also
Okay.
avoiding the skin stealers.
Oh no.
Yeah. You'll see them pretty soon.
Cousin Larry, what? Ooh, flashlight. I want that.
Oh, already found the key. Nice.
Now for the flashlight, do I gotta equip it like the drink too, like the inventory
Yeah, you just
thing?
put it in your hands. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Basically, you put it in your
There
main
we
hand
go.
and whatever's in your
Oh,
pockets.
I see.
Yeah.
Eyes loinin'.
She loining girl. Yep, so yep, this stuff
Oh yeah.
Alright.
Now I know how to turn it on.
Turn me on, turn me on. Alright, you ready for this?
Yeah. Maybe.
Alright. We're gonna dash for that door. We're gonna
That
door
door
dash,
right there?
literally. Yep.
Okay.
Around a little bit. And door dash. Not stand there and get eaten, that's for sure. What do we do? Run? Question mark?
I clipped that. That was funny.
Yeah, I door dashed right to the monsters. Yeah, you got his door dash all right. I just gave the monster his DoorDash meal. Fuck. Somebody clip that shit. Jesus.
I'm definitely clipping that.
Freaking DoorDash. Yeah, DoorDash. Pun intended. Totally intended. I totally didn't do that by accident, guys. I swear. Look, you see that guy over there? He is not our friend. Fuck that guy.
No.
Fuck that guy in particular.
Oh my god. Does crouching help with these at all, or?
Not really. Once you're in their line of sight, they're gonna chase you. So you have to run to the door and close it so they get to you. Unless you're really smart like my friend and jump over tables and shit and somehow manage to lock him in a room.
Oh.
I don't know how she did that shit, but that shit was crazy. You ready?
Oh,
All right,
God,
I'll send you the wait a
how are we
minute.
gonna get into that door?
We just gotta wait for him to get the fuck out. Oh, he's coming! Run!
No.
Run! 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 He's coming! Hurry up! Get in here! That was close.
Dang, man, how are we supposed to get to the door?
You rude, bro. I mean, we could go the other way, but we risk running into the other one that's over there.
He walks so derpy.
He really does, though. Hang on, let me see. Oh, wait, we're gonna have to restart after this anyway.
Hey, we got clipped.
Wait,
yeah. I'll push you out. Go on. Get out there. Go.
No, I have to set it to 3 people before I can do that. Hold on. You go face it. Why I gotta do everything?
Because you're the man. You gotta be like chivalrous.
Oh, he's back! Close the door! Oh, wait, don't close the door yet. Don't close the door yet. No, fuck that. I'm outrunning you. Get out of here.
Chivalrous? You're supposed to sacrifice yourself.
Nah, chivalry's dead, homie. My life's more important. Run now.
Okay.
She's distracted.
I'm
Run!
stuck.
Run for your
I'm
life!
stuck behind the door.
Run for your life! DoorDash is here! Damn! That's a good clip name. Oh shit.
I'm running out of steps. Help me. I can't
You
run
got
faster
like
'cause
10
I'm
seconds to run faster or I'm leaving this
I'm
door
such
closed.
a
Thank you.
Oh my god! Oh, Jesus.
But Jesus Christ.
Jesus, Mary and Josephine!
Alright, I'm going for it. Stay here.
Okay.
Or come with me if you want. By the way.
Which way are we going, George?
This way, right here.
Oh, George! Okay.
She's gonna shit at me. I thought you were a skid taker.
Oh my god. Oh.
The laugh. This is fucking wild. You didn't pick up a key earlier, did you?
I didn't what?
Oh, wait,
I
we got
didn't
two
pick up a
keys.
key. I only
We have
got
two
two
keys.
drinks, that's it.
Okay, we need 2 more keys. So you can either stay here and open the doors until they get the keys, or you can come with me and risk getting dying.
Oh,
I'll take that as a
ooh,
yes.
there's a key in the wall here.
Yeah, no, I
Does
put
that
it
do
there.
anything? Oh.
You dork. There's a key in the
I'm gonna
wall
go
here.
out
No,
there.
really. It's kind of, I kind of put it there, you know.
I don't even know which way to go. Which way do I go?
I don't even know why you came out. You gonna die.
So I'm supposed to look for a key?
Oh, hang on. I'm gonna get a flashlight. I found the
Is
key.
that the
I need one more.
monster?
Yes, don't die.
Is that the monster? No, it's not. There's a door.
Oh, hi.
No,
He's
weird.
like literally right outside the room that I'm in. I don't like it.
I found an elevator.
For the elevator?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the elevator we need to get out. But we need the keys. Or no, we don't need the elevator. What am I talking about? We don't need the elevator.
Just hide here forever until you find the keys and then we escape.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Unless it comes in here after me. Hope it doesn't.
But you know, since your sanity's gonna run out eventually.
You scared me.
Good. Here. Take those. That's what you get for being a baby and hiding. Get screwed. Chivalry in 2026, imagine exactly. Not when there's monsters afoot that want to eat my feet. And I'm not a foot person, so I'm not down for it. Why are you screaming? Ah! He's after my booty! No, you ain't getting me, bitch. Fuck you. Are you alright? Did you have an aneurysm? Did your brain break?
No.
Did you die?
He just killed me. He just jump scared me in real life.
Oh.
He snuck in me and he grabbed my shoulder.
Oh. That's funny. I like that.
I hate myself. I can't.
Oh my lord.
Go to the bathroom.
Okay, you go to the bathroom. I'm gonna try not to die.
I'll be right back.
He almost got me. He almost got me. He almost got me. Oh fucking Christ. Oh, holy. Holy moly. Got it. The clutch was real. Her husband jump scared her. That was crazy. Oh. Hard pass on that one. I got the clip every time. Best moment. Let's go. I was dead. I was like, wait, did she die to the
I'm back.
creature? Alright, you gotta come back to the door that we were in so we can leave. I opened it.
Okay. Okay.
Just be careful because there's a skin taker running around.
Oh my god, that was awful.
If you come now, you should be able to make it before he comes back.
Okay. I don't
Just
know
leave the
which way to
elevator and
go,
go
but
left.
left.
Oh,
Okay.
no, he's coming. Wait, hold on.
Ooh. Should I
He's
go
at
back
my
in the
door.
elevator?
He's at my door. Should I
Oh.
let him in? I have to reset the server. Dum dum. I only set the 2 people. We have to leave after this match so that you can join.
My God, dude.
Also, we have to jump into a VC so
Yo,
that
Mal
Ash can
scared
join.
me so bad.
Okay, come.
The elevator? Can the
I
elevator
mean,
door close?
I don't think so. Not
Oh
unless you
my God.
close it.
He
Although
can't
I
come
think
in
he can
here?
get you in there.
No, he can't.
Oh, his big
Oh my
ass head
God.
too big. His big ass head. DoorDash in the back was definitely going to be a meme. You got DoorDash my order right to him. All right, I'm gonna draw his attention. Or
Oh
no,
my
wait.
God.
Yeah, he's coming. Go, go, go. Go now.
Okay. Left.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
I did that
I'm in
room
a
if you have to.
room.
Yeah, close the door. Close the door.
Okay. Okay. Woo-wee.
Just slide his ass to vagina mouth. That's crazy. I'm gonna check where he's at. He
Should
is
I
nowhere
open
to
the
be
door?
found.
Peekaboo.
Yeah, come,
Peekaboo.
come, come, come now, come now, come now. He's over there on the other side of the map.
Ah! Oh my God. Where'd you go?
The door. Come in the door. To the right. There you go. All right, let's go.
Oh my God. Let's get the hell out of there.
All right, now I'm gonna have to back out. We're gonna back out real quick. I have to reinvite you so I can get Vosh in here.
Okay.
But it's saved, so we're good. All right, quit. Yes. Play game.
Wow, that was fun. Oh my God.
3 players. No, I don't want the hub. Damn it. Play game. 3 players. Story mode.
Yay.
How do I make a group call on Discord? I forget. Guess I just have to
I
invite
don't
you all to
know.
a
Wait,
group, right?
there's a add to DM up there button. Could you do that? Like hit add to DM?
I don't do that because that usually puts like them in our DM conversation, and that would just be like, what the fuck? Hang on, I'll make a group. Hang on.
Okay.
Like, I'm not gonna
I don't know
invite
how to
you.
do
I
any of
think
this
it'd be
stuff.
weird to invite someone to a DM conversation with somebody else. It's just weird to me. All right, hang on. I might have to
So
leave
like
this call to do a group.
start
Hold
or
on, I'll
find
be
a
right back.
conversation. Okay.
Hey, baby. All right. Go back. Go back. Go back. Uh, that makes more sense. Just go to my server.
What?
Fuck it.
Man, you lied to me.
Well, me, I lied to you. I didn't lie to anybody.
You told me it was the
Yeah.
Backrooms escape together. It's the regular escape to
Sir,
Backroom.
that was 2 hours ago. When you were supposed to be on, you dum dum.
Yeah, I just bought the regular one.
How did you not have the regular one?
No,
Also, did
because
you
I
not set
bought Escape the Backrooms together. Not Escape the Backrooms, the normal.
Yeah, we were on
way
Escape the
higher.
Backrooms together for the last hour and a half, but then we got bored trying to do the later
Yeah, we
level, so we
got
decided
stuck.
to. Yeah. So then we decided to
Yeah,
just
level
play the regular
6
one.
was really hard.
She's never played any of the Backrooms games, so I'm
Okay,
kind of
okay,
like
makes sense
taking
now.
her through
Makes
most of
sense
them.
now. Makes
Yeah.
sense now. Makes sense now. Yeah, sorry, my
It's-
bad. The bed
It's
was
like
the
you
new bed was a
overslept.
little
That
bit.
ain't my fault.
Ain't no my fault. I bought a new mattress and this shit was extremely
Also,
comfy.
Vosh Ama Vosh. This is my
I am
Hi.
crazy Spaniard
meet
over here.
Yeah.
We
Thank
bully
you
each
for
other a lot, so don't
following.
worry about it.
You're welcome.
I gotta follow you back.
Yes, he's also a VTuber.
Yeah.
Yep.
Impromptu collab. Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not like I don't like literally collab with him every fucking day.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
Follow you back.
What are you talking
There
about?
you go.
Hey, thank you for the follow.
My friends are your friends.
You're welcome.
Unless you don't like him, then they don't have to be your friend.
I
You tell them
missed.
go fuck themselves. Nah, Vosh is chill though. This is the one you gotta worry about.
Oh yeah, definitely have to worry about it.
He's I'm not even gonna say it, but yeah. You saw the clip.
Yes.
Oh, I had to hit ready. So how do you invite the
He's got to
Skip
download the
Backrooms
game, I think.
Yeah, I have to download it. Thank God I bought a new.
It shouldn't take long though. It's like a couple
drivers.
seconds.
25 gigabytes according to this.
That ain't much. That's like fucking
No, it's
20
not.
second
It's
download.
like 20 seconds, yeah, because I got it 75 gigabytes.
Yep.
How are y'all, by the way? We're fine. I was supposed to be actually online 1 hour ago, but I
There are
overslept.
so many background games. Oh wait, yeah, you're streaming now, aren't you? Also,
Yes,
your
I am.
category set to Fortnite, by the way.
Shit, I thought I'd change it. Okay, I changed it again.
He definitely
there we
just
go.
woke up.
Oh yeah, you
I
did.
literally woke up. You can ask Monrad 5, 10 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, his girlfriend's my twin, by the way. Don't ask me
Oh,
how
yeah,
it
that
happened,
art
but I
still
somehow
Oh,
became
I'm
her twin.
freaking late. I just barely woke up. I don't even know where I left my glasses, so it's gonna be double the fun.
Are
That's
you a
alright, we got you
VTuber
this hard
too?
for it.
Oh yeah, I'm a camera writer VTuber.
Sick. That's
Yes.
awesome.
Yeah, he
I'm
was the one I
pretty
was
much
mentioning.
autistic for camera writer.
He was the one I was mentioning about him, about the common writer thing the other day. Who would really like
Oh,
the
I'm gonna
idea
have
of
to,
the new one?
are you on X too? I'll follow you on there as well.
Oh yeah,
He is.
I am on Twitter now X because I still refuse to call it just X.
I'll never call it
Is it-
Twitter or X. That gold bullshit.
It's still weird as fuck to call it X. Like it's something funny that happened to
I'll call it
to
sex.
me with a
It's full of
friend of
porn.
mine. Is that she was trying to like download a video, and she is innocent as fuck, like extremely naive on sexual stuff, and she wrote download X videos.
Oh my god.
For those who don't know, X videos.
That's not the
It's
right
an
thing.
adult page, adult
It
only,
sure
by the way.
is. That's like typing Rule
Whoops.
34 and expecting to get something not fucking,
Yeah,
related.
exactly. She was not expecting the first option, even more when her mom was behind her.
Oh
Because,
no.
yo, why is taking
I
so
tell you
long?
what, every time I play a freaking game like that on my computer, I have to make sure there's nobody in the house or everyone is sleeping. Because I do not want to have the awkward conversation of someone coming to my room and going, "What are you playing?" And I'm like, "Don't worry about it." It's like I'm not playing fucking Fuda game or anything. Leave me alone.
I usually do, man.
You're telling on yourself.
Oh, I don't
Well,
care. I
the-
told everybody.
the
I told
collab
everybody I
invitation
bought
is
the
not going
Femboy
through.
Fuda house and I loved it.
Yeah.
That was a great game.
By the way,
I enjoyed every
so
second
yeah, I
of it,
sent the
including the
invitations for
Femboy
the club.
parts. I'm not even into femboys either. That's the fun part.
Then why do you like a femboy fooder game?
Honestly, I
'Cause it's
downloaded
funny?
it because I thought it would be hilarious to try, and then like I ended up going, "Oh, okay, never mind. That's kind of hot."
You like unlocked a new part of
Understandable,
yourself
have a
Unlock the
nice
to allow
chick,
day.
yeah, essentially. I mean, to be completely fair, though, we do have one friend who's technically a femboy, and like he's the only femboy I actually would like fucking vouch for.
I
I've
thought
talked to him
if you keep
forever.
if you remove vouch for, it will be more funny.
No, I'm not gonna
I thought
remove
you were
vouch
gonna
for because I
say-
know exactly what you're going for, and no, I'm not doing it.
I thought you were gonna say something else. He's the only femboy I would you know
I
what
mean
I
that
mean?
too.
By the way, Slayer, send you
Yes,
the invitation
Cyber
for the
is exactly what I'm
collab.
talking about. He's my femboy.
Yeah. I surprisingly after Cyber, I met about 5 more femboys that I'm good friends with.
How do you guys know so many femboys? I've
I
never
just
met
asked
one.
myself the same question.
Just being on fucking the internet, man.
Yeah, just be online for a
Just
while.
being on the
They will
internet.
just appear.
A lot of them do. They just appear out of nowhere. Wait, your
Well-
game's installed, right?
It's just now it's no, it's notification for you. For some
Okay.
reason, it's taking a while. I think it's because I'm streaming in 2K and vertical. Oh, there you go.
I think we
It's right.
might need to make a new save game because I don't know what happened.
Oh
when my
yeah,
save game didn't
do
save.
you
The fanboy
Vashu-
magnet, yeah, somehow.
Hey Vashu, do you have the a link to your VTuber?
Give me a
thingy
second. The
on,
game just launched in full volume, and now I'm deaf.
Spooky?
Oh crap! Oh, I can invite you even more. It's
My ears hurt. My ears hurt. Where is the back of your ears? Oh shit, that hurt.
Why is everybody else having that sound issue? I haven't had a single one. It's weird.
Okay, now you can speak to me. I'm sorry for that.
Oh, she just wanted to know what your what was it? The VTuber link?
Yeah, you're Spooky.
Oh, your Fugi.
Yeah, so
Oh.
I can put your little avatar on my screen.
Should be the
Assuming you
same.
have that.
I'm supposed
Didn't
to
I say
already
you
have
had
it
to
on
do that
my
yet?
Fugi account. Should be the same as my account here. Unless it does not longer updates again anymore.
Cause like you
Fugi's
should be
weird
able to
sometimes.
like paste me a link so I could make a browser source for it.
Okay,
In my
let me
OBS?
put it.
Yeah, that way I can see your little avatar on my screen.
Okay, let me find it. I don't know how to do it, so I will try my best to find the way.
Yeah.
Just go to the Fugi Tech website and then it should just give you like a little copy thing next to your
Sources,
thingy.
API. Okay, here
Yeah.
is my account. Bash. Here it is.
I could show you like a screenshot.
Yeah,
like, where you
I'm
find it.
already. I found it. Yeah. Let me. put
Okay.
it- Can I put
Yeah,
it
you hit
on-
sources
yeah.
and then there it is. There's the link. Never mind, I got it. I already
Poopy
had
Yeah,
you on my
that's
screen.
exactly what happened to me right now.
Yeah, you can tell he's still waking up.
I'm so dumb. Okay, let me.
No, you're
I'm gonna add you
fine.
in.
All right, I just sent you the video.
Okay. Add in.
Yeah, we're gonna have to restart for some reason,
Browser?
which is weird. I don't think it saved the game like it's supposed to.
Paste.
Which is fine because we already know what we're doing. So for the first two sections.
Oh, look at him. He's so cute.
Yeah.
Thank you. My girlfriend made it.
Aw, she's talented.
Oh,
She
she is
really
extremely
is.
talented. I think 90% of my art is made by her right now.
Sweet. That's
Yeah.
awesome. I made my stuff too because I'm an artist. So
Hello there.
Yay.
The party's all here.
yeah.
Failed to join game.
Wait, who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is
I
this
don't know.
guy? Get out of here, Skeeter.
My girlfriend
Okay, there
says
we
she
go.
loves your avatar, the one you have on Fugi.
There.
because I took it from
Hurry
Discord.
before another Skeeter joins.
You. All right, lead the way, boss.
Hold on, I had to kick
Yeah,
a Skeeter
yeah.
out.
So
Apparently, I
some
forgot to
random
private
just
it.
joined the
There we
video.
go. Yeah, some random
Yeah,
just
here we go.
joined. I'm like, who the fuck is Skeeter?
The Skeeter.
All right, let's go. This way.
Okay, let's go.
Fucking Skeeter Gene.
Skeet, skeet,
Skeet, skeet, skeet, skeet.
skeet.
Skirt.
Skirt, skirt,
Oh
skirt.
my god, did you do that with your soundboard?
Yes, he did.
Maybe.
See, that
I
time
heard
it
that
actually
damn
was the
chirp.
chime sound.
I heard that chirp.
Yeah, with me, at some point, you either are gonna listen again in your mind. It happened to Slayer.
Yeah, it sure fucking did. I still hate you for
Yep.
it.
Yeah, so
I thought I
Yeah,
was losing my
that's-
mind because every time I watched a video that had like a certain type of culture in it, I would hear that sound and I would think it was him fucking with my brain,
Yeah.
but it was actually them putting it in the sound, the edit, and I'm like, you fuckers.
Yeah.
Especially
Yeah,
every
they
time
were,
I did
like,
like a Sora
soundboarding.
AI when it was like a friggin' African American couple, that was what they would do, and I'm like, that's so
Finding milk.
fucked up. Dad went out for the milk. Mo
That was
Lester.
so nuts.
Yeah. Also, you start listening like in your dreams after we streamed Fortnite for so long.
Yeah. Dude, I love the one where it was like the kid goes and said, Dad, he's like, hey, Dad, I'm gay. And he's like, prove it.
Oh, where did you
And
go?
then he
I
just
remember
whips
you
his
said
shit
that
out and
voice
starts
too.
banging his own kid. I'm like, bro, that's what the fuck is wrong with you? Go right a little bit and you'll find the door. There you are.
Oh, there you are.
Over here.
I'm good at getting lost.
Oh, me
Tell
too,
me
don't
about
worry.
it. Put me in a mall and that's what happens.
I have a horrible sense of orientation.
Oh no, I don't want to do this again. No.
Oh, I thought I figured it out, but apparently jumping doesn't work.
Wow, wow. All right, I'm dead.
Oh
Because
shit.
they
Um,
just jump in the hole.
Yep.
Hello.
Eh.
I was like, why the fuck is so damn hard? And now I see why.
Oh, over here, guys. To the right.
Oh, oh.
To the right, to the right. Follow the arrows.
I can't see any. Oh, there
By the
you
way,
are.
Slayer, I sent you the collab invitation for the 5th time, and you're still ignoring me.
What are you talking about? I already have a collab thing open. I sent you an invitation earlier.
For me, no, it's not the right for me at least. They're waiting
I
for
sent
host.
it to you. Oh, well.
Oh,
That's
what
my
the fuck was
fault.
that sound? Oh.
Oh, no! Run!
Holy shit, bro.
Run for your collab invitation, because wait, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, don't worry. Let's wait. Sorry.
Why? am
Crap, I
the
don't even remember where the hell the
sacrificial
exit is
lamb?
now.
I'm
What?
following the
always-
arrows.
Sacrificial lamb.
I think it's over here. Is that the door? I think it's this door. I think it's this door.
Do I have to follow the
arrows?
arrows?
Yeah.
I see you.
Supposed
You
to.
probably should.
There you go.
Oh my god! I always die. It's not fair.
Game just loves you that much.
Oh.
Alright, now I can do it.
Now, yeah.
Okay. Oh, because I was trying to send you
I'm
an
into it.
invite, but I couldn't
Yay.
find you on my list. That was the problem.
Oh no, this is the scary room.
There we go. I sent it.
Wait, we gotta do the cars first, and then we deal with the skinwalker.
Yep, that's exactly how it goes.
No, it's not letting me join. It says you're all ready to go. The host will let you in when they are
Oh, that means Alma's the host. Means you have to join on first.
ready. Okay.
Oh, I can invite you. Hang on a second.
Okay, no worries.
Second.
I was gonna
Let
say
me
I
do
don't think I'm
that.
the
I
host
will
at all
add
anyway.
Okay.
Don't worry, Chad. We are all professionals. We
Yeah, we're
definitely know what we
You're
are doing.
funny.
We're very professional here.
I'm a professional
know
psychopath. That's
exactly-
about it.
We know exactly what we're doing. Okay, let me add Vash. There you are, I think.
I'm just a professional psychopath.
Are you Vashu Stomp? I want to make
Yes.
sure. That looks
Yeah,
right.
Bashi underscore stomp. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because sometimes I just want to stomp on his little head.
Send invite. Okay, so I just sent you the invite.
For some
Okay, we
reason,
got
there you go.
Hey,
There it
Green,
is.
blue, and red.
we We gotcha.
So it's gonna be green, red, blue, blue, I believe.
It should be working now. Yeah, it's working now. But yeah,
Or
We
green, blue,
gotta
blue,
go
red.
let's
counting
go.
cars.
I got it.
Gotta
It's
go
green, blue, blue,
counting
red.
cars.
My preview just got glitched a little bit. Oh, my OBS just crashed.
Oh no!
Got it.
Terrible.
We're ready to go. OBS has
Don't
been
mind me.
fucking borking lately.
I'm getting drunk.
I had to
don't mind
literally
me.
I delete my fucking whole OBS and then freaking reinstall everything.
I
to
took
get
all
it
the
to work
sodas.
properly.
You want one?
Be
Nah,
right
I got a
back,
couple on
let
me.
So,
You're Gucci.
why you start the collab and it just crashes?
I don't fucking know. That's not my fault.
Frustrating. Yes.
I blame society.
A specific error or okay. Stop breaking focus. Okay. Then.
I blame VTuber culture. We gotta watch that video.
My stream is
That
still
would be
working on
fun.
that anymore.
That dude
It
went
crashed
so
again.
off on freaking VTubers, man. It was so. I mean, he kind of sounded a little like pissed off and unhinged, but
My
at the same
stream
time, it's
just
like I
crashed for
understand
a
exactly
reason,
where he's
man.
coming
Sorry
from.
for that.
I did something so weird with
Get in
my
there, let me know.
my Prism studio now. It's showing like 2 screens.
My
I don't know why.
Backrooms is not responding, by the way.
Bacon cheeseburger wonton. What?
Oh no,
That
the
actually
game's
looks
good.
crashing.
Yeah, my game just crashed. Yeah.
too?
Dang.
Your computer's just not with it.
I don't know what happened here.
Well,
Where did my chat go? Where everything go?
I might look into the
okay,
next
my
part.
OBS. My OBS.
We're just leaving. We're just leaving Bashu behind to die.
Yeah, my game just.
I mean, his game
Dude,
crashed. What should we do?
Yeah, I mean, I cannot even alt the 4. Let me.
Oh, that 40's nuts.
Open Task Manager.
Professional gobblers. Damn, bro. Oh, goobers. I think the gobblers. I'm like, wait, what? What's a gobbler? Professional gobbler.
Yep, my
Did
game
I
just
say
turned off.
that?
Hey, yo. I was not expecting you to say that, honestly. Holy shnikes.
What? I'm not that
She
innocent.
just like me.
I mean, I'm gonna be 40 in like a couple weeks, man.
Oh,
can say
yeah.
funny
Forgot
things.
about that. We old people now.
Yeah, you have to learn how to gobble. Be really good. Or after
You
that.
said gobble, 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 see you wobble.
Just gotta follow after I said that. Thank you, Shady Moon.
That's
like
crazy.
Being cock gobbler.
Okay.
I'm just an
Oh,
old,
trust me, she likes a
old
lot of
thing.
things. That's who I think it is.
Let me restart my stream again.
If that's Mao, she likes a lot of
Something
things that
weird.
you'll say. Trust me.
Oh,
That's my twin.
What? Get there! The guy is out there. The skin.
I know, I heard him.
I saw
I'm
he's
getting
wearing
keys.
red. I think
He's
I
in
think
my
he's
uniform,
disguised.
yeah. Little sneaky motherfucker.
Who are you? Oh god, he's running right for me right now. Is that you? I don't know.
No, that's not me.
Get the.
Okay.
Good, keep busy so I can go over to the other side.
Can he open the door?
No.
Okay,
You can't
first
open
the-
thing is the 8.
He can't open it, but he can get through it if he's quick enough.
By the way, where's
Oh,
the
no.
what is the room code?
Hang on.
Oh.
It is. You know what? God damn it! Someone else joined.
No.
Get out! I'm just gonna pay you. There you go.
You could just leave them and let them get eaten by the skinwalker. That'd be funny.
No, I was going to do that, but I was like, it's just easier to just kick them.
Okay, I'm gonna open the
Okay,
door.
where's the monster?
Okay,
here.
so probably
Oh,
so
oh,
at
crap,
this point
never
I will have
mind.
to use my okay, half of
Bye-bye.
my chat in OBS is not working anymore. I don't know why. I don't see my chat, I don't see the sources correctly.
It might be in safe mode. You might have to close and reopen it.
I opened
you
it and it's
scared me.
not in safe mode. I opened it like 3 times at this point.
You scared me.
So yeah, I'm
My
gonna
bad.
go play like this for now because I don't wanna just restart for the 5th time.
Okay.
Tech problems.
All right, I'm off to go do more stupid things.
You found the keys or something?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, who are you? Scared the shit out of me.
what's up?
I thought you were the fucking skin taker.
Nope, I got my flashlight
I can
on
take
him.
your ass, bro.
Fucking scared the shit out of me.
He's coming your way, just so you know.
I'm
Yeah, you can
aware.
call me the foreskin taker.
Oh, what? Close the door. Close the door.
I thought that was my Uncle Larry. He's taking my foreskin and never giving it back.
Oh my God,
I
he's
think
mad.
that's not even your uncle, bro. I don't think he was a doctor.
Well, we're not technically related, so.
I mean, you get a friend in you.
Uncle Larry too.
Uh-huh. Well, you know, I like that joke. What's
They were
worse
all
than
inside
ants in your
at the
pants?
same time. You got a
I don't think I
friend in
ever
you.
responded to that question. We ever got finished that joke, did we?
Yeah, what's worse than ants in your pants?
I don't know what's worse
What?
than ants in your pants.
Meaning your aunt's pants?
Uncles.
Oh.
Oh. Now I get the joke. That's dark.
No, that's Larry.
Yeah, it's also his Larry. Did we get all of them? No, we're still missing
No, we
one.
need one.
I just been in here the whole time because I'm a scrub.
Scrub a dub dub.
Where do you even find the keys?
Oh, can I make it? Can I make it? I don't even think there's a key over here, is there? No.
That sounds bad. That sounds like you're getting munched outside the door.
I can come. What?
I'm about to go.
I'm about to bust. Down these doors. What? What are you talking about? Get your mind out the gutter. Run for your life. Oh shit. Hello. Don't do that. You scared the... Who are you? Who are you? I'm scared. I don't know who's who.
Uncle Larry.
Uncle Larry. Stop dressing up like me. Oh shit, he's coming. He's coming. He's coming. He's coming.
I made it into another room. I was brave. I was so brave.
How the hell did we miss a key though?
Well, there's no keys in here.
I know. I'm
shit my
searching
pants.
every other room to find a key.
Okay, I'm gonna try find another room.
Boss, do you have
It's
one of the
dark.
keys?
I don't have any keys.
Definitely man is laughing on the other side of the room.
Hi,
I don't know if
twin.
I don't know if you're able to manage to hear my scream. My extremely manly scream.
No, unfortunately, it cut out, and I just heard fucking Alma scream and die.
Yep. I was just
Dressed
there
up
about to
like
get
one of
inside
you.
the...
You know what I
Get
hate?
inside
That my
of the
Discord
door.
fucking cuts out, and I can't hear you guys actually scream. I have to go to your streams to hear it. It sucks.
Yeah, I don't know if man, you could hear that or not on the stream.
Oh my god, dude.
See, also I can clip it.
Oh, I don't think I heard
That
it.
scared me.
I don't know. Chat, did you hear him
I
scream
mean,
like a little girl?
She's on my stream, so if she heard it on stream, I know I can clip it later.
Uh-oh.
I also snorted a couple times, so there's
Yeah,
that.
I heard the snort for sure.
I can scream
Dead
and
body.
snort. Whoa,
Yeah,
that's
that's me.
disgusting.
Yeah, I turned it into red
It's
mist.
me.
Oh,
Red mist.
oh my god.
Why am I missing a key though?
Sorry, I just sharted a little bit too far.
See,
He had
it's always
explosive
on
diarrhea
you.
and he exploded.
It's always on
Yeah.
you to save the day and get through the
Yeah, just
level.
don't, just guys, remember, don't sneeze and fart at the same time, or it will happen to the same to you.
A snort.
Yeah.
Snort
No
fart.
snarting.
You might have to reset because I don't know where the key is and I can't find one.
Okay, if it resets, I'm gonna try to then check my stream correctly. See how the fuck not to open it on regular, like safe mode.
I
Okay.
like how his torso is twitching, even though he's
I
dead.
know. Twitchy.
Like,
He's twitchy.
you'll probably
twitchy.
find my corpse somewhere.
Oh, hi. No.
That was
Rude.
close.
Rude.
That was
Rude.
almost happened to me at some point. I was on the door, he was close and it still killed me.
How could this happen to me?
I made my
Mistakes. Nowhere
Got
to
nowhere
run.
to run, but life
Life
goes
goes
on as
on
I'm
as I'm
fading
Why he walks like
away.
he's like from the hood?
He is from the hood. You got
Or he's
swagger,
from
bro.
New York.
You got the swagger of a cripple.
Yeah.
How could this happen to me? I love that song.
My name is a pimp named Backrooms.
Pimp named Slickback.
You have to say the whole thing.
Not
Dang,
yes, the
there's,
whole
like, no
thing.
keys.
Pimp named Slickback. Bitch, where my money?
Yeah, in the meantime, you are trying to find the key. I'm gonna try to fix my OBS.
I might have to
That
right back
sounds
up
like
because
a
I think
plan.
the key might have glitched.
Yeah, because
Can't find
literally
it.
No
nothing
way.
is working on my stream.
Yeah. I might have to go feed myself to the monster.
I guess so.
You're a monster. Also, my sanity's running low.
It's gonna eat your brains.
You're gonna eat more than my brains. You're gonna eat my head, and not the head on my head.
It's gonna eat your hot dog.
He liked my hot dog. I like it too. I like my hot dog too. Good hot dog.
It's working now.
I
Where
don't
the
see no
fuck
dang
is
keys
this
nowhere.
fucking key,
Thank
bruh?
you, Twitch, for finally having like a buffer time so I can restart my stream really fast.
Hey Rizzler, come diddle me. I want to be diddled. Diddle me like that hot dog you did last night, innit?
You chewed it, ain't it?
Why is
Diddle
that
me like
torso
Ringo
still
Starr.
moving? Oh my god, dude. Oh
Diddle
god,
me like that
Alexa's
dingle
fine.
that they diddle Ringo
Diddler,
Starr.
What?
I want to be diddled. Oh, sanity's gone. Hi, Smileys. Hello, gentlemen. Bob's your uncle.
I like how you
He just starts saying,
exploded. Oh god.
the little man. Okay.
Bob's your uncle. I exploded.
We gotta start from zero, right?
My pussy exploded. I squirted.
Sorry, I'm on my period, dude.
Oh, lordy.
You're gonna get us
Lordy.
banned.
Never. Maybe just a little bit.
No keys.
I can show my.
Like I
ID.
tell all my friends when they say, "Oh, you're gonna say something to get yourself banned," and I'm like, "Bro, Twitch hasn't banned me yet. I doubt they ever will."
And it's like we're not big enough for them to care, I think.
Exactly. I'm not big enough for Twitch staff to come in here and go, "Did he just say squirted?"
You mean the deer staff?
Yeah, we don't want that deer coming in here. She got all the power, remember?
Oh yeah.
What about me?
I have power. No, not that deer. Like the person who actually thought they were a deer.
In real life.
Oh, I
Yeah.
remember that.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Took me a minute to know what
Twitch
you're
definitely
talking
dropped the ball with that one.
Oh, the monster is here. That's done.
Hello, you're not my friend. Fuck you.
about. Oh, oh.
I'm gonna drink this right in front of your face. Watch me. Oh yeah. Suck dick.
That was funny.
That was funny, wasn't it? I was aura farming
Somebody got
101.
clip. Yo, somebody
Somebody
got
clip
clip
it.
that
Somebody
part.
clip it.
Clip it.
Somebody
You're
clip me
not my
aura
friend.
farming
You're
that
not having
motherfucker.
self-
Oh, he's coming, he's coming. Or a farming failed. Or a farming
Oh, he's coming for me.
failed.
He's coming for me.
Quick, jump on the table.
Will that help?
Why the fucking music
Yeah.
on my Spotify became so epic?
Can you not?
I don't like that. I mean, you could jump over the table and run him around. She's trapped in the room with me, technically.
Well, like, if I keep him in here, then Vashu could get all the keys and do everything and be safe.
I have one
technically.
key right now. Who else is? How many keys we have in total? Or just
I had
mine?
one on me, but I should be in the inventory for all of us, so could be
Okay,
two.
What am I
so there's
gonna
two more.
do? He's
Honestly, just
facing
stay
the
there and
door.
watch him watch the door. As long as he doesn't turn around, you're Gucci.
I like how your body's just twitching on the floor.
Everybody do that dinosaur. Oh, there's another one.
Yeah, there's another one with me. I think there is one for each player.
Open the door.
No, there's
on
usually
the door.
two.
Everybody walk the dinosaur.
Okay.
But
Can I play with him?
do you have all four?
Yep, I think so.
All right,
Yes,
you're
we
gonna have
have
to
all four.
run. Yeah, you're gonna have to run and click all of them.
I did.
Yeah, you have to like run, hit one, and then run and hit all the other ones
I'll just be running. Okay.
simultaneously, type shit. Yeah,
I didn't mean to
the door
do
should
that.
open. I don't think. Yeah, there you go.
Eh,
Let's go through the
as
door.
long
We're
as
good.
he's
Oh, I was
As
the
long
last
as
one.
he's
What the fuck?
Yay, we
trapped
made
in
it!
the
Hey,
room
we're
with us.
alive.
Yeah.
He's in
trapped
the
in the room
room.
with our corpses.
He's trapped with us in the room.
That was
Grab a
actually really
flashlight and some
clever, you
air.
know?
I'm enjoying. Yeah,
I don't have a
Kept one of them at
flashlight,
bay.
I can't see
right there.
anything.
There's a flashlight and I'm
There's
water
a
right there.
flashlight.
All right, so this
There's a
one we have to
flashlight.
find a random fucking
There's one
elevator.
on the floor. Oh, really?
Yup.
And what kind of monsters do we gotta deal with?
More skin stealers.
Yeah,
no!
more recharts.
I
Yup.
don't wanna.
And there's rooms that you can hide in to get away from them. So if you see them, yeah, jump in one of those rooms and you'll close the door automatically behind you.
Oh my god.
But right now we're essentially trying to find the room that has the door, like one of those doors, but there's an elevator behind it.
Okay. A room with a door with an elevator behind it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
sometimes it's
run
on
right
the first
into
floor,
them.
sometimes it's on the second floor, sometimes it's just randomly in like the first
How much
floor
am I
before you open
insanity?
type shit.
It's
Into the monster. Oh yeah, the British food. Yeah, Billy, he
Did you
sent
like
me
the
a
British
video of a
food I sent
British
you?
guy. I can't even say it on stream because it'll get me banned.
Hello.
Did he Bob's your uncle?
Well,
Open.
they have some food
can open
over
this
there
out.
that's got, you know, they got some names to their foods.
Mmm.
That's the F word and then spotted dick. I could say spotted dick, but I can't say the other one.
The F word I actually know it mainly for the cigarettes, not for the food.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Apparently, there's a British food that has the same word as the cigarettes.
Oh.
Huh.
It's like a meatball and gravy kind of thing.
You
I
mean
don't know.
the same word that Asher's been saying that I've been saying every time I'm drunk on Fortnite?
Yeah. Yep.
Don't tell her that.
I mean, I don't remember that. I'm taking your word for that.
Oh no, you definitely said it.
The funny thing is that I don't even, it's not even a word that I actually
But there was
use.
a catalyst. There
I
was
don't
a
think-
catalyst.
the
And I'm not
last
gonna
time
sit there and act like
I
Oh.
I'm not gonna sit there and act like
I literally
said it,
started
'cause I've
using
said
that
plenty of
word.
words that I probably shouldn't say. But I'm doing anyway.
I hear the monster.
Yeah, you're the only one alive.
It's-
Just a heads up.
It's down,
No
it's down, by
way.
the way. If you get down, you're gonna see the monster.
Oh no. Why am I the only one alive? But this is a very
I think you
bad.
can do it.
But then again, I also feel like
the command is working. Yeah.
our generation new
Aye.
words didn't have, didn't hurt people unless you made them, did them in order to hurt people.
Didn't catch it.
Like the word retard. Anybody who thought that was a
Okay.
slur is an idiot.
Okay.
Oh my god, why do I keep ending up right back here?
Just keep walking, 'cause you gotta go downstairs.
Oh,
Just
I don't
creep
even know
walk.
where the stairs are.
Creep
How
walk.
about you guide me? Tell me which way to go.
Okay, if
George.
you go straight
Okay.
to the right,
Mm-hmm.
go around the area there, and go
Okay.
and then keep going straight up that way. And then when
Okay.
you get to the end of that, turn to your left.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh,
not
crap.
there. The other left.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, you'll see it downstairs to your right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Turn to
to
your right.
left.
That's
The other right,
that's your
the other
left.
right, the other right, the left.
Right.
Oh.
There you go. Well, be careful,
Our
because
bodies
we
are
died.
right next to each other. Pick up the almond milk.
Okay.
Careful. He's around there somewhere.
Directionally check.
Careful, the creep walker might be next to you.
I mean, it could be worse. My friend's dyslexic, and I literally had to tell him tell her A or D in order to get him
Oh
to go
god,
left
you
or
guys
right.
are so dead.
Oh yeah,
the thing
we're
is that
super
I just
dead.
walked down. I saw a red suit. I
bloody
said,
almond
"Oh,
water."
there's like no, it's a monster." Because right as soon as I saw the dead body, he transformed.
Bloody almond water, yummy.
Where should I go?
Just keep searching
Just
for
adds
an
a little bit of
elevator.
iron.
Oh my god. Let's see what this is. Oh
She said,
shoot.
"Did you love me?"
You'll know it when you find it,
Yeah.
because it won't be an empty room. It'll be a big room with a green gate.
Oh, there's another
An
layer
elevator.
down?
You can go down the
Should
next
I
layer,
go?
but I would say keep looking at
Okay.
that one first. But yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, go down to the third one. I think it's always on the third one, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I heard the chirp
Motherfucker,
again.
I heard that shit too.
Who
I don't
did
know the
that?
thing clipping works, but I think I lost the one that made you once I figured this out. The
It was
one
Bosch.
you made me once
He always
when
does it.
Ay, ay, ay. I think I hear monster noises.
Just remember, run in one of those rooms.
I mean, the
you'll close
clipping,
the door
you
behind
have to save it on Discord, by the way, in order for it to work correctly.
If I could find a room.
What?
I mean, you found the back room.
The back
Backrooms. Jake, show me you.
I'm not finding very many doors.
You got this. Keep looking.
Yeah. Okay.
It's so dark. Bless you. Here's a door.
God damn. I was like
Man.
8 sneezes
Oh,
in a row.
John, my jaw hurts now. Fuck.
Too many
By the way,
sneezes.
Scene also fell
Right there, right
asleep,
there.
or
Check that
he's-
door. Check that door.
This
Go back to your
way.
left.
No. Okay.
Go straight.
There's. Okay. Right here.
Right,
Check
yeah.
that one, yeah.
Oh my god, he was
Don't
just
go back, don't go back, don't go back.
Excuse me.
Why'd you leave?
Damn.
You right as the monster came and then you came out and
was
got
just
killed.
right behind you.
Oh my god, that was good. That was fucking good.
That was too scary.
That was so good.
You can't leave me as the last one alive.
Oh my god, I'm crying.
That was so good. Somebody clipped that
God.
shit.
Why my tears are so acid? Why it burns my eyes, my own tears? Oh shit.
Salty, man. Salty tears.
Yes. I'm South Bay with my tears right now. Oh my god, I was laughing too hard.
That was so fucking good.
Hey, at least you guys are alive again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alive to suffer. Why are we here?
That's
Just to
right.
suffer?
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear.
I'm gonna Metal Gear until it's solid.
Damn right. My gear is always
I'm gonna go
solid.
down right away.
It's rock solid. When I
God,
hear
this
you
place is so
say
hard to see.
My name.
It's-
By the way, be careful when you're lowering on level 2. It's the monster is right on the entrance.
Oh yeah.
Oh no!
Oh, I see a little fucker.
That's the locked door.
Careful, he's here.
Where?
I don't know.
Of my
Yeah, I
ass.
saw.
I found the elevator. It's level 2. Level 2.
Well, okay. Which way do we go? Left or right?
Level 2. Go down. Go down and go left. All the way left.
I
Okay.
see where you are. I'm here. Where are you?
Hey,
Who is
look.
there?
Get in here. Close
Okay.
the door. Let's go.
Yay, we
That was
did
fast.
it.
Thank God.
Yeah. After a good reset. After Alma died.
I never would have found it.
That was funny.
I just was because of sheer luck. I was just opening every single door.
Yay, now we get to open the hub. The hubbity hubbity hub.
Okay. What
Hubbity
do we
hubbity
do
hub.
here?
Well, first we go this way.
Oh. Okay. Oh, it's very dark
Oh.
in here.
The hubbity hubbity
go.
hub.
Oh.
How about it?
Yeah.
Escape the habitable
We gotta
zone.
go. We gotta go to the control room and activate the next area. It's over here.
Okay.
Okay.
At least you know your way around.
I sure do.
Sorry, man.
Meg.
Yeah, that's computer stuff. Let's see.
What? Wait, is that a monster? Did I follow a monster or is that you?
No, there's no monsters here.
Oh, there's no monsters? Okay. Because you're
Oh, yeah,
standing
we're
there
good.
being all creepy, so I'm
He
like...
is
I'm
the
working on the computer. What do you want me to do?
computer.
This is my face.
I just got worried.
This is my face. What do you want from me?
Oh, so he's just that ugly, huh?
Damn, it's crazy. I don't know how I feel about that.
Let's go. Open that Meg door.
Are you hacking?
Yes.
You're hacking the computer?
Trying to.
From this Meg door.
Good thing we don't have a monster chasing
Hacking
us.
the
We'd
computer.
all be dead by now.
Why we let Grandpa be the hacker?
Oh, I'm literally squinting at the screen trying to fucking see what I'm doing.
Thank you for all the clipping you're doing there.
I
Mr.
literally
Bellbolt.
don't know what I'm supposed to do. I've
Can,
never done this. Everybody else has done this.
Gotta
for
get
me
a
'cause I'm
hoya.
confused.
You want one of us to take a crack at it?
Hang on.
Can I get a hoya?
Told you boy, tell them.
Let's just have a rave party while we wait. Doots, 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 doots,
Doots,
doots,
doo-doo-doo,
doots,
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 doo-doo-doo, doot, doot, doo-doo-doo, doot, doot,
You're
doo-doo.
stupid.
I like to mob it, mob it.
I like to move it, move it. You like to
You like to
move it.
move it. Do I have music in here? Literally the only song I have on my soundboard is
Fuck.
The mean
Thanks.
music.
Thanks. This is how I feel every single day. You know what? What are you doing? I can't deal with this shit right now. I can't with the fucking Wii music. It's killing me. Hello, princess.
So, like, what
Dude,
are you
I need to
doing?
get the soundboard of fucking Papa Meat doing the Jimmy Neutron or the fucking Carl Weezer.
Oh
fucking
my
going,
God.
Jimmy, I need you to make me in a place I can shoot myself.
What
Carl,
are you
let's go,
doing?
Carl. Jimmy, I don't care. I just want to die.
I have no idea what to do here, so throw that at that.
Oh my God, emissary from hell. Survived.
So,
Minha nossa senhora.
Prove it that you're Spider-Man.
Caralho,
Yeah, again, I'm just tormenting her with the call wizard usually. So yeah.
Jimmy, you really want to die?
Spider-Man does whatever a
Yeah.
Spider-Man can. He's the
I
man.
got. Did I ever show you that, Alma?
What?
The fucking
What?
Papa Me does Carl Weezer. I want to kill myself. That shit was
I don't
hilarious.
think so.
Oh
Whoa,
my
what's
god, it
that
was
up
so
there?
funny.
Wow.
I'm gonna look up
I'm
a
just
guide.
gonna
I don't know
hump
how to
the
do
pillar
this.
here. I'm having a
yo.
relationship with this
Hey,
pillar.
yo.
LG,
sure.
okay. I'm almost there. I'm hacking it.
Is this a
my
poly
hacking
pillar?
it.
Is this how you
There you
hot
go.
pipe?
Poly
Guys.
pillar.
Guys,
This pillar's a hot
what?
pipe.
Stop piping down.
Never. I'm piping down till I'm done. Damn it! Tell me what to do. Oh fuck my life! Another one. Oh okay, this one's easy.
That was
You're
so
fucking
funny.
dying, bro.
Ooh,
Okay. Now the power's on.
Oh my god, that was hilarious.
God.
We're gonna try to get
Cannot.
the door open and we're just humping the pillar.
I don't know who you are.
Liking this.
I don't
And
know
then I
what you
just
want.
see you
I
guys
will look for you,
going down, up and
I
down,
will find
bouncing
you.
on it crazy style on a pipe.
and I will kill you.
One bounce on its greasy style.
No, you said it yesterday, crazy style. Welcome. What's the password?
Diaphragm
It
is
heard
going
you.
into spasm. It's so hard, my diaphragm is going into spasm.
It basically just type in random letters and it'll go through.
It's not
Yeah.
writing
It's
down
good. It's good.
anything.
We got it.
Okay.
Oh,
Nice.
jeez Louise. Ba-ba-ba.
There you go.
I think we got it.
Are you sure we're good? And it's
Password.
not that we actually have to write something?
I wrote wiener. That didn't work. I guess they don't like that.
I think it's not a random password.
It's
is
not.
it
You have to type in "it
Backrooms?
heard you."
Oh, it heard you? Oh, well, thanks for telling me. Okay.
I said
it
that
heard
earlier. I'm
you.
not gonna lie.
Oh, I was laughing too hard.
There we go. I'm in.
Oh, wow. Now what do I do?
Now we open level Z or the garage. No, the gate.exe is what you have to run.
Okay.
All right, what's the password?
Gotcha.
It heard you.
Oh, literally. Oh, okay. I thought that. Okay.
It's done. We can leave. The
Okay.
gate's open now.
Sweet. Which way do we go, George?
I'm gonna go enjoy my pool now.
Okay. Game, please. Okay, this game just bugged again.
Bounce on it, Gracie style.
No, I don't want to write on the chat, please.
Don't look at me. I'm practicing. Practicing for
Are
when
you
this doesn't work
cheating
out and I
on
become a
me with
For
stripper.
some reason. Okay, there you go.
It really looks like I'm fucking humping.
He's pulling his cock out!
He's pulling his cock out.
Oh my god!
Where the fuck are you?
We're in the freaking room with the pole that we were humping. Where are you?
Oh, okay, you were on the ball. I thought you were. Okay, you're piping down. Okay.
We're piping down the pipes. Get down the utility style. Pen pineapple, my papple, and your pen.
Oh.
I don't fucking know.
This is how you play Backrooms.
This is how we play Backrooms. We get back in her womb and we make a baby. Oh, you know which one to play. You know which one to play.
You have that on your soundboard.
Come in my ass and call me Obama.
Oh my god, that was bad.
Bad or
Thank you for the cock
hilarious?
screaming, man. I love you too, baby.
Oh, here we go. Level 1. Call me Obama.
He's like that Spider-Man BND scene. What of all scenes?
All right.
There are quite
You
a
see
few-
these guys?
Yeah.
Stay in the
What do I
light.
do?
If you're in the dark, they kill you.
Holy
Oh.
shit!
The lights go on and off.
Oh no.
And during the phase that they're on, wait for, if you see the flicker, that means they're about to go off again. Why is this not opening now? What the fuck? Open the damn door! Damn! Yeah, you see
Okay,
how
so
it's
we have to
light
stay in the
now, and when
light.
it flickers, you gotta wait for, you're gonna want to wait for it to not flicker like immediately.
Uh-oh.
So, like,
Okay.
that'd be good. Go.
So it's like red light, green light.
Basically. But the green light is, if those faces catch you, you're dead.
Oh.
Like that.
It's okay to be
Coked up, dick sucking.
You were! Until the face said, no, you weren't.
Oh my god.
The face was like, hit me in my hot mouth.
Alright, let's go.
I'm feeling romantical.
Hurry, 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 hurry. They're coming.
Oh crap.
Woo, you almost
Oh,
didn't
you
make
were
it.
so close. He was following you already.
Ooh.
Alright, now we gotta check the doors for the hallway.
Okay.
So as soon as we find the hallway, we can get the hell out of here.
Yay.
Alright, so now pay attention to the lights, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
If they don't flicker right away, that gives you time. But when you go,
Okay.
don't run immediately because you have low stamina. Only start running when you hear the flicker.
Oh, okay.
So this way you can cover more ground quicker.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, always pay attention to the flicker, though. If it doesn't flicker right
I'm so
away,
sad
like,
that
see
the
how it
mic
flickered
is-
really quick?
Isn't
That's-
catching the
you don't wanna
kids'
go there.
screams I'm making. Really? The stream is not catching them?
Alright. I think we can go now.
Shit, I'm just shitting my ass on the stream for nothing.
So
God
slow
damn
and
it.
about halfway through, then you're gonna want to run.
Let me turn off the
Go, go,
mic
go, go, go.
settings then so I can.
Don't slow
everyone
down
can
now.
hear me.
You're gonna be killed, bro. There we go. We found it.
Okay, good.
Oh, yay. That was
All right.
lucky.
Okay, noise removal, remove.
So this part
Okay.
is even more fun.
Oh
Because
my
if you
god,
look,
what's in here?
all right. So we're gonna go down that way,
Okay.
and then when we get down that way, we then have to run back this way. And when you run back this way, hug this wall because there will be a
Okay.
spot where the wall divots. Well, like you'll see these divots, but there will be a wall with a divot that has a whole ass like hallway in it, and you're gonna have to dip into there before the monster gets you.
Okay.
Oh, that
Alright.
sounds lovely.
But we're gonna have infinite
Okay.
stamina running through that side, so we're good. So we're gonna go this way. This way
Oh.
leads to fun.
Sounds like
Okay, I'm gonna make a
terrifying.
test stream. Don't
stuff.
worry. So tell me if you can hear it now.
I hear ya.
See, like
Oh,
that
I'm
gate's
scared.
closed. We can't get to
Yeah,
that
okay.
I
gate
feel like this is a clump level.
yet.
Okay,
No,
we're something
it's not a
good.
clump, sadly. It's worse.
No. Oh my god.
I think I've only seen the creature once, and it was not fun. Just-
Yeah,
I hear it.
I hear something walking.
I don't like that noise. He's clump. He's clump. He's skyard that chirp.
Welcome to my hell. Now you know what I deal with every fucking day.
Well, almost every single day.
Almost. All right, if you need a flashlight, there's one there.
I
You
need a
see it
flashlight, though.
right there?
What do I do?
Run!
What do I do?
Go! Run! You're blocking me! Go!
Holy crap, I'm gonna run out of steam.
Keep running! Keep running! Don't stop! Don't stop!
Oh my god. Oh, we have infinite stamina for reals?
Yeah, that's why I said
Yeah.
don't stop. All right, wait for the divot. You'll see it coming up.
Gotta find the
Right.
right one.
It's there.
Nope, keep going. Don't stop. I'm telling you, don't stop right here.
Oh shit. Oh. Oh. Okay. Woo,
And now
made
we're in the
it.
doggy level.
Oh
Doggy?
no!
Oh
the
no, we
doggy
went
stuff.
backwards. Fuck.
Oh
We
really?
did.
Went the wrong
oh,
way.
No, we went the. Oh no!
Why it gave me the Oh yeah. why
Well,
it gave
shit.
me
Now we gotta
the-
find the door again
Oh no!
because it moved.
Okay, at least I got an
Did?
opportunity to.
Apparently,
I have infinite stamina right now, by the way.
I would stay right there if I were you.
Oh, not anymore.
gonna
There is
die.
not infinite stamina.
I don't like this.
Shit. Shit. I'm
Uh-oh.
dead. I'm not dead. You almost died.
That was so close.
Damn it.
Oh no!
What the hell did we not run too far enough? That's weird. Fuck you.
Oh, there's nothing here. I found
Fuck.
it.
Nope. All right, go through it. We're heading over there now.
On the other side, actually.
Yeah, I see that.
All right, get ready to run.
Yeah, we're gonna run. Nope, not that way.
Oh shit, that one was fast. Goodbye.
Yeah, we're screwed. I'm dead. Wait, I'm not dead? It got almost dead.
Oh, you got up.
That's crazy. He ran right past me. He was right there, dude. That's crazy.
I died so that you may live.
I mean, now you have every single shadow on your side.
Avenge me.
Oh. There you go.
We're good. Wait, so how the hell did we end up on the wrong side? 'Cause that was the one we found before, wasn't it?
I don't
They
know
said,
how
nah,
we
I
did
see
that.
woman. Your word. They said woman, bye. Okay, the door's supposed to be up here, though.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Or
it's
to
just
the
closed
right
by a
door?
gate, and then you go through it when you get chased by the creature in the face.
No, it was following us, but the gate was closed still.
That's what I'm saying. You're supposed to. It's supposed to open once you get to him.
It was not open though.
Oh, maybe we have to go this way. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can go this way. That's what it was. Oh, that killed me. God damn it! I forgot the steam kills you.
Okay.
Oh no!
Damn it, Gabe.
Go underneath it.
What do we go? Oh,
Crap.
dang.
Damn, bro, that's your diggle?
That's my diddle. My big old diddle. All right, now you're gonna run down there and you're gonna get chased, and then you're gonna have to run back the other way. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
And then there's a door you're gonna have to go through at the end of the hall.
Okay, I hope you're
Yeah.
right.
I hear the cripple.
As long as it's the way it's supposed to be, then yes. Oh wait, there you go. You found it.
Oh.
It was already open.
Oh, there you go. That works.
Yeah. Hey.
Damn, that was
That was-
hot. You're dumb. I hate you for that. All right, now
Oh,
we're
wait,
in the
wait a
doggy
second.
area.
Okay, so what is the doggy area about?
So we got to go
Is it-
through and power on these. Hold on. You should be able to see them over here somewhere. Oh wait, no, not yet. We got to go through here first. So we gotta go in and do a circuit, a bunch of circuit board thingies and power them on. Like, oh right, here you go. These things. We have to do 3 at each area.
Oh.
And there's gonna be like little circuit board mini games that you have to do. But all the while there are these dogs that will try to kill you. But if you flash your
that
flashlight at them, it makes them run away.
Blind it and run. Oh.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna tell you
Sounds-
what the dogs look like. You're gonna find out on your own.
Oh lord.
Nobody tell her.
Do they look like Resident Evil freaking dogs?
They do not. It's way worse.
Worse.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
Resident Evil
that was
dogs are
terrible.
not the worst design of
No.
dogs in this way. They're really mild, to be honest. They are just dogs with blood all over them.
Like zombies, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, those are powered on. I need a flashlight. There we go.
You need a flashlight.
I need a flashlight, yes.
Your fleshlight.
Hey.
I mean, I already told you about the conversation Mount and I had one day when we literally just woke up.
Did you? Because I didn't hear about that.
I told you to you once that it was,
yeah, I just
like
hit all, turn them all on, basically.
that's what I'm doing, but I cannot go back.
Shouldn't have to. There you go.
No? No.
Stop it. Get some
That
Oh,
one's-
okay, I have to
yeah.
turn it all, okay.
Yeah, all of them. On.
Okay,
There
it
you
was
go.
big. Okay, it was everything. I thought it was only the red one because I didn't know that I can interact with the rest. But the conversation I had with Maun was literally, what
Ready?
can be a better flashlight, a squirrel or a fish?
Why a
Yeah.
squirrel, though?
I don't know. She was the one who proposed the squirrel for some reason. I said the fish.
I mean, yeah, because there's literally a fish that looks like a fleshlight.
Exactly.
It's like
This
I don't
is
know. It's like
something
a
I
clear.
never
It's
knew
literally
about.
a clear creature that has an entrance and an exit, and it doesn't eat anything. And I don't know. It literally looks like a fleshlight. People call
These
it
are
the
things
Forbidden
I
Sea
would not know
fleshlight.
about for obvious reasons.
All right, you guys ready for
I mean,
doggies?
maybe if you use a strap, and I think you can interact
No.
with both sides.
Shut up.
Mom says y'all don't see the vision. There is no vision to see.
The only mission I see there is about 10 months in prison. In a restraining order against animals.
Uh,
I mean,
my
if you
God.
eat the fish, nobody will know. It's already marinated, huh?
oh, God.
Marinate my fish before I eat it.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Alright, you ready?
Extra salty.
You're ready to
No.
blind this fucker.
I am not ready.
Well,
I mean-
you have to
Just to be
ready.
aware, I'm living with this woman,
Go ahead.
and she's the love of my life.
I'm just gonna stay in this room forever. It was nice knowing
Get your ass over here and deal with this dog.
you. I know where you are.
Hello, Uncle Jimmy.
Right here. Where'd you go?
He just went running.
So you flash it and then you run.
Yeah. You flash
Yeah,
it a
you
couple
flash
times and
it.
then it runs away from you. Yeah, I got
Oh
it.
yeah, it don't like being flashed.
I got them. I got
I
them.
like being flashed, please.
I like being flashed.
Oh my god.
Man,
have
I
no
sure wish Cottontail would flash me. I'm just kidding.
Clip that and set it to Cottontail.
idea.
Please, I'd be so lucky.
Okay, I got one done. Hello.
I don't really know what I'm looking for.
You are looking for circuit board boxes. Like
Hell
that's
yeah!
what
I got flashed.
we're- Damn. Lucky. But don't flash me like that. Fuck off, dog. Fuck off, dog.
I'm just like lost. I've been going around in the same rooms over and over again.
Well, there's your first problem. Stop walking around the same room.
Yeah.
Like, I get to this door, but it's locked. You know?
Because you're at
It
the wrong
doesn't
door.
open.
I think.
It's so funny because I literally just hear the room's door and she's still walking towards me. I need to say these things more out loud than when I'm streaming, huh?
I guess. Lucky son of a bitch.
They run like I run to the 3 a.m.
Damn. That's crazy. Wow, you were crazy. Come on, Vosh, get your ass in here. I think we got the last 3 that we needed here. Pretty sure.
This one is-
I'm like still in the starting area. I don't know how to get to where
Alright,
you
we're
guys
coming to
are.
get you, you goober.
I'm lost. I've been wandering around the same area over and over and over again.
Excuses.
Ask and
Excuses.
you
She
shall
doesn't
see.
want to
I
do anything.
Thank you,
I
sweetheart.
haven't. I
She just
haven't
wanted to
even gotten
avoid the
to see dog.
monsties.
But I
She's
have
been
been
lucky. She
trying
didn't
to.
saw the munchies. She didn't saw the Uncle
Word.
Larry's. Oh, Insanity. Fuck, I didn't check it.
Oh, you got to see the Uncle Larry's in the other game. Holy Jesus Christ! All right, where are
They
you?
were funny.
I forgot to check for the Insanity levels.
Oh, you died.
Yep. I see all black, by the way.
Oh shit! I need.
Oh.
What do I do? What happened? I must.
You're
be
dying from
insanity.
insanity because you never took any
Oh.
almond water.
I
Get
don't
them.
have any after I died the last time.
Where are you? I don't know where
Okay,
you are.
I took almond water.
Good. I don't know where I am either. So.
Oh, it feels
Well, that's not helping
50%.
me,
That's
Eddie.
good.
You might as well go on without me and let me die.
Okay, there is.
You little weasel.
Insanity.
You weaselly little fall.
Oh shit!
She's
This
weaseling
is
her
a
way
new
out of it.
room.
Oh yeah, now she finds the room when I'm trying to give her almond water. You fucker.
Where are
Get
you
your ass
guys?
over
Oh,
here.
There you are. Help me.
Take it. Take it now.
Drink it.
Right there on the ground.
Oh, thank you.
You're gonna
Oh, you
deal
got
with this
cigarettes?
dog. Wait, who
You
the
got
hell
some
are you?
Marlboro Red?
I thought you died.
No, I didn't. At the end, it seems that I only need to drink because I had some almond water in my inventory. You just have to drink
Oh.
it. It gives you like a timer for that.
Yeah, you don't die right away.
Yeah, I thought I just immediately died because I just started seeing black.
That's just a
I don't
warning
want to
that
live
you're
on this planet
critical.
anymore.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore either.
I hear.
All right,
dogs.
don't walk into electric pools, you'll die.
Oh.
Also, doggy over here. You see the doggy? Yeah, the doggy with the human face. Yeah, that fucking gremlin.
That is not a dog.
That's a dog.
Oh my God.
Open the door. Go.
Close it, close it. I think you
I
left
can't
her on the other
see.
door.
Oh, I can't
Oh,
see.
did I? My bad.
Yeah, you killed her.
She walking. Watch it. He's right next to you.
Oh, she almost ran on towards me.
I should have re-equipped my flashlight. See where I was going.
I don't think this was that enemy. So that's probably another dog. Another dog, run! Close the door, close the door!
I'm trying. You're
Back
opening.
down!
God.
Blind that, go, 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 go! I'll blind it.
Getting.
Yeah,
I do
gotta
not
check
like
this
the
real quick.
noises they make.
You just sound like a rap song.
Sir, if you don't close that damn door behind you.
Sorry, I had to get in first.
Alright, go, go, go. Get in here. Alright. Close the door behind you.
It's closed. The thing is, it closed it, and you try to close, so we open it.
Alright. Another one.
Uh-oh. Oh, God.
Here it is. Okay. Oh shit.
On second board?
Yeah,
Do it.
I'm on it. Sec.
I got it busy.
Oh, my God. Look at that thing.
Uncle Larry.
There you go.
He's the Uncle Larry of this game. I get here.
Oh, there's a crawly hole.
Yep, you can hide in here for a minute.
Just love to sit back and watch you guys play the scary stuff while I can be nice and happily dead.
Exactly.
What is that noise? Is that a soundboard noise?
Yes.
Yes. That's the sound
no,
of
insanity
disappointment.
again. And I don't have
Guess who's
almond milk.
back? Back again. Crazy's back. Don't tell your friends.
I'm probably gonna die anyways, so yeah.
That's
It's
fine.
all on
gonna
you
kill me.
to do it, Slayer. You gotta do
I'm
it.
still alive, but insanity is gonna kill me. I haven't seen
Yeah.
any almond milk. Oh shit!
Don't
Oh, hello,
waste-
Uncle Larry.
Uncle Larry, what you
Man, I
doing
tell you,
there?
that almond milk and candy bar was wasted on me.
Oh,
You should have
candy
gave
bar
it
over
to
here.
Bashu.
How the fuck you got there?
I went around in the hole.
Oh shit.
Here, I think I can drop it. Where'd it go?
Can you get it through the door?
Where do you put it?
I don't know. I dropped it.
Yeah, you.
Oh,
did
did
drop
it just disappear out of
It just
reality?
disappeared, yeah.
Guess so, yeah.
Glitched.
I don't even think there's a freaking circuit board over here, is there? I feel like there is. Oh yeah, it's in
a little
here.
bit freaky. You like stay on. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna die.
Oh yeah, it's these ones.
Oh shit. Oh, okay, I died.
It's all up to you now.
One down a bitch. There we go. That one's done.
Yay! How many are left?
I'm not sure.
Around 6 or 7.
6,
Funny.
7.
You want to see something funny about the 6, 7?
Bip, 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 bip.
Oh.
What about it?
I have the emote.
Come on, Slayer, carry.
Yeah,
What?
I know what you're like. So
Carry
naughty.
us, we're
I've got
scrubs.
exactly what you've been begging for. Something
I am the scrubbiest
super
of all the
goofy.
scrubs.
This shit is so silly
get
it'll have you
carried through
dressing up
almost
like a
every
clown just to
level.
fit the vibe.
Oh, here it is. It's the last one.
Yay! Oh,
Should be
you're
It was so funny that door appeared behind you because you left the door open.
He shouldn't appear
Yeah.
at all after he goes in the hallway. He's pretty much gone for the rest of the time. Oh, okay, this is weird.
You have to make
Is
them
it-
like connect to the same color.
Is it not working?
It's almost like I played this before.
I don't know. With the amount of level of retarded you sometimes have, I just want to remind you just in case.
The level of my retarded? Okay, let's not get on the level of your retarded, sir.
I mean, I died to insanity because I don't have all my mail, so not that retarded.
Look, I'm a psychopath. I'm open about that. That's why you guys like me for some fucking reason.
You want a psycho to open your ass path?
I'll open your ass, Ayo.
I see the hearse of
Oh
Uncle Larry
no,
on
do
the
you
other
have
side
a
of the wall.
flashlight?
The hounds of hell are coming for me. Fuck you! Fuck you, you dirty bitch! Dirty bitch! Bro, you got a neck beard. Get out of here. Fucking neck beard.
Yeah, why, by the way, why the fuck they have to give the dog a neck beard?
I don't know. Why not, I guess.
It's off. So, if they have a neck beard, they are technically redneck, so that means the Backrooms is in Louisiana?
Probably. Have you met Captain Clark?
No.
Well, watch
I
the
met,
movie.
I met Captain Kirk. He got
Fucking
shot.
stupid ass.
Oh, look, a hole in the wall.
Yeah, this is
Whoa.
all the doors are open now, so I can just walk my way back. Boozy on back.
We are Charlie Kirk.
No, we're not doing that. Never fucking that.
Oh no. Oh, there's nothing in that hole.
We
Where
are
you
not.
even
We are
going?
not. No, never. I don't know anything about Charlie Kirk, but I'm not going there.
Nope. Never heard of them. Don't know what they
I
think.
just
Exactly,
see,
don't even wanna hear
my-
about it.
My timeline was
Gucci.
just so saturated with the memes of that song.
That was like when fucking you know who said the you know what word, and I was like, nope, we don't co-sign that shit. Not here, buddy. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, I'm gonna die. That's exactly
mean-
how I feel about that situation. I don't
You mean the
co-sign that shit.
starfish
Get that shit out of
situation?
my face. Yeah, the starfish H word situation. I don't
I
co-sign
still
that
need
shit
to
either.
re-edit so I can upload it again on TikTok.
All right, we made it. Let's
Yay,
go.
you did
Because it's hot, I guess. Who says you need almond milk to part your sanity? That's a big glory hole right there.
What?
Carl, that kills people.
No.
Carl, that's a gun, Carl.
Carl,
Jimmy, I
shooting
don't
people in
think
the
I can
neck
do it.
kills
You
them.
kill me
Didn't you
yourself,
know?
Jimmy, I want to go to Valhalla, Jimmy.
But Carl, you won't go to Valhalla if you kill yourself in my living room. Oh my fucking Christ almighty in heaven. I apologize.
Is there like
No,
an
you
endless
don't.
thunderstorm in this level?
I apologize to
sorry,
her,
those
not
are
to
the
you.
claps of my ass cheeks.
Keep closing it.
Open in your.
Open the door.
Why this room is so insane?
Oh, hey, Alma, come here.
What?
Go to that window.
No, it's
Go ahead. There's a friend there. You want to say hi? Let's give you a hug.
there. No. No.
Oh, he won't hurt you. He just stares at you. Let's go close.
Okay. Hi. Oh.
It won't hurt you, he said.
You want to try it too?
No, thanks.
You didn't talk to me.
Yeah, I had to initiate you.
Thank God I am smart enough to not believe you, bitch.
Mothman got me. I was trying to go through the damn door and he fucking got me.
Karma.
You got what you deserve for doing that to trick me.
Yeah, I kind of earned that.
You got your just
Karma's a
desserts.
bitch. I should have known better.
Amazing.
Open the door, more like fucking the door. Oh my fucking Christ, Ola.
I hate
That
those
was
Well,
funny.
you're
things
all on
big.
your own now, Bashu. Good
Yeah,
luck.
that's what I'm afraid of. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do now.
So essentially what you're looking for is a door that leads to a room with 4 vending machines and items in it, and that you're gonna find the code that way.
Okay.
Just stay away from the windows of your Gucci. I had to, I'm sorry. I had to initiate you. That takes you back to the hub. That'll bring us back to life
Oh.
anyway.
Will
Yeah,
that
I will
bring us
revive
back
you
to
somehow, I
life?
guess. Yes.
Yeah, now we're
Alive
back.
again. Whoa.
There we go, back to the office.
Yay, I'm alive, and this time I'm not falling for your bullshit.
For your bullshit.
My bullshit. Fuck your bullshit.
Your
Your
bullshit.
bullshit. Oh, that was too funny though. She's like, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm like, oh, no, you won't, grab.
Okay, okay, I thought we had you fixed.
That
I
was
think Mike would
hilarious.
appreciate that.
What was really funny though is how you got killed by it right after.
I know, I was trying to go to the damn doorway, and the little fucker grabbed me. I'm like, fuck you, man. I had that shit in the bag, man. Rude. Woo-hoo.
So we just gotta open like every single door we can.
Pretty much, until you find a room that has... Fuck you, man. I already paid it to your office, go away.
Oh wow.
Oh, I found it. I found the room. I found the room. It was
Yeah,
near. It was
that's
literally
it.
right near the Mothman.
Which of both Mothman?
Over here. Over here.
I love how you say over here. We don't know where it's here.
Well, you literally just walked past me, so.
I don't see you.
Hi. Over here.
Oh, there you go.
Hi. Over here.
Yeah.
You don't want to go give him a hug?
No. No.
You wanna grab your ass?
Hey. All right. So now we just gotta count the amount of items that are here and then put them in the vending machines. That's our code. So we got 4 water coolers.
So wait, we gotta count. We gotta do math.
We gotta do the maths.
So one.
We gotta do arithmetic. So we got 4 water coolers.
4, 5, 6, 7. 8.
6, 7.
Is
Is that chairs, I'm assuming?
Oh, we gotta count everything in the room?
Yeah, and then you press the button corresponding on the vending machine to the odd number of objects.
Okay, there's
1,
4
2, 3,
tables.
4,
There's
1,
5,
2,
6,
2, 3,
7, 6, 7.
4, 5.
7, 8. Yeah, 8 books.
7.
I'm pressing.
Wait, do the tables
You have to press
that
F
are
on
on
it
the
to like.
Yeah, I know
do
it is.
the
Yeah, for
tables
tables-
that are printed on the vending machine count?
Yeah.
How the
No,
fuck
no,
I
no,
get
no,
out
no,
of
no,
this?
no.
Press F again.
That
Yeah.
just shows you what you're supposed to be looking at.
1, 2, 3.
That's gonna be 4.
4, yeah.
Door
I'll let
should
you
have
guys
opened.
count because I keep losing count.
Count.
I'm really.
1, 2,
I
3, 4,
count.
5, 6,
I
7.
can't count.
6, 7. Okay, so that's 7. I put 8. That's why it's not working.
Let's see,
There you go.
let's say.
It should open now. Or not.
Oh.
What are we missing here? You should have 8 books. 1, 2,
4, 5,
3,
6,
4,
7.
5, 6, 7.
Oh, I get
8.
it now.
Yeah, there's 8. 3, 4, 5,
1,
6,
2,
7,
3,
8.
5,
4.
6, 7.
So what am I missing
I
here?
think there's
1,
7
2,
books?
3.
There are 5
4.
water bottles, not
2,
4.
3.
Oh,
Oh, there
man.
it goes.
There you go. We're in.
Yay!
Computer.
Oh,
Computer. Dora.
it's a computer.
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 Computo. Computo.
Computo.
Computo. So you want to be a
Very
computo?
dark in here.
My name is just like a computer.
Are you a computo? What'd you say to me, bitch? I
It's
said,
so
are you a
dark
computo?
in here. It's so dark in here. Is that a drink? Yes, it
I
is.
come for my puto.
Yum. Some Mountain Dew right there.
That is jungle juice. That's not
Mountain
actually what
Dew.
it's called, I don't think.
You wanna know how it feels to
Ah.
chew 5 gum?
Oh, how's
Gum
it
gum,
feel?
censor stimulate.
Whoa, look
How
at
it
this
chews the 5
computer.
gum feels. Gum gum, censor stimulate.
Just much of your foreskin.
He's like, wait, did I just have a stroke?
Yeah, probably you had.
You're saying it like that? Probably. Oh, I found the exit.
Oh,
Over here. I don't know where Alma is.
I'm cool. Yeah.
Oh, there.
You
There
don't
you go.
trust me?
So
No, that's
either
awesome.
you guys can run underneath the cameras and avoid them, or you can just run to the end and I'll hit the reset button.
What?
So this is like an obstacle course. You have to like watch. You can't run underneath the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't be seen by the cameras or it locks the door at the end.
Oh no.
But if someone's standing here and presses the reset button when you get there, it'll unlock the door for you.
Oh.
Let's try to do
Essentially
it like
taking
God
away the
intended first.
difficulty of the whole task. Also, there are fucking creatures at the windows, so you gotta be careful. So, either one of you want to stay here and press the button, or am I just gonna go? Or what do you want to go?
I'll press the button.
Okay, I'll go then. I know the whole path anyway, so I can pretty much
Alright.
avoid getting
Go
the
for
cameras.
it. Do you need me to press the button?
Not yet.
Why don't we press it right now?
I mean, you can press it whenever you want. It doesn't matter to me.
Beep. It beeped.
I don't like that.
Yep, you saw nothing.
Alright, reset it. Oh, wait, it's already open. Are you good, yo? You're just spamming the button.
Probably yes.
All right, you guys can come to the end, or you can go to the Mothman and get hugged. One or the other.
No.
I don't know what the route
Well, the
is.
door
so
just closed, so you got your
Uh-oh.
choices.
Mothman!
One of you Mothman, or the other one hits the button and resets it.
Whoa. Does a Mothman come inside and chase us?
No, but if you go to the window, he'll
Okay.
grab you, give you a nice hug.
As long as I stay away from the windows.
Yeah, but the problem is that you guys tripped the alarm already, so the door's locked. So
Oh.
what do you have to reset the button?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I see.
no.
It's spot on the beginning. You have to go to the beginning because I'm already at the end.
Oh, this Mothman's everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I said, just get a
Oh,
hug
I-
by one, and you'll be
You want
good.
to moth your ass.
Okay, here's a button.
Okay.
I pressed the
There you
button.
go.
It's clear.
Screw it, I'm gonna run through. Going back. I'm beating the button. She's beating that button like she beat her man's meat, probably.
Now be like,
So, when do I get to leave?
no, you press the button, you can leave.
Oh, where? Which way do I go?
Or just follow the open doors.
Yeah,
That's
go.
it.
Just
Okay.
run.
Oh my god, I went in a circle. I'm right back at the buttons.
Buttons are great. Yeah, I wish I could push more buttons. I like pushing people's buttons. It's fun.
We know you fucking do.
Damn straight.
The chirp again.
Just go. I got it.
The elusive ceiling bird.
Chirp.
Fuck you.
I saw that ceiling bird thing. That was funny.
Yeah. The elusive African ceiling bird. You want to bring your arm pass by? Go back, go back, go
no.
back.
Oh, I just got
Go
the
back.
joke. Jesus Christ.
Yes, she.
I
Fuck
tripped
you.
the alarm.
I'm gonna just run away through the door.
Why?
Just, I don't know. She just kept going.
You were at the
I
door.
was
What are
like,
you doing?
I'm literally just waiting here, and she just keep running on a straight line and just ignore the door.
Oh,
I'm gonna turn around.
I'm exhausted. I can't see. Wait, is that the door?
I'm just
Okay,
waiting here on the door, so if you see me, he's there.
I'm like stuck in a room or something. I can't see
Girl.
anything. I don't have a flash. Okay, I'm in a hallway now.
Oh, good Lord Almighty.
Which way do I go?
Good golly, Miss Molly.
Here,
There you
there you
are.
are.
Jeez, Lord
Yeah.
Christ.
She's here now. She triggered 3 freaking alarms at the same run. You can
My
press the button
God.
now, Slayer.
I'm going.
Press the button first.
I'm going to press it.
Oh, crowbar. What can I do with a crowbar?
There, go to the door.
I can
Throw
beat
these nuts.
people up with it?
If you go through that
We didn't
hole
fail. You guys are just
on the
turbo
outside of the
idiots.
door and go to the in through there, you'll see a funny
Okay.
little Easter egg.
Oh? Yeah,
I'm
you're
afraid.
trying to trick me, ain't you?
No, it was actually a funny Easter egg. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't trust you.
Okay.
Not after that first Mothman incident.
Hi, Betty! Yay! All right, you guys can leave.
Oh my god, I can't believe I survived a level.
Yeah, I
You
can't
got
believe you
lost,
did
so you-
too. That's crazy.
Whoa, this is fancy, yo.
Okay, grab your bug spray. You will need it.
Oh, look at this. That looks like, who is that? Looks like somebody famous.
Looks like a guy. Okay,
He's John
so
Buffalo.
if I can remember correctly, you start from youngest to oldest.
Okay, I got bug spray.
So what
So
do I
it's
have
the
to
young
do?
girl, then the man,
Yeah.
then I think this guy, and then the last one over there. Because this is the oldest guy, because he's balding and shit. Did it work? Did the door open? No, I don't think it did.
No.
So how does
So-
this puzzle go? Youngest
Well,
to
there's a
oldest?
clue here that
Youngest.
tells you, but I'm trying to remember what the fuck it
Give me a
was.
second. Give me a second, because I think
Either
I can-
youngest or oldest, or oldest
oh,
to youngest.
No, you did it on the opposite side. He's here, and then here.
The door didn't open, so.
Actually, no, it didn't work. Turn that so we can reset it, or no? Thank you. Okay, young to old. Okay, so it's girly pop.
He's a girly pop, I can't. Nope.
No, it just reset. Okay. Are you sure it's youngest to oldest?
It might be young, oldest to youngest. I don't remember. Try oldest to youngest.
It was the other way around. Says bold.
Oh.
You skip
Are you
one, by the way.
Fuck!
Brother, you skip
I
one.
thought I hit it. Alright,
Nice
fine.
reset. Got
Oldest.
that one. I got this one. Let me go to here.
I'm just having
Get
a
the
girl
girl.
fucking time.
I'm JD Vancing the couch.
She said I'm JD Vancing the couch. I can't.
Bro.
Where the fuck is the clue, though?
So
Okay,
do
let
we
me
all
try
have to
something.
hit a button at the same time or something?
Let me know, because we
No,
are
it
only
has to be in a certain
three,
order.
There are 4 buttons.
Hmm.
Look for them picture wrinkles. Oh my god.
Picture wrinkles?
No, wait. He's not the oldest. That's the problem.
This guy is
That's
the
the-
oldest right here.
That's
Like,
I'm
this
pressing
guy's
that one
got-
first, and it's not working anyways.
This guy's the
Press
oldest.
that
He's
one.
like hella old.
And press this one.
Okay, I'm pressing this
And
one.
press that one. And press this one. Nope. Reset again. I'm going back to the youngest to oldest because I think we fucked it up.
So the little girl then would be first.
I think I kind of know
and then
what
this guy, and then the
Ooh,
last
okay.
one over there.
I think this one is the oldest because they're the chairs. This type of chairs are here, I guess.
Nope, I
Oh.
got it. I was right.
Oh.
What was?
Yay!
It was the girl, the young man, and then that guy over here is the second oldest, and then that guy's the oldest. Just because he's balding doesn't mean he's older.
The thing is that I did it in that order and it didn't work.
Must press that wrong.
Probably.
All right, so
you said
what we need to do
there's bug?
is there's a dumbwaiter down here, right? We have to use the bug spray to kill the moths, and then use the moths to feed into the moth gel that we get to feed into the dumbwaiter, and it will reward us with the key to get out of here,
Oh.
along with other things. So
Oh.
So we have to kill moth.
yeah, you'll see them. They're literally like a big cloud of moths.
Ah.
And okay, we have to kill moths and then just make.
And if you walk into them, they can
gummies.
hurt you. So
Okay.
yeah, you basically get royal jelly.
Whoa,
Oh,
whoa,
my
whoa.
sanity has dropped
Yeah, me
significantly.
too.
Mine
Yeah,
too.
my
Oh,
brain's
dear.
about to go boom. We might just have to die and then restart. Unless you can find some almond milk.
No. I don't have nothing. I have nothing to drink.
Start searching. If you want to live.
There's a bar here. They should
Thank
have
God
some.
I had to spray it on me.
Moth jelly, yum. Bro, what? What, bro? What?
No, because I made the ooh.
Oh.
And it makes it.
Oh, I found jungle juice.
I need to find drink before I go crazy and die.
I'm gonna sleep with this. What's left from the night in the couch? It seems.
Damn.
Oh
That
no.
sucks. Good job,
Oh
Mal.
no.
Make sure you keep your keep them in check. I can't
Yeah.
words.
I got
That's
moth
jelly
jelly.
Dead.
juice. It looks like.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Mods. Jelly. Also, you can eat the royal jelly to cure your sanity.
Well, too late for me.
You cannot stop. Oh, Weezer. I am
winning.
Go sleep with
inevitable.
Kermit and Weezer. But Carl, I want to kill myself, Carl. Carl, that kills people.
Hey, there's a juice in that room behind you that you just passed. Yeah, go back.
I got
go back.
3
Now
jellies.
Turn to the left. There's a room right there. Juice right in the sink there.
There's no juice
Better
in here.
Sink.
come in the sink.
With a
Sink
mirror.
in the cum.
The coom.
There you go. Slurp it up.
Glorp, glorp it up. Bam, bam,
Slurpin',
bam,
glorpin'.
bam. Glorp my thing, let me glorp my thing. Glorp my thing, let me glorp my thing.
Slurp on these
Glib, you're gonna
nuts.
want to glorp this.
Yeah, glorp this. Do it.
He's right, but glorp me, isn't he?
Where are the moths when you need
I have 3
them?
moths already.
They're glorping in the glorp glorp.
There's a moth.
Glubbo shittered. Took my moths away. How
Who
dare
fucking died?
he? Glubbo shitter. And the moths. Amma did.
How the fuck did you
Mama.
die?
Easy. She died.
I went insane. I
Oh.
didn't
She
have
went
anything to
crazy.
do. Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Went insane.
No.
Got
no brain.
You don't need the moth.
What the fuck did you just say?
You can eat the moth jelly.
Yeah, you didn't know that? I said that earlier.
No.
I'm pretty sure I said that earlier.
Ooh, are you gonna get the key?
Hopefully. Oh, I'm dead.
Oh no.
Nope, too late.
What the hell? How did you die?
The moth jelly did not save me. Quick,
You
take my
ate
moth
it?
jelly. Yeah. I tried to.
Now where did I go?
Put it in the dumbwaiter.
Oh.
The-
Oh my god.
Yeah, that thing's
In
called a
where?
dumbwaiter. The thing in front of you. That's a dumbwaiter.
Yeah, the thing is that I remember I don't speak English as main language. I don't know every single word of things. For me, you're saying dumbwaiter. You're
It's
saying
a
dumbwaiter.
dumb
How many-
waiter. You know, like how you're dumb, but you're not a waiter. Well, this is a dumb
There's the
waiter.
key. He got the key. Now where do you go with the key?
The door right to the left or right.
How many keys
So
do
you
we
gotta
need?
get-
You just need one.
Okay, I have 3 now.
You have
Here?
3 keys.
Yeah.
Weird. Maybe you need
Every
4
time I
keys.
put them-
I don't remember. There's royal jelly on the ground there by where you're at.
Candy bar. It looks
But
like.
where is the door? It's
In the
this
same
one or
hallway
what?
as the dumb waiter. You just gotta go to the right.
Oh, okay.
Guide him to safety.
I
Yeah,
have
just keep
4
giving
keys
them.
now.
There you go. That's fine. I think you need 4. It should be the door to your right coming up. Left, right, left, right, left, right, right, left.
Right there?
No, the other one. Go back, go back, go back. That other door over there. Go
That
back. Turn
door.
around. There you go. Go straight down.
Right there, right there. No, back.
To no. Keep going straight down. You were going the right way. To
Oh,
your
never
right. That door.
Don't listen to me.
What door?
Oh my god. Oh, I
That's
can
where I
barely see because
died.
your fucking camera angle's all fucking borky. All right, go back outside. Go down the hall. Straight. There you go. You see that door right there to your left?
That door. That's the one I was talking about.
The one with the carpet. The one in front of the carpet.
Yeah,
Yep, right there.
That's the door I was gonna.
See,
tell
3
him to
keys is
do.
all you needed. And then go in the elevator, turn it on, and boom, you're done.
Bashu did it! Yay!
Now comes
My
the real
brain is not
fun.
working.
Oh no.
Skin takers,
Oh, no.
dogs, and more.
Oh my god, like everything all at once?
Yep, and we're in the hotel now, where we have to figure out
And
the
I don't-
code by going into rooms.
Oh
And
no.
this room, and the hallways loop too.
No! And I
Can
don't
you
have a
get the hell out of the way? We'll
How
find
am I
some.
supposed to do
Let's see, we
anything?
need
There's a flashlight in
201,
here.
203,
Okay.
205, 207, 216, 218, and 220. Each of those rooms will have a paper in it. You have to pick up that paper, and then once we have all of them, it'll tell us the code.
Okay.
Okay, here's
Oh,
235.
I
so we
think
have
that's
to
a skinwalker. That's gotta be a skinwalker.
Oh yeah, if the skinwalker comes for you, hide in the room,
Don't
close
go
the
in
door, or
there.
hide under the bed.
Don't go in there, right here. There he is!
Go hide in the room, go hide in the room, go hide in the room.
Oh crap!
Well, I'm dead now. Motherfucker, that actually scared me. Shit. Well, boss, up to you.
Good job, baby. On the improbable.
Oh, you can also hide under the beds, by the way. If, like, you get in the room and they chase you in, you can hide under the bed. Something I probably should have just fucking done.
That's not you. That's not you.
Oh, there's moths in that room too. Oh man, that was the
It
quickest
sure
death
is.
ever.
No, 14, 15, 16.
I hear something.
Oh my god, sanity.
There's... Oh, never mind. There's nothing there. Some of the rooms will have all the water and shit, though.
Yeah, I know.
Told you.
Stamina
Skinwalkers,
boost.
dogs, and more. On the salute. I'm in puppy. Sheesh. Sheesh. She's fucked. Run, boy, run!
There's nothing worth to hide here.
Your
was not
body
a
is
bed,
working,
there was-
bro. Good job, baby. Oh, you good.
Yay!
I'm
Woo,
eating
we
purple
gotta-
goo.
Amen Poppy? Where the
No.
fuck the Amen Poppy comes from?
I don't know, but it was funny.
Okay, we got,
got another chance.
202 at least already. So we need from 15 and 17 ahead.
Okay.
17,
Okay.
18, 19, 20, 21. Oh, this need. Okay. Thank you.
That's
I'm
loud.
in puppy.
My pee pee poo poo.
Beep, beep, boop, 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 boop.
I love when my bitches call me Poppy.
I hate you so fucking much.
That's envy, bro.
No, that's just ill. Stop. This is bad to be called daddy. Yeah. Oh shit, doggy. Go away, doggy.
They call me Papi Chulo.
I used to let a girl call me daddy, and then I regretted it because I thought it was cringe.
Them's be troubling girls.
Yeah,
The
those are the kind of girls you
troubling
don't want to date because it's like they clearly have dad issues.
Yeah.
Or they just Latinas.
Never mind. You know the sound to make. Those ones.
Hi, Puppy.
No, not that sound.
That was really good, actually.
Wrong sound.
Senpai, come in my ass and
Not
call
that
me
sound.
What sound? I have quite a few sounds.
The damn sound you play and fucking manipulate my brain all the time. What you mean?
Oh,
That sound.
the Niggy sound.
Oh no.
No bitch ass Onigi.
Okay. There's nothing
Oh
in
my
this room.
god. We're all getting banned today.
Yep. You
Let's
guys are gonna get me
go.
in trouble.
Nah, never.
Who is there?
I'll take all the
Okay,
blame.
that's
Don't worry
one.
about it. He fucking choked out of his skin. I'm done.
Man, clip that shit. Oh,
Let's
fuck.
clip that. Let's clip that. That was so good. I unintentionally gave him a heart attack. That was fucking crazy.
Oh, okay, I have it on my phone. I can do
Oh,
it.
look, it's me. Only it's not me.
Shit. Oh, my lord.
Oh,
Shit my
shit, that
pants.
was good. He fucking jumped out of his skin.
I was literally saying, who the fuck is you? I turn around, I see this motherfucker on my face.
My head hurt from laughing so fucking hard, bro.
Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ.
no.
I'm starting to get dizzy. Is that bad?
I'm hiding under a bed. Doot doot. Are you guys
You're
both
such a
dead?
coward.
No, I was under tension for that moment.
He's still trying to recover.
Holy Jesus fucking Christ.
I love it when they call me Poppy. Screams like a bitch. Oh man.
Oh god.
Okay,
You
okay, I
there.
almost shit myself too. Okay, yeah.
His ego took a big hit there.
Mosh.
Ah,
Fuck my sanity. Yes, fuck my sanity away. I don't want it anymore.
that
I
was not
thought it
He
Slayer.
got munched on.
That was not Slayer. He was running so suspiciously towards us.
Yeah, he's disguised as you.
That's crazy.
He was running towards us so suspicious. Like, who is you? I just put up my ID and he just transformed.
Poor Alma.
Well,
You played with your emotions and it worked.
I was doing so good too. I stayed alive for like 5 whole minutes.
I know. I'm proud of you.
Oh, you're tweaking.
Tweak, 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 tweak. Hmm. How many rooms did we get already? 'Cause I feel like we've got almost
I
all
have
of
no
them.
idea. I don't have any of the rooms, but sure.
I picked up like 3 of them, I think.
Okay.
And moths. We don't got no more bug spray.
Yeah, we kind of lost that when we died earlier.
I don't know the code of it, bitch. Let me see how
Oh,
many
here's
we have.
Alma's corpse. Working again, as always.
Well,
Okay, we're missing 17, 18, 19, and 20.
Okay, well, that's 22. 17, 18, 19, 20. That's 21. That's 200. Fuck. That means there's a whole other fucking hallway we're missing.
I have
somewhere.
18, 17, 18, and 18 in here.
So we need 19 and wait. I was just in 20.
17. Yeah.
Or no, I was
I'm
in
still
221. Yeah, it's 221. That's not it. Because it goes from
I,
221
okay,
to
I got both.
200.
I got both. I got both.
Okay, we still need 220 though.
I have 22. Okay, I got him out. I got him out. I got him out.
Alright, go
They were
back
all
and...
on the same hallway, fortunately.
Okay, so we just gotta go back and it'll say look up, and then we gotta look up and the code will be on the ceiling. It's fucking
ooh.
stupid, but yeah, that's how it works.
Just don't die.
Trying not to, trust me.
17, 56, 4.
1756 4. Got it.
Oh,
Yeah.
you.
Oh, it's Amma dead? Again?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'm a dead again.
The fake Slayer killed you, okay. Fake Slayer killed you.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Was it?
He got me.
1756 for what the hell did I put in?
I see something on the ceiling over there.
Yeah.
In the room there.
Are you gonna open or what?
I hear scary noise. Scary noise.
17564.
17564.
What the hell did I put?
Better open it quick, cause I hear scary noise.
So you
Oh,
go.
there it goes. We got it.
Yeah.
You need to relearn your numbers, bro.
Never. Fuck that shit. I don't want to learn anything.
I can only count to 4.
Damn right.
Oh, you know Psycho Stick? I love them.
Thermometer. Finally,
I'm gonna warn you. This might take a while.
oh lord.
I'm not great at this fucking puzzle. Also, if you see that temperature rise up to over whatever temperature it is currently now, be very careful and crouch and do not make too much noise and do not run because you will die.
Oh.
This you'll find out why soon. I'm not gonna tell you. Let's find out.
Because of
I'm gonna
steam
shave
from
my
the
pants.
pipes?
Nope.
Well, you gotta
Even
make it
worse.
scary. Is it a monster that does that?
See.
No. No.
Let's just say
bueno.
the mods here are kind of big.
Oh man, there's purple blood on the
Is
floor.
it you? Okay, it's you. Okay.
No, I'm not dead yet.
Make
Yeah,
sure
no,
you're
I
safe.
just
would-
wondering if it was a monster or something.
If the
I will be
temperature
dead,
rises, there will be monsters in that area, so yes. And also,
Just
don't
give
open
me,
any
like-
of the red doors, because those are bad too.
Just give
Or,
me 5
actually, you can
seconds and I'll
open
be
it,
dead.
just don't, like, alert the enemy
Oh.
that you're there.
Oh, shit. Don't go down that way.
Yeah, I know.
726 degrees.
Some of those
That's,
rooms you might
that's-
have to pass through, so just be a heads up.
Even the 720. Oh shit, 788 degrees.
And I would be crouching if I were you.
Oh!
I told you. Did you actually walk in the red room I told you not to walk into?
Yep, she just did.
Oh,
Yeah,
Not
those
even
are called the
amalgamation.
Death Heads mods.
oh,
Yes,
oh
those are
my
the Death Heads mods.
God.
You know how you see the little mods? Yeah, these are huge, fucking ginormous mods that'll carry you away and kill you.
That
So
was
there's a
quite
checkpoint
unfortunate.
section we have to reach before our sanity runs low, and then we can continue on to the next part.
I told
Which,
you. I'd be dead
once you reach the
quick.
checkpoint, it'll be another table with thermometers on it, but it's like it's obviously new thermometers, so you'll tell the difference.
I don't find a path to any of these.
Yeah, you just gotta keep looking for a path, and then eventually you'll find one. Or you won't, one or the other.
The problem is that I have the same sense of direction as Sorrow. It's none.
Trust me, my sense of
You're
direction
getting
is
close to
fucking-
where I died.
I saw where you died. Don't worry. I saw you die. To be honest.
I'm the best, most elite gamer ever.
Oh, she left the damn door wide open too.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, you see them? You see the
I
mods?
see someone looking at me
Oh my
through the door where the room the temperature is high.
Yeah, we're gonna close that now.
He's just leaning left and right.
Those are Death Heads mods. They will kill you.
Do I have to be crouching around them, or if they catch me, I just straight up die?
No, you don't want to be crouched around them. As long as you're not making too much noise or being too visible, they won't come after you. But if they do
Alright.
come after you, if you run and you find like a pipe with a
Oh yeah,
What do you call
see a pipe right here. Yeah.
yeah, but it has to have like a what do you call it? Fucking turny thingy.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I found
Yeah,
one there.
if you find one of those, turn that as the moth's chasing you, and it's like bug spray. It keeps the moths away from you.
Okay,
It'll
this
make them
room has
repel.
nothing in here.
The valve. That's what word I was looking for.
The valve. The steam.
Poopy.
One,
Not even steam. It's actually bug spray.
5, 10. Lost count again. It's gonna count.
I'm back at the
count, no,
beginning
1.
again.
I can count to 1, 2. There's a valve thingy right there. You gotta
I know.
Yeah, that's the one that sprays out bug spray.
uh,
See, there's the moth.
Oh, I see it. It's in the darkness.
He's creepy.
You found one.
Yes, I
Yeah,
did.
there's
Yes,
one
I
in here. I
did.
see it, but I don't see anything else.
God damn it, my sanity's going out again.
There ain't nothing
Bro,
to drink
I'm literally
or eat
just
in this
going all
place.
the way around here. I see
thing I
no
got jungle
freaking
juice.
door.
Well, you're not gonna find the door immediately. You're gonna find a second table with thermometers on it. Then, after a while, after that section, you're.
I'm on the
halfway
first
done.
table, to be honest. Still, I just
Then you
somehow I just got back to the
backtracked,
first
yeah.
table.
You're gonna want to go through areas with like big fucking like machine pipes or whatever. Not pipes, like tanks.
This looks interesting. There's a little like staircase.
Yeah, those are the areas that I'm talking about with like the fucking big tanks and stairs and shit next to them. You're gonna want to go through those rooms because they lead you more towards where you need to go.
I think I see a moth. Yep, there's a moth right there.
Mm-hmm. I see that big motherfucker. Yeah, see, why they call it a death's head moth?
Yep,
'Cause it has a
those are a
friggin'
real
skull on
kind
its
of
back.
moth.
I know. They made him
Yeah.
ginormous, and I hate it. Just like when they did the fucking Huntsman game, and they made the Golden Globe or the Orb Weavers, and I'm like, I hate you for that because those things are creepy. Nah, I think the worst one though is a trapdoor fucking spider.
Oh, insanity
A
again.
100-foot ginormous fucking trapdoor spider just pops out of the ground and captures you. I ain't with it,
God.
bro. That shit terrified the fuck out of me.
That's the red door.
Yeah, let me tell you, you don't want to mess with the trapdoor spider, B.
I know the red door has Emma's body on front of it.
Yep, don't open that door.
Alma went into the red room and figured out what
Let
the
my
fuck the red
body
room
be a
was.
marker, a warning to you.
Let
what
this be a
not to
warning to
do.
you, Sonny. Don't go in the room with the red. We'll end up dead.
That's right.
Just like Fred. Sorry, I had to
We
make it
don't
rhyme.
talk about Fred anymore.
Say, we don't talk about Fred. Fred dead. Drop dead Fred. That was a movie.
There's a purple blood puddle in that room.
Fred had a really tight ass.
He
He's a Fred.
was a really good friend of mine. One time he let me touch that tight ass, and you know, one thing led to another, and I might be gay now.
I like to go to bed with Fred.
Hey yo.
I like to go to bed with Fred.
I'm dead. Insanity killed me.
Well, damn. I guess I'm doing it on my own again,
You gotta carry us again.
and I can't see shit.
I can't see anything either.
Virtual insanity. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba.
Ba 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 da ba. I'm not loving it.
Why are you sending a link,
Oh.
man?
It's some creepy mom.
Virtual insanity. More like Slayer _ Carrie.
There's a valve thingy.
Oh.
Ooh,
I
a
found
door.
the
Oh
door.
wait, that's a red door. That's a bad door.
Yep.
And we're finding those bad doors. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Bad puerta. Not the bad puerta.
Not the
Cousin of Bad Bunny.
Not the. What the fuck? Hi, I brought some friends. Hey, crazy.
Not my crazy.
How you been? Long time no see. I'm doing that.
Why do you come?
Thank you for the raid. Welcome in.
Crazy
I am Slayer
1618 added
Chaos.
4 new divine whelps.
A shape-shifting VTuber with a identity crisis. How are y'all doing today? How was your
Hello,
stream? How did
haters.
everything go? I am streaming with my friend Amayame. You guys should go follow them. Also, Vashu Stop. You should go follow him too. He's awesome.
What up?
We are playing the Backrooms, or Escape
I
the
love how you
Backrooms.
say, here with my friend Ama, you should follow them, and also Bash.
Bitch, I said Vashu Stop. Go follow him. He's great. Shut the fuck up. Don't make it sound like I
No, but
fucking like
I
betrayed
said the
you or some
tone.
shit.
I said the tone that you can talk to Ama.
Oh, do you
with
want
that
me to
voice
say
and
it more?
then
Okay.
Bash.
Also, go follow Vashu Stop. It's kind of cool. I mean, guys. You happy now, bitch?
Yeah.
That
Also
guy.
follow Bash, the other guy.
Go follow that other guy too. You know, he's kind of alright. It's whatever.
Yeah, that guy's like okay. You should totally give him a follow.
He's like
guys.
totally okay-ish and kind of gayish, and I would let him touch my
Look at
butt.
that moth on the wall. Oh my god.
Oh my god, my
Oh,
sanity is gone. I'm gonna go get eaten by a moth now. Hi, baby. Eat me.
Damn.
I refuse to give my life to that stupid smiley bitch.
I'm currently sending.
Oh, wait, I think we're at the
from another
halfway point.
direction. I will see you, but safety so much I get lost.
Really, so I have an allergic reaction. Like, see more, but
Sorry to hear about your allergic reaction. Hope you get
Shape shift so
better.
much. I don't shape shift too much. I'm just me.
I don't shift too much. I've met you for a whole year and you're already rebranded like 4 times.
Shh, we don't talk about that. Why are you blowing up my spot, bitch?
You talking shit?
Hey, thank you for the follow.
Hey, Alexia, thank you for the
It's
follow.
okay. My best
Thank you very
friend
much.
also shape shift. Look, I just like having multiple models and being able to do whatever I want to do, and I stream for fun, so it doesn't really matter to me.
I mean, I'm not gonna complain too much. I have so far how many models, man? Like
Yeah.
5 or 6 at this point.
And bitch, I want to hear shit from you. Because if it wasn't for me, you would be streaming. Mister, yeah, I'm holding that shit over your head now, motherfucker. You should have never said that to me. I'm gonna hold it over your head like a fuck. Oh no. Oh look, you got repelled.
Yeah, because someone decides to block the path.
Well, guess I'm carrying again.
No, you made yourself carry us. I run from the moth and you blocked the path.
That wasn't me. That was Amma.
No, it was you. It was a red suit.
That was not me. I'm telling you.
It was a red suit.
Nah, I don't know what you're talking about. That must have been the Skinwalker.
Is Vashu still alive?
No, he did.
I died
his
before
foot.
of you.
He did it. Fuck, boy.
God, I
Thanks for
can't
having me.
believe
Let's
you
get some
died
rest now.
before me.
Yeah,
How
go
does
get some
that
rest.
happen?
Hope your allergic reaction gets better.
Yeah, take care. Hope you feel better.
You know how to reach me if you ever want to hang out.
Yeah.
Same person,
Yay.
just different name. That's all.
Yeah, same asshole. We love him.
Congrats on 1K. Who, me? I've already been in 1K. Let's talk about Bosch.
I wish I was okay, but no. I'm still
I'm gonna say,
working it.
I think I'm at like
I hit 1K.
122 followers
I think I hit 1K a while ago, didn't I?
123.
I'm at one. I think I'm
Nice.
close to 1.6, but I don't really
Let
care.
me
Honestly, I don't
see.
even pay
Oh.
attention to that shit anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
'cause
for
you know.
sanity, it's better to not pay attention to that.
I mean, I
Because at
appreciate it
the end of
though.
the day,
Thank you.
You end up being more obsessed with that, with the numbers over and
Nah,
over.
I've never really cared about the numbers, to be fair.
I randomly even care about the numbers.
I'm
We
like the
had
complete-
this conversation before.
No, because honestly, I've started to realize it. I'm the complete opposite of someone who like enjoys the idea of getting clout. Whenever someone like follows me or gives me like clout or some shit, I don't have emotion towards it. I'm like, oh, Okay, cool. Like, whatever.
Thank you for joining.
Like, I'm a negative clout person. I don't like it. I like whether I have 3 followers or 8,000 followers or fucking 3 viewers or 100 and 200 viewers. I feel like it's just gonna be the same for me. I'm not gonna get a dopamine rush. I'm just gonna be like, hey, okay, cool. Like, let's keep streaming and have fun. Like, I don't give a fuck.
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Like,
Because
there's
if
a lot
I
of
was
times
like
where I
those other
stream to
people, it would
nobody,
just be
and I
like
just chill.
you would just stress over the fucking numbers all the time. Like I used to stress over the numbers, but I don't know. I've become numb to it. Doesn't bother
Yeah,
me
you
anymore.
gotta,
Me too
because
on my
it's like
YouTube
you
channel
gotta.
before.
Literally,
You
when I
gotta
get
be
8
able to yap
viewers, I
to
look at it and go,
yourself.
"Why the fuck do I have 8 viewers? Why are you here? Go, go watch somebody better." Look, I'm the most humble fucking motherfucker. Yeah, like, go watch somebody who's entertaining. Why the fuck you here? The fuck is wrong with you? What crack pipe are you smoking? What bet did you lose
Give
that
me
you had
some
to
of
come
it.
watch me? Yeah, word. You got some cocaine? Give me some, bro. It's like, I know
I
I'm
mean,
not
I think
everybody's cup of tea, and I don't care if
I
I,
think I
am.
have some
'cause
weed.
I'm just me, man. I'm not gonna change who I am for anybody, especially not Twitch.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah. Indeed.
Twitch.tv ain't doing
No.
shit for me. If anything,
Hey,
they're
as
just
long as
causing
you're
me
having
tax
fun,
issues.
people can sense like if you're just having fun or if you're like trying to perform, like show off. or
Yeah,
whatever.
like I don't want to play a character like fucking everybody else. I just want to be myself,
Yeah, that's why I actually decided to like have my VTuber
That's why I say bad
character
words.
have be kind of the same as me, so I don't have to be a character. I can only just be me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do the same. I'm like, yeah, I have like lore, but it's not, I don't
I mean,
really play a character.
It's
Clearly my
mainly
characters
for,
don't
it's
look
mainly
like me
for
in
the
real life, but,
theatrical
I mean,
part of being a
it is what it
VTuber.
is.
But in case of personality, literally the personality of my VTuber is the same as mine. It's
Yeah,
literally
that makes
just me
sense.
being a fanboy who enjoys doing weird stuff. I have lore being a Kamen Rider hero, yeah, but that's literally just for the fan art. That's it.
Hey, that works. Hey, I think the
Yep,
purple
and he also
blood are
doesn't know where to shut up
markers.
half the time.
I feel like the purple blood is markers. Like every time you find it, you're going the right way. Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm just guessing.
Maybe.
So when
I don't
you
know, I
see
don't
a
feel like
pile
I'm
of
going the
purple
right
blood.
Because I feel like the door is always on the left side. Yeah, see, I went the wrong
You're
way.
really doing that part of that logic of the labyrinth where you only hang out on the left door?
Well,
Left
it
side of the
usually
wall?
ends up actually being on the left side, believe it or not.
I mean, if it's on the right, you only have to turn to the other side and it will be on the left. So yeah.
I'm pretty sure last few times I did this, I just followed the yellow pipes. Usually it let me go right
Oh.
where to go.
Oh,
that's
because
actually
the
a
yellow
The problem
yellow
is that a
pipes
lot of
is
times
like,
the yellow pipe cut off like that.
Oh.
So
It's
it
like
depends on
those
which-
markers,
Oop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the yellow
It's like
paint.
yellow paint. Yeah, yellow paint, yellow pipes, yeah.
I remember I had to do a thesis on why the yellow paint is actually necessary in video games.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah, literally the
'Cause you'd
yellow. The
spend
part when I was
forever.
talking about the yellow paint is the answer. It was like the short answer is players are stupid.
Oh,
I'm dead.
oh no. Is
Take
there
me,
something
Okay.
Why did 3 people scream and not 1? That was weird.
on? Scared me. I didn't expect you to go in there.
I just
Oh
started
my
laughing. I
God.
didn't scream.
I didn't know what to do. If someone's gonna die anyway, I figured fuck it. You can't take me, I'll take myself, lol.
I'm gonna
Oh,
try
so
and
be
stay
careful.
alive this time.
Do you have your thermometer or did you forget it?
I
have a thermometer.
No, I think I was forgot though.
Oh, what time
Oh,
is it?
okay.
Oh shit! It's 6 a.m.
It's like
I will see the
midnight.
sun soon.
Oh no!
Oh, I'm a run! Oh, never mind.
I think this is gonna be it for me, man. I didn't even last for 1 minute before I died.
Thank you for taking them out for us.
This is a harder section.
Oh, there I am, all dead.
All
I took one
dead.
for the
God damn it.
team.
You really did, though. You know what? I'm gonna follow you if I can see where it leads me.
There's purple paint, but there's nothing here, so I don't think the purple is.
I don't think
to
Yeah.
purple's
guide
paint. I
us.
think that's bug blood.
Probably.
I was hoping there'd be something like the purple blood or the yellow pipes, like anything.
Oh,
with
look
the
at that! I
purple.
just found the exit.
Whoa!
Follow the yellow pipe, let me tell you.
Oh my
Come on.
god! Holy crap, you did it!
Carrying again.
Okay, I had to wait a little bit behind just in case it was a bad red door.
No, we're good.
job.
This is the right
Imagine
way.
it was like a fake red door.
I would have been fucking pissed.
Okay.
Now we gotta go the opposite direction. This way. I think.
Okay, so what horrors await us now?
If I'm not mistaken, we're getting
My
close to the
mom.
party room.
Oh no.
Oh yeah,
You'll
the party
love
room.
the
I hate
party room.
that.
Everyone loves
I
the
every
party
time I
room.
see a video of someone playing this game, I never saw someone defeating the party room. They like just gave up after the party room.
Oh, I've beaten it. I've beaten it multiple times.
I could beat
Okay,
your ass
hold on.
too.
I beat myself off, but
You beat something.
don't look.
Whoa.
That scared the fuck out of me. I'm not
That's
gonna
why
lie.
I was being very careful. I'm like, not again.
Not again.
Better get Nico.
How did I die?
You walked through the steam, didn't
Oh.
you?
You
I
walked
was
through the scene.
crouched down, wasn't I?
I don't know.
I think I was crouched down. Well, then again, I can't believe it. Oh my god.
And he was on the most peaceful level.
I do that.
That's what you thought.
Oh my god.
It's open already.
Yeah, we already been there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought we came
Oh
from
no, we
there.
gotta go the other way. Yeah, we gotta go down the other way.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Oh, that. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
the dog area. We already been that.
Oh
I
shit!
hate
So
the
we have to
dogs.
run all the way there.
Yeah.
I thought we had infinite stamina on this room.
Not until we start getting chased. Which probably might happen soon. So this one's kind of like that one. The only difference is when we run
Sure.
down there, there's gonna be like a party room, little
Yeah, okay.
alcove, and then we're gonna enter that way.
There's me.
I think once we pass the certain threshold, we'll start getting chased on the other side by the other monster,
Right.
which is usually a smiley.
I'm smiling behind you.
Run, bitch, run.
Run, bitch, run!
That's the entrance.
That's where we came from.
The you.
Tayo, tayo na.
Diane?
Tayo.
What the hell was that?
It seems I have my soundboard with the wrong names. That was not the GP.
That was funny.
Dang.
I almost died to that. So-
Yeah.
Not letting
I saw
me
it.
follow your cameras anymore.
That's crazy. It's all fun. It ain't now, game. It ain't now.
Damn, why the hole is this freaking long?
I don't know. To be a pain in our ass.
I never been in such a deep hole in my life.
Hey, found it. Also, I hate
Yay!
you.
Is that chirp?
The elusive African ceiling bird.
Oh God, this
Fucking
is a
African
party
ceiling
room.
bird. Yup, time to party.
Oh my God.
Time to Diddy party.
Also, you can pop the balloons. Hee. So what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to sneak around these fuckers, and if you get their attention, you're gonna want to run over here and hide under the table so they can't get you.
Oh,
Alright.
that
And
sounds
there's multiple
great.
areas you're gonna have to do that. But stay here for now because I gotta go get their attention real quick to change their direction. Because they're currently.
How long is it gonna take him to die?
Actually, no. Come on this way. You're good.
Hey, Pipple. I got a pimple.
What? He got me.
Yep, I saw that. You
Didn't crouch quick enough.
Oh,
Okay, well now
Oh,
you
they
can get
got
through that
balloons.
area.
they got balloons.
They got
They're
my
there,
so
dancing.
festive.
Alma, you better get your ass over there.
I'm under a table in the room where we started.
Well, that's no fun. Get your ass over there and die like the rest of us.
I saw them
Standing
with the balloons, and
ovation for that one. I love that.
I just noped
Can't
right
spell
out of
ovation
there.
without ovary.
I go. I don't want to go.
So, oh shit, they are on a really awful place.
It was so funny. There was this one joke where it was like, you can't spell over exaggerating without ovary.
Oh my God,
Well,
you guys are all
Amma
dead.
is your chance.
Now's your
Okay,
chance
I'm
to
gonna get-
survive.
I'm gonna
I
get
give
under
it
the
10
table
seconds.
with your corpse.
I
I
think
made
I
it
fought it
under
when
the
I get
table.
when I got scared.
I'm with your corpse.
Yo.
Oh God.
That booty.
Oh shit. This is bad. I'm under the other table. Oh
The
my
fucking
God.
sniffs.
I can. It looks like it's jerking off on my screen. You should see this.
Jerking.
Oh, he's jerking his meat.
What am I supposed to do? How?
He's
There's like
pulling
12
his pork, bro. Like Zoe
Are you-
Scooby's pulling his pork.
Oh my god, he's pulling his pork out. Oh, his Miss Piggy's out.
He's pulling his cock out. Ruh-roh, Reggie.
He's just having a blast.
He's jerking to you.
Got a
my
blast in your mom.
Oh my
But
God.
Carl, that
Oh.
kills people.
Oh my
My
God.
mom's
what
allergic to
should I
semen.
do?
Carl.
There's 3 of them.
Bruh.
Oh God.
That clip, bro.
Oh, I'm dominant. I'm dominant.
There's 4
I'm
of them.
I'm dumping it. Yeah, just
Stay crouched,
yeah,
stay crouched.
exactly. Just crouch there and just walk right past them. Boom, done.
Oh.
All right, crouch,
I-
crouch. That one should be pretty easy. You just kind of walk around those guys on the just
Hang
hug the
on,
corner.
Oh my God. My
I'm Toby
sanity
again.
is
Oh
real
my
bad.
god, I'm Toby again.
I saw Toby.
Broken at Robbie in the Forbidden Woods.
Forbidden Forest.
God. Oh
so
no.
give me a second. I'll be right back.
uh,
Oh man. Oh.
yep, stay crouched, you're good. Keep going that way. No, don't go that way, don't go that way! Oh. Yeah, you just have to go the other way.
Damn.
Jerkins.
I can't escape all these jorkins.
Jarvis and
jorking
Hans.
off dudes.
Jarvis, jerk a little.
Jarvis Jerkolate. There we go, now turn around. Now we can go. Follow me. Follow me if you want to do.
Watch them pulling their pork.
Pull that pork.
He's
away,
pulling
don't
his
you?
pork out.
He's pulling his pork out.
Pulled pork. We just stay together.
Basically. Alright, next we gotta go this way.
We can have so much fun. We have a cake. Come try it. There is
Alright, now we stay this way.
We're like a human centipede. We're so close together.
Oh god, not that. Anything but that. Yeah, he might see us. Maybe not.
Do
No, he
they
doesn't see us.
turn at
He doesn't
all?
see us. No,
No,
we're good,
they
we're
just
good.
stay there.
They only if you're in their line of sight. The problem is the last one you kind of have to like make a mad dash because there's no way you can just like get past all of them,
Oh.
which I think is coming up here soon. So we passed these ones. Okay. All right,
I'm
follow me.
sniffing your booty.
Come,
I'm so
run,
close.
run, run, run!
Oh, damn it. Hey, I made it pretty far though.
That's what you get for sniffing.
I was sniffing your booties the whole time.
How
No.
did you, bro? How? How did you even get their attention? What?
I don't know because someone else called their attention while I was next to them, and they started
Well,
following me
me.
too.
Oh, wow, man. So fucking close. What the fuck? I don't know. I guess I'm booking it, guys. Look at these
Yeah,
corpses.
someone decided to get on the table and never crouch.
I'm going for it, baby.
Whoa, run like hell. Run like the wind.
Oh, you're at the beginning. Oh, there is some soda cans
That's the
on top.
beginning.
if you
That's not
want
the
to.
beginning.
It covers sanity.
Well,
On the
you're
other table, there
carrying
is
us
two.
again.
There is more on the other table too.
He snorfed his last sniffed.
He snarfed his last snarf.
Oh god.
You bitch! You fucking scared me, asshole. I'm dead.
Thanks.
I thought he was coming, my dumb ass. I'm fucking freaked out.
You were so
Oh,
close.
Bomboclat.
Here, boss, try this.
Whoa. Liquid pain
Dude, try it.
Oh no.
causes you a lot of pain.
Don't look at me like that. Try it. It's delicious. It's code name for fun juice. Ah, you don't want to take my liquid pain.
I'm not gonna fall
Take my
for it.
liquid pain for me. Take it. Worth a shot. Alright. Their turn. Oh, I don't like the way they're sitting like this, though.
Sniff, sniff. Your booty's right in my face.
You fucking kid, bro. Here, I'll split stuff with y'all.
Yay. Hey, there's that chirp again.
Someone take the almond water, the other one take the jungle juice.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Alright, you ready? Don't touch them this time.
Be careful.
Slurp, slurp.
Hey,
Oh my god. Hug the wall. Always hug the wall.
I am hugging the wall like my life depends on it.
He
Because it
really
does.
does. I was about to say, it really does, though. Okay, now keep hug this wall.
The ass may be tempting, but no touchy.
Don't get too close to the ass. You maybe find some granola on it.
Find some granola in it.
Hey, at least you're getting your fiber in, man.
Run!
Oh shit.
I don't know how the fuck they even saw us. What the fuck?
They saw you, actually.
Oh shit.
I don't know how.
Oh, fuck, they got me.
Oh, we're on again, aren't
Oh
I?
my god. Are you both dead?
No, I'm alive.
No, someone called their attention. I don't know how happened that.
I don't know. One of
If
them
I was
spotted
like,
me, and I
right
don't know
behind,
how.
they spotted you for some reason.
That's how. Fuck.
There's a granola on top of you, by the way.
Fucking looking my
Talking
direction.
about granola in ass. Why your back is broken like that, bitch?
Oh.
You didn't
Don't
see a
worry about it.
chiropractor.
Now they're turned around.
Which way should I go?
Hug the wall over here with me, and you should be fine.
I don't even know where you
Right.
are.
Go to the other side of the room, where there is no enemies. Yeah, they go there.
Yeah, come
Oh,
over here.
whoa. Oh, it's my sanity. Okay, hang on.
Come here.
Hang on, I gotta
Wait,
drink.
hold on. Don't go that way. There's one facing you.
Oh shit, there is one literally facing you.
I'm gonna have to draw their
That
attention
gives you
away.
speed, not sanity.
Oh shit, why is there... What? Oh, that's you. Okay.
I'm going. I got their attention.
Goodbye.
Go.
Okay.
She just stood still. She didn't do anything. She just accepted it.
I wasn't gonna get away.
Oh no, there was a whole 2 in that room. I didn't even realize. Fuck.
More like
Damn.
3. Like, oh, damn.
Damn.
They're jerking off in the corner now,
Freezer.
like the good boys they
Yeah,
are.
they are. That's so funny. Oh, dude.
All right, what I think we'll do is I'll go first into the last room, and you guys wait, and then I'll fucking draw their attention, and then you guys can run for it.
Oh, sacrifice.
What the fuck did you get me in?
Talking about sacrifice.
More like a sacrifice.
Oh, damn. Well,
I
guess
still don't
it's us.
understand how they got me under the table. Like, I mean, I
I
wanted
think
some
you-
under the table service, but this is not how I wanted it.
Under the table support.
I definitely need some under the table support every day, all day.
I'm trying to help you with that, bro, but they are not coming.
Shit's not sound right.
I know.
That's why they're so
They're not
miserable,
coming.
you know?
Yeah,
They're
they are
twerking it
coming
all
for
over
me.
the place.
Yeah, they are all blue balls. Yes,
Yes, they ordered DoorDash. Damn. I'm tired of giving these guys DoorDash meals. Damn it. They're getting it for free. They need to pay me.
I'm gonna
Oh,
do
man.
your dash.
Dash your door. Then door your dash. And then fuck your mom in the ass. What? Oh.
So I have to go right to the other side, right there.
Yeah. Run.
How the fuck is spotted me?
There's always one that will see you.
Oh,
You
shit.
didn't get out there quick
What?
enough. Yeah. Just
I-
run, I'ma run. Keep running. Don't stop.
Oh, shit.
Okay. You're.
How the fuck you
The problem is
managed that?
now you're gonna have to get that guy to like come towards you over there and that like ahead, but get back under the table before he can grab you, or
the
go around
hell?
him. You could go around him.
Which one? This guy?
That guy, yeah. Go around
He's
him on
looking
the
at
other
you directly,
side.
so you
Go
have to
around
be
him on the other
fast.
side.
Is he looking my way? I can't
He's
tell.
looking at you.
Yeah, he's looking
Yes.
at you. He's looking at you.
You need to go behind him.
Straight.
Run, run, run,
Oh,
run!
shit.
Aww.
Couldn't react quick enough.
Yeah. See, you should have went around him.
I can't
'Cause there was
believe
no
I
one
No,
over
there was
there.
outlived
another
you
on the other side of the
guys.
wall too.
Was there? I don't think
I
there was.
outlived
Yeah.
you guys. For a little bit.
Yeah, first time's a charm. Oh, that got their attention.
That worked.
That should work. Now, if I could just get over this fucking table, that'd be fan-fucking-tastic. No, it did not work. It did indeed not work. There goes Vosh.
Oh no!
Yeah. I just tripped with Amma.
That's crazy. All right, you ready? I'm going.
Sorry, man. Rest in pieces.
Literally pieces.
That soundboard is diabolical.
It really
You
is.
know what is also diabolical?
These nuts. That too.
We can have so much fun
Okay.
together. We have a cave.
Just follow it.
There is everything.
I have quite a few things. Let me see what else do I have in here.
Shimon.
Oh yeah, I have Sin's favorite country.
Your phone ringing. Your phone ringing.
Dick fell off.
Dick fell off.
I also have the
My bibble
sound
fell
that your
off.
TV makes when you fall asleep at a hotel at 3 a.m. and you leave the TV on.
Giant horse cock weighs over 11 pounds.
All right, do me a favor, Alma. Stay here.
Yeah. Okay.
Hide over here. I'm just gonna
Okay.
book it.
Like here?
Like over here by the
Where you
wall,
are?
so they can't see you. No, behind the wall.
Like
I'm going,
like
bye.
Here?
Stay there.
You're the sacrifice.
Pretty much.
Oh my god. Okay, so
Why you didn't hide? How the fuck you managed that?
I don't know, but I made it, baby.
ooh.
Stop chasing me.
Okay, well, I guess it's up to me now, huh? Oh shit.
Whoop. That was good. Golden. Clip it. Fucking clip it. Do what I did. Just run all the way down.
Yeah, just
Cut the right.
run,
Go
don't
right
look
behind
back.
one of the other ones and just keep going. The door's already open. All you have to do is get to the door and get to the table.
So all the way to the end of the hall and then
All the way to the
right?
end of the hall. Make a left. Make a right. Go
Left.
right behind the other guy and then keep running.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Here
The
we
door's
go.
open. All you have to do is get
She's
to the
gonna
next
trip in
table.
the first.
Baby. Oh no, she's good. Nope,
No,
no, she
run,
was
run,
good.
run,
Run. Oh, she didn't have stamina.
Right.
Hide her in the table. Hide her in the table. Oh, you could have made it.
It was on my keyboard. Bibble. She's blocking my screen and she got on my keyboard.
Bibble time.
Your cat?
Bibble said,
Yes,
screw
Bibble.
your efforts, you lose today.
Time to cook
Damn
the
it.
cat.
Bibble.
Time to put the cat in the pound.
Bibble, why? Bibble, I was gonna save
Bibbles.
the day.
Is people
You
from
almost
like
did
from
too.
the Barbie movie?
Oh, bitch!
You were outside the table, bro. You were on the
Well,
outside side of the
game's
table.
being retarded. Not my fault.
No, bro, you were literally here outside on the outside
Why
of the
look like
table.
you're clapping
I
your
saw you.
cheeks? I hate this game right now. This is the worst fucking part. I fucking had it, bro. I'm so
Isn't that
mad.
funny?
Can you hear the Bibble?
I tried to be an asshole and didn't work.
Clearly. Backfired in your face there, buddy.
I
Literally.
can't see. I can't see. Bibble's blocking my monitor. Bibble. Oh my god, I can't. She's kneading
Bibble
my
babble.
boobie right now.
Hey, yo.
She's kneading my boob. And she's blocking my whole screen. I can't see.
I wish someone would need my boobs.
That laughing made her get off of me. Okay. All right. Okay, we're gonna keep on keeping on.
Keep it on, keep it on.
Oh.
Keep on going on.
Keep it on, zig
By
zag.
the way, you
Come
had
on.
almond milk on the table and you left it.
Oh shoot, I did.
Yep.
So there I
Oh,
was,
well.
almond milk on my titties.
What?
Oh my god.
Hey, you know how you get milk out of almonds? You talk to them very nicely.
Nah. I still don't get how you get almond milk. Almond ain't got no titties.
It means you haven't sucked them hard enough.
You want to suck on an almond harder? Go for it. Have fun with that. I'm good.
All right, so we're gonna try this again, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
So if you run past the first wave and then hide under the table on the second one, you can just walk past the last guy and you should be able to get out.
Okay. I'm gonna say I gotta
You have to
conserve my
run.
energy.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh.
They cut you off. They cut you off so fucking fast it was not even funny. They said, "Nah, fam,
man.
it's over for you."
Oh,
Like, bitch, you thought.
no.
Nah,
They
bro.
said, "Bitch, you thought."
It's over.
Oh man.
Pipple. Hi, Pipple.
These dudes really dead ass said, "Bitch, you thought."
Pipple.
Balls.
We got a Pipple.
Now she's currently rubbing her face all over my microphone. She be bibbling.
Bitch.
He's still looking at us.
Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you weren't gonna die.
Yeah,
Okay.
my
Come
keyboard
on.
decided to not respond. I think it ran out of battery.
That's crazy.
Oh no.
Let me connect it.
Oh my god, that was so funny to watch.
Keyboards at night. You good? I like how they
Yeah,
hide
like,
the
nah,
pain
fam.
juice spot in front of
Nah,
that
fam,
guy.
go to
Like, I'm
sleep.
actually gonna go for it. Your phone ringing. Your phone ringing.
Bang, 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 da, bang, bang, da, bang, 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 da, bang, bang, da, bang.
I need to drink this candy bar. Fuck, I dropped it. Jesus Lord Christ Almighty. There we go. Erect.
Erect.
Alright, you ready?
Wakey, wakey.
Yup.
Wakey, it's on sneaky.
Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
Tickle, tickle, he on my pickle.
Tutti fruity, sniff his booty.
Damn, alright, damn!
Don't say it twice.
Damn, son, damn! Oh god. I can smell you. Alright.
Alright, maybe one of us will survive this if one of
Alright,
us
you
is
stay
bait.
here.
I love
You
how
want
you're
me to be bait?
moonwalking, Slayer.
What?
You're
Oh.
moonwalking.
That's funny. Alright, eat my energy bar.
Okay.
Time to boogie. Oh, ain't no fucking way they got me within seconds. Fuck out of here. That's some
Yeet.
bullshit. Well, I guess your turn.
Alright, let's do this. YOLO!
Yeah, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. Oh, I fucking. No, they're coming, run. They're coming, run.
She's right outside me now.
Oh shit.
She fucking had it.
I ran by the room with the tables. I didn't turn soon enough.
Look how the
Dude, yeah.
turntables, I guess.
We were getting this done before we quit. Fuck this game.
I panicked.
Satanic panic.
Oh my god, that was close.
It was.
Wow, that was crazy.
That
close.
scared the shit out of me.
Oh, I hear
I was, I don't know why bitches
Clip
just
that.
became like my safe word when I try to scream. And it's not even
You gotta
safe for
clip that.
TOS.
Hey, Mal, what's your safe word? Is it bitches?
No, it's pineapple.
Really? My pineapple too.
We said pineapple for the memes. Let's go for the most cliche one.
Oh man, that's so good. Hey, what's your safe word? My pineapple.
Hey, pineapple, apple pen.
Pineapple apple pen.
That's my change. You know how long it took for me to acquire that? Ooh, ooh. So you put your finger in my booty hole, Mr. Policeman. Pineapple, pineapple. Oh man, that fucking guy cracked me up.
I don't have a safe word, but if I did, it would be pumpkin. How about that?
He said that's my later. Don't worry, don't work.
The pumpkin be pumping.
If I had a safe
It's a
word,
pumpkin.
it probably would be pig.
Are all three of us actually alive this far?
Somehow.
Yep. Alright, so who wants to run first?
I can go and sacrifice myself.
Oh, Bosch already
Oh, crap.
volunteered and died.
How the fuck they catch always the first one who
My turn.
How the
Yeet!
Yeehaw!
Probably is the trigger system that if they catch the first one, they will move again, like at the beginning.
I made it. Let's go.
Yep.
Mia, mamma mia, I could have.
There's a Snickers bar behind you.
He said
Oh my god, I'm tired.
Snickers.
I
Oh,
feel you. We
Oh my
went way
God.
longer than 2 hours.
I made it! I made it! Now what do I do?
This bitch.
Slayer, where'd you go?
If I hug this
made
wall,
it.
he shouldn't see me. I was right.
Man, you left without
Just,
me
just,
and I made
just
it.
hug the wall.
Which way though?
Hug the wall to the right.
Hug the wall to the right.
Okay. 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 I'm hugging it.
Just
Yeah.
hug it real
Keep
tight.
hugging it. You will not see you, you will not see you.
Oh my god, whoever did that, you scared the living fuck out of me. Ah.
What happened?
I don't know. I don't know what it was,
Redeem?
but I just got pelted with shit, and it scared the hell out of me. What the fuck just happened? Please. My heart. My fucking poor heart.
Oh, is this it? Did I make
Oh, my
it?
Tuscaloosa heart. I don't
Did
know
I
what the fuck
make
just
it?
happened.
I think
Oh
so.
my
I
God.
don't think Slayer made it in real life.
I'm milking my titties.
Well, look at
Oh,
my
hi.
sanity's going. My
Yeah, we gotta get this
sanity's
door open.
going. Oh my god, is this it? Did we beat the level?
Yes.
Oh my god.
For the most part, yes.
My sanity's
There is some
just
almonds
about
on
gone.
the left.
Drink. Oh, good. I need it right now. Like, gimme. Come on. pick it up.
Gimme a man at the midnight. Well, you're
Well,
more
we're
awake
awake now.
bet
Fuck
you
you.
he is. Bet you he is.
Whoever redeemed that, I hate you and love you at the same time. Oh yeah, we made it to the
Okay.
pools. Pick
Oh
your
my
poison. Which
God.
one do you want to take?
I don't know. I like,
I'm going green.
The green card.
The
do we
green
go
card.
into a tube?
Yeah, you go to the tube and
Okay.
you go to the pools.
The slides, yeah.
Oh. How do I get in there?
For
The slides.
How do I get in the tube?
You just walk up to it. You climb in.
Okay.
It's almost like
Oh my
it's that
god, I
easy.
can't,
Exit the level
believe
fun.
Now we're in the
What?
pools.
Wow, I can't believe we made it out of the
Only took us
Feyland,
17
whatever.
tries.
Yeah. Where the fuck are you guys? We got separated or something?
Yeah, we automatically get separated.
But that sucks. So what?
Honestly,
what
just
kind
stick
of
to the right
monstrosity?
and you'll find the entrance exit. Nothing really, just a
Okay.
giant hole that you could fall into and die.
Was the plankton the water? That one that
Nah,
shines?
that's the other game. That's
Oh,
a different Backrooms game. That's
Hello. No, I mean,
Oh.
I see plankton actually. I see Slayer behind.
I just
Yeah, see,
died.
that's the hole you can fall in and
I
die.
guess you
How?
don't go into the the dark pool room is a bad idea, I guess.
You know, that'll kill you.
Ah, well, you should have told me. I didn't know.
I said don't go into the big hole. Pretty
Well, I
sure
didn't
I
know
was-
it was a dark room and a big hole are two different things.
Well, you...
I mean, if there is a dark room and you don't
Fire
see there
alarm
might
chirp,
be a big
please.
hole.
Fire alarm, sure, please.
This is a chirp moment.
That was definitely a chirp moment. Oh yeah, here's the plankton. Oh shit, it almost killed me. Oh
That's
my
where-
god, don't go that way.
I
That's
told
where
you.
I
Oh,
died.
why I was asking. Oh, yeah.
She walked
That's
into the
the
plankton.
scary-
Yeah.
What the
That's
dog
the
doing?
scary room.
What the fawn
Oh,
doing?
hey, it just lit up really bright. How'd that happen? Why did the dark scary room's like all bright now? Whoa. Dude, I'm seeing like crazy game dev stuff right now. I think I went to heaven and I'm seeing
Congratulations.
beyond
Thank you.
the
Thank you,
veil.
Mal. Thank you.
I'm seeing beyond the veil, guys. This is trippy. What the heck?
So
There's a floating
trippy.
building.
What the
There's
hell?
What
There's
the
a
hell you in my
floating
jelly?
building? Oh my god.
What the belly?
Oh yeah, there is a floating building at one point that we gotta get to.
Yeah.
And we have to travel during the daytime, and when it gets dark, we have to go in the house, or else we'll die.
Uh,
Oh, there's a lot of crazy levels in this map. Let me tell you, or this game. Let me tell you. You think the other one was bad? This is worse. Oh, we found the exit.
No.
Oh, that was real fast.
Yeah, some of them are easier than others because it's all. I think it's all procedurally generated.
Yeah, it's all procedural, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Aim a mile.
I'm just looking around mesmerized, like, woo.
Oh, I love this part. You guys are gonna hate this shit.
Find the exit in the pool.
Get ready to run!
Oh, God.
And duck and
Okay.
dodge and dodge and dodge and dodge.
Oh
You
my
ready?
God.
No.
Don't go that way. As soon as we pass this threshold, we're gonna get chased. Get ready.
Oh,
3,
okay.
2, 1, run!
Holy mother of God.
Told you.
What the heck? What the? Oh.
I don't know what it's for.
The door got me. Ah, the door got me.
Oh my God.
I don't know how I got stuck. I just got stuck with something. For some reason.
Every
Yeah.
time you do it, you get a little better or worse at it. Alright, everybody stick together. Motherfuckers. Fucking man with a hockey pigeon. You guys suck.
I got stuck. I got stuck.
I made it. I'm almost halfway there. I made it. Let's go. Second try,
I
baby.
got stuck. I don't know why Slayer just pushed me in. On
Oh, God.
Whoa,
Oh,
whoa,
hey.
whoa, what is that?
Hey,
What's
Alma.
that?
Whoa.
That's your new
there's a
friend.
gamer.
No, it's
That's a
not.
big
I
gamer.
don't wanna meet him. I don't like him. Oh my God. Oh.
We have to collect 50 tapes. His movement is based off of sound, or his eyesight is. Yeah, he can only hear you. He can't see you. So.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the librarian. Okay.
Yeah, and if you get stuck,
Okay.
never mind. I was gonna say, and if you get close, if he gets close to you or whatever, or you get stuck in an area where you need to get to something, just
Yeah.
pull one of the fire alarms and he'll run towards it.
Now, if you
But we have to
crouch-
collect 50
does
tapes
that-
to get out of here, and it gets
I
dark
got-
at some
I got
point, so
out
it's gonna get a
for-
lot more complicated once we get to a certain
Does
point.
crouching make him like?
Yeah,
less
crouching is
likely to-
yeah, but if you walk into him, he's gonna find you regardless. Like last shift did.
I have He's following you. He detected you somehow.
Oh shit! Yeah, he heard me walking around probably. Well, good luck.
Bibble.
Oh, she's kneading my belly now, Bibble.
You're the only
My
one
name is
left,
Pebble.
right?
Rush my belly.
Oh crap! What happened?
I was waiting for that.
Oh my god! Oh no! Did the lights ever come back on?
Yes. Wait, no,
I
maybe. I
hope.
can't remember.
Because I wouldn't be able to see like the videotapes. I don't like this at all. Oh my god! Look at how scary that thing is in the dark.
Yeah, I
God.
think it comes on after a few more minutes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay here and wait till the lights come on.
I mean, we could reset and try again if you guys do
You
that.
want me to die?
I'll end up buying bread for breakfast in an hour, Lemao. Technically,
yeah.
yes, no, but because we have croissants on the fridge.
I mean, you could, and then we can all get flashlights at the beginning, like you're supposed to anyway.
I had a flashlight,
I'll end up
but
buying bread
we
for
both
breakfast
died.
in an hour and laugh my ass off. Lol.
Hey, people.
I mean, I can see the sun now, by the way. I only slept for 2 hours.
Oh no!
Jesus. It's what? I think almost 1 o'clock for us.
Holy
Yeah.
crap! We've been playing for like 5 hours.
I know. We'd have fun though, so I can't complain.
You
Should
see
we,
how
like-
easy it is to get the heart of a woman? Just buy bread.
Should we call
I
it a
fucking
night
love you,
here?
marry me.
Just
It's
buy
gonna
bread
fall like a rock.
and take the trash out. That's all you need to do.
Damn, is that all it takes? Find me a woman who likes
Yeah.
bread.
I mean, I bought her croissants. She loves croissants.
What's up?
He's gonna fall like a rock. I'm definitely gonna fall like a rock. I am like.
Shit, I'm about to fall
After I
like a rock
close,
after this is over. I still gotta take the dog out for a walk too before I go to bed. Oh, sadly.
At 1 a.m. Okay.
Yep. Hopefully I don't get mauled by a bear.
I cannot see anything. Oh my
Knowing this
god!
dog, he'll probably get himself killed by the bear, and I'll be like, bye, bitch. I don't have to outrun you. I just gotta outrun it. You guys having a blast? Keep playing
Very
until the dog says
scary.
no more. I mean, it's getting pretty close to that point, I'm not gonna lie. My eyesight's
I
starting
mean,
to get blurry.
I'm most
feel
worried about you, man, because you have to work at 4. So I don't know where you're gonna.
Oh
take
yeah,
that
you
nap.
gotta work. Oh damn!
My
you
girlfriend
should
has to
probably go
work.
bed.
Yeah. My girlfriend has to work, but she wanted to stay awake so she can watch my stream.
Do you guys think we should all
She's
be
so
responsible adults
cute.
and like go to bed?
Nah, fuck that shit. Who wants to be an responsible adult on a weekend?
I mean,
I
like,
say
yeah.
we get through this section and then we'll call it.
Hey, I see a light right here. Is this?
Because
what
we
is
can,
this?
there's plenty more game to go, so we
You
can
have to get
always finish it later.
the tapes. I think
Imagine
that I will not
adulting.
come back.
Sir, I wish I didn't have to adult at all, but unfortunately, being a fucking immature brat online doesn't pay the bills.
Yeah, that's
need to
true.
turn the
Unfortunately, I don't have the numbers to do that either.
Are you guys both dead, by the way?
Yeah, I got mauled.
Oh. Because I was like, I'm waiting for the lights to turn on, and they're not.
No.
Turn
do I
it
need to
down.
You
just-
got mold, I got mullet.
Slayer underscore
Where-
based. I mean, haven't I always been based though?
No, just because Grog said you're bait, that doesn't mean you're based.
Fuck Grog. I know Grog told me I'm based. I knew I was based.
Brother, you literally been bragging for a whole month that Grog told you you are based.
Yeah, because it just confirmed what I already knew. What the fuck you mean?
But anyway, the librarian is going straight. Okay.
Hey. Oh, hi! Fuck
I
me!
told you.
Oh my god. That was very quick.
Hang
Oh
on,
hey,
we're gonna
it's
restart
the, oh,
this.
it's the Borders
Oh,
bookstore.
what
it says
happened?
The end.
I restarted because that pissed me
Oh.
off.
Okay.
That was-
I'm too
Bitch.
based for that bullshit.
I'm
And she
dead.
died.
Alright, we're restarting again, damn it, stop dying.
That's see
He's
that.
walking way
See
too
it.
fast in this level for some reason. Right out,
Hide
out of
under the
nowhere.
table if you can. It'll protect you. That was funny. Look, I'm being retarded, but say what you will. I'm not fucking gonna keep getting punked by this bitch.
Brother.
All right, I'm not restarting again. I only hate this level because it takes forever to collect all these tapes, and that motherfucker's a gross as shit. You know what? I'm sick of your shit.
So we gotta do it before the lights
There.
go out.
Well,
Oh,
I have a
shit.
flashlight.
Baby, when the lights
He's coming that
go
way, so be
out.
careful.
Waka, waka, haka, haka, haka.
With love and tenderness.
The monster is roaming about
Around.
and he wants to rip your face right off. Rip your
Fucking
face
in
right
the
off.
butt. Oh!
Oh God,
He keeps
was
saying
a-
shush it as you hear that, right?
that was
Yeah.
extremely close. I
He
just
really
want to
is
get
a
the
librarian.
flashlight on
He
the
goes,
table.
"Shh."
Oh my God, it's
Let
coming
me
for
put my
you.
desk on standing. I really need to stretch now.
Oh crap, I
Oh.
need that flashlight on the table.
That flashlight. God damn, I can
Flashlight?
give you a
Hey,
fish.
yo.
Yo. Hey yo.
I need to
I
gefilte
the
fish.
Flashlight. Gefilte fish.
Oh shit! Oh
Oy
my
vey.
back, my lower back is killing me.
Boy, vey.
My lower back is killing me, and I must confess, also my knees.
Fuck me in the ass!
Oh no!
I can offer a squirrel. You know what, Mal? I might take you up on that offer.
I need the flashlight.
Just
It's
don't
on the
ask where she got the
table.
squirrel from.
Just take it off my body.
And why it's
I don't need to know
I
where she got it from. I just need to know it exists.
I can't see where your body is or where the table is. It's too dark.
Pretty much around that pool over there.
Wait.
Bop the bodies off the floor. Bop the bodies off the floor.
Did I get? I got it. Okay.
I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4.
Only count to 4.
Finally, someone has found the light. Look, I never disagreed with it. I was just wondering why.
Are you both dead?
Yeah.
It's all
Well,
up to me.
I mean, you see that corpse there? Yeah, that's me. I bet you wonder how I got here. Well, it's a long story.
Oh man, I gotta get those tapes.
Yeah, that's me.
No.
I bet you're wondering how I got here. Well, it's a long story. Let's go back.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, the
Okay.
Wonder Years. The fact that I remember that show's name is crazy. Just... I'm old.
Yeah, weird though, Grandpa.
Fuck you.
F.
Hey,
I can't see.
Did you know that we were
Yes.
both born in the Reagan fucking era?
We were.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
both
we lived
grandpas?
through Reaganomics. That's crazy.
Damn.
I'm surprised you're still
Damn.
educated.
Think
To
I
be
got
fair,
the
I don't
tapes.
know what year I got born.
Well, I'm a
I
year
don't know the
older
US
than me,
president.
so yeah.
I only knew
both
about
born
U.S.
in the Reagan
presidents
era.
after Obama.
It's funny because the only president I remember with when I was young
There's a
enough
tape on your left, by the way.
was fucking Clinton and then Bush. I didn't even know
Yeah.
George Bush's father was a fucking president before he was.
Oh, me either. I just learned that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, literally the only presidents of the United
I
States
thought I was born around Jimmy
know
Carter,
are,
but apparently not.
Washington,
Jimmy Carter was in the 40s.
Lincoln. Who was the? Who? Benjamin
Did you hear
Franklin, I
the
think he was a
baby just
president or
crying
something
just
like that.
Nipple.
Oh, that's fucking Amma. I heard a
Yeah.
baby cry and I was like, what?
Yeah.
Nipple.
Then I went directly to Bush. Obviously JFK because I learned about because of Call of Duty.
Yep.
Then Obama, Trump, and Biden. after
I love
that,
how you learned
just got
about
the president's
JFK
list.
and Call of Duty
Reagan. I
because
just
of the
remember
fucking
Reagan maybe because there is
because of the
an
zombie map
SCP.
with him and Fidel Castro.
Yes, indeed. I knew about Kennedy because of the zombie map, and then I knew what happened to him. And I
Yeah,
was
their
like,
whole family
oh, he's
got
not friend
fucking.
of Castro.
Their whole
It
family
seems like.
fucking died. Like most of them.
Yeah, I think
People
only
try to
his
say it was a
brother
curse. It was
alive.
like, no, just seems like stupidity to me.
I mean,
I
what
got
happened to
a
his
bunch
family
of
is obviously that it was a conspiration. I guess. Yeah.
What, the half his family's dead, or that he died? His
Half
death
his
was
family is
definitely
dead
a
because
conspiracy.
a lot of them were start dying like from curious accidents, if I remember correctly. And some of them there were also assassinations.
Oh no, there was some that died because of their family was just fucking negligent and stupid. Like the daughter,
Oh, yeah.
they fucking got lobotomized and then she died.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And the one guy who fucking flew a plane while drunk or some shit. Knowing
Oh,
damn
yeah.
well he shouldn't have been flying.
You only
Or no,
have
not
9
drunk.
tapes
He wasn't
left.
drunk, but he was flying it like in
He's
a really
following
bad
you.
weather. That was just stupid. Ugh, a lot of them died on natural causes and shit,
Got
or
so
stupid shit
many
that just
tapes.
happened. It's mostly coincidences.
We're gonna get this flashlight right here.
I'm just gonna actually try to not get caught.
You know what I'm gonna do?
How's that sound? Sound like a good idea? Yeah, that works too.
Just
If I
gonna
have
call
time
it
to
to
get
the
up
other
there and
side.
just grab shit. Of course, there's no tapes over here. What the fuck?
What the fuck? Why are there no tapes on this side?
I know, right? The fuck?
Okay, I'm gonna call him on this side then. Let's go. Oh,
Yeah,
we
so
only
you're
have
over
3
there,
tapes
isn't
left.
it?
We are on the last checkpoint. That's why.
Oh, well then I guess it saved the game for us then.
Yeah.
Because it never usually did that before.
2 tapes left.
It's giving
There's one left.
mercy.
They must have figured out that shit was too difficult and said fuck it.
I'm trying to look
Mercy,
for tapes.
Lord have mercy on my soul. Where I stick peanuts up my butt.
Why peanuts?
I don't fucking know. Because I was all out of cashews.
Uh-oh. It got me!
I saw it.
What, do you gotta find one more tape?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys got this.
Oh, of course I turned the power off right as I turned my flashlight on. That was clever. Stop running, you're gonna give me away.
Oh shit.
Motherfucker, he's coming right towards me!
Not my problem anymore.
Well, that was
I
so close.
almost fucking died. I hate everything
That
about
was
you, you son of a bitch.
insane. Now you guys gotta find one VHS tape in pitch black.
That's the problem. We have to search for one.
This is gonna be so hard, like a needle in a haystack.
Oh, I see. No, that was the door. Fuck.
There's the alarm.
Baby, when the lights go out.
I don't see shit.
Every single word you can confess. Such love and tenderness. I'll show you what it's all about. Babe, I swear you will succumb to me. So baby, come to me. When the lights go out.
Second
I can't, bro.
second verse,
Fucking-
girl.
Second verse, girl. I can't.
I used to love that song, man.
I still love that song. What you mean?
Where the hell is the damn tape? There's only one left. Oh my god.
No, there's no
Baby,
tapes
when
left.
the
It seems.
monster's out, this
Maybe the
motherfucker
door's
won't get off
unlocked
my
then?
dick. He's kind of a
You think maybe we got 'em all?
I think
did you
we
go to the
did. I
computer
turned
and
this
check?
on already.
So then you should be able to
Oh,
open
then the door's open,
door,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, the door was
Holy
open. We only need to
crap.
open it.
It's already
drink.
open. Get your ass in here.
He's a drink.
I can't pick up the almond water. What the fuck?
You have too much in your bags or something?
No, I died too many times. You lose all your inventory when you die.
Oh. Can the monster get in there? Should you close the door?
No, we can leave.
Oh, good. I like how the flashlights were just floating. Whoa. What is this
Is this
music?
oh, this is exactly what I think it is. This is the one where we have to
Oh.
hide in the houses at night. So, and the
Oh,
night cycle's weird.
wow. This is so trippy.
Yeah, we gotta get to the big
Uh-huh.
mansion in the sky that's like up ahead.
Oh. Welcome to suburbia.
I usually go like 2-3 houses and then I can just crash there for the day.
How long it takes to get into night?
I want to say like at least 2 to 3 minutes.
So if you're caught outside when it turns dark, what happens?
So remember the guy that hugged you at the window?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, that.
Yeah. Oh.
They will find you and they will grab you and they will give you a big old hug.
I
And you
don't
will
like that.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as we're in the house with the door closed, we're fine. But to be safe, I would hide under a bed or in the closet too, because you never
I'm
know. They
in
might
the closet.
might open windows or doors.
Hey guys, guess what? Come here. Come here. Come here. I'm coming out of the closet.
I knew it. I'm going back in. Fuck this shit. Not why I came out in the first place. These fucking people are gay.
Good morning, Vietnam.
Oh my fucking god. These dudes are gay. Go for them. Go for them.
Let's play house.
I got this.
Oh, McDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O.
Oh shit. Fucking sanity, really? I have nothing to cure my sanity either. Great.
I got zippity doo dah, zippity
You have this.
day.
Take.
My oh my, I lost my sanity.
Imagine having it to begin with. Could not be me.
So are we just staying in here until it gets dark?
Yeah, it seems
Yeah,
like.
it should get dark pretty soon.
This is our house. This house doesn't have a bathroom or a kitchen. What a steal.
The trick is that you shit on the floors and then you switch houses.
You shit on the counter. Alright, I'm gonna buy a new house.
How far is it gonna take
Jumping
to?
on the
Damn, it really takes a lot to get dark now.
Apparently, goddamn, I felt like it took a lot less time. I mean, we could try to push to the next house, but I say one of us
Sure,
stay.
let's do it.
Watch it get dark as soon as we go.
Don't we gotta get to the water tower or something?
No, we gotta get to the house.
To the mansion that is in the end of the hill.
Uh-oh, it's getting dark. I knew it was gonna happen.
Why does this happen right when we go outside?
Why did I convince us to walk out of the house? We're fucked.
Oh no! I'm dead. I cannot see a damn thing. I literally
I have a flashlight.
I got to the house though.
Oh, I got that! Oh, okay. Maybe they weren't the skull mask dudes. They were worse. Evil creatures.
Oh my god, that was terrible.
I got moited.
Stay in the house. Bashu, just stay in the house.
Okay, so if you can find a van and hop in the back of it, it has a lot of almond mortar and it'll take you like a lot further than walking.
A van.
Oh.
Yeah, you'll
Is
see
it a
them.
Is it
Follow
a
the road and
candy
you'll
van?
see like a, I said kind of like an ice cream truck.
Oh, a candy van. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
candy.
Free candy.
That's how I lost my cousin.
Damn, I never saw Pedro again.
No.
That was good.
We never saw little Pedro again.
And a week later, they took
Oh,
little
hello.
Arturo. Poor Arturo. He didn't deserve that shit.
I mean, on my family, we have an Arturo, and the Arturo it was a bull. Actually.
You know what's funny? Arturo is my name, brother. My the name of my brother. Fuck. Also, my father's
God, that
name
was
too.
hilarious.
I'm the only one who got the white name.
Oh, there's
candy.
the van. The candy
Ooh, piece of
van.
candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
Like the candy van can.
Yeah, once you jump in that shit, it's
got
gonna
the
close and
sugary
take you
juice,
like
the candy
further.
man can.
Okay.
So make sure you don't activate it by accident.
This music.
What the fuck is up with the camera? What the fuck? You saw that,
camera
right?
glitched
It started
too.
glitching like
Yeah. He's like
My camera is
teabagging
glitched
the
too, though.
Candyman.
Oh,
Oh my
crazy.
god, dude! He was like flying out.
Oh, I'm on the driver's seat now.
There goes the candy van.
The candy van can.
The candy van can.
Alright, it's gonna stop
cannot take this
soon,
game
so I
seriously
jump
with
in
the
the. Yep, jump in that house up there because that's the closest you're gonna probably get for you. Or actually, maybe you can get to another house. But you'll start to see that mansion coming up soon.
Yeah, I see it's
Like a
getting
What a
dark.
pretty
Big
Look at that.
sky
sight.
building. Yeah, you see it right there? That big sky
Yeah.
building? That's what you're
What the
gonna
fuck
get.
is that?
Oh no.
Get in the
Here
house
comes
quick.
the
Close the door.
darkness.
Hide under the bed.
Oh god. It's so dark. Oh my
While you're getting to the
God.
mansion, I'm gonna take this dog out real quick so I don't have to do it later.
I gotta go feed the Bibble too. She's being
Fuck
like
the dog.
really.
Well, we're both dead, so we can do that.
Yeah, you can technically do
I'll
that
be
while I
right
get
back.
into there.
I'm not gonna fuck my dog. That's weird, bro. What kind of weirdo are you? Look, squirrels is one thing. Dogs are a different story.
Oh, so you draw the line on the fucking
All right, anyways, I'm
squirrels, huh? Just because they have big nuts doesn't mean you can have to put a big nut in them. Okay, they are left. Okay. Okay, it's gonna. I see another truck though. Nuts, yeah, we love nuts in this game. Let's go. I just been lucky with this from that. Oh, the camera is glitching again. Okay, see the castle, it's close. Ahí sí la puta. Oh, it's anything again. How far I am? Okay, I can get into another castle actually. How far am I? Can I get to the next house actually? Yes, I think so. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. That was close, that was close, that was close, that was close, that was close. I tempted luck for a little bit too much.
I fed the Bibble
Hello.
and I also went to the bathroom. I feel much better.
Good for you. I need to go to the bathroom, but I can't right now.
Like, well, we've been playing this for like over 5 hours, man. It's like we gotta eat, we gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I get you completely. The thing is that the Slayer told me like a few days ago to go to do this game, but the thing is that it was at by 3 a.m. So I said, okay, I have to take a nap before I go to if I play. If not, I'm gonna die. The thing, I overslept for a moment, so that's why I arrived so late.
I got a can of Vienna sausages, so I'm all good.
Nice.
Our fate is resting on you.
Yeah, almost there. I see the castle right there.
Sweet! We should have all survived this, but we were cocky.
Yeah, I was lucky because I was the first one to get out, but we were like, how long is it gonna take? And then we leave. It just became dark out of nowhere.
Yep. It's like the game just knew.
Yeah, it definitely knew.
Yeah, you did it!
Yay! I got lucky because I found another truck, so that got me really closer to where I had to go.
Well, this place looks like it's gonna be hell.
Yep. So what
Oh
I'm gonna
my
do is gonna
God.
take advantage that we're finally on a safe spot and Slayer's not here, so I will go finally to the bathroom. Be right back.
Yeah, go do that. There's gotta be a puzzle here. 753 537 573.
Tell me how to bring dog out. And look, what up?
I fed the bibble, I had a pibble, and then I also ate some Vienna sausages.
Hey, yo.
Oh,
So
I didn't
tell
know
me
you could
how
move these.
I brought the dog out, right?
Yeah.
And this dog, I think he tough all the time, trying to fight everything that he sees.
Oh.
There was nothing outside that I know of. This motherfucker went outside, barked once, immediately tried to come back in the house. I'm like, you're going pee. He's trying to fight with me. I'm like, no, you're gonna go to the bathroom. Go. And he said they're trying to fight me for a good 5 minutes. I'm like, this motherfucker. He really fight with me. Go to the bathroom. I'm like, yo, get the fuck out of here and go pee. Well, I don't know what he saw, but he got spooked real quick. Little shit. I don't give a fuck if you're spooked. Get the fuck out there and pee. So, okay. Just a heads up.
This is a square.
This part does have a clown.
Oh no.
In case you don't like clowns.
I mean, I don't have a clown phobia, but like scary clowns are still scary clowns, you know.
Well, yeah. So
They're still scary.
he is the spooky clown.
Okay,
But what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to get flashlights, and then we're gonna have to like stun him by like flashing him with the flashlights, and basically keeping him away from us long enough so
Do
he
you
doesn't
have a
kill us.
flashlight?
I do not.
I don't have
We'll get one in the
anything.
next section.
I said here you have. I have 2 flashlights though.
Oh. Well, I mean, there's flashlights in the next section anyway. But we gotta put these little blocks on the designated spots to open the door. There should be one more. I found it. There we go.
Okay.
See this
creepy
fucker
clown
right here?
time. Oh god.
That's the clown. It only attacks when you can't see him. Watch your back.
Oh great.
So basically, we're gonna stand back to back to back and just keep an eye on the fucker.
This is horrific. He's terrifying.
Yeah. Once we go close to him, he'll disappear.
There's only one, right?
Yeah, just the
one?
one. But he
Okay.
teleports, so you gotta watch yourself.
Oh, son of a bitch. That's
Yeah.
So what do we have to do in here?
Well, first things first, we gotta go to the clown.
We are at the clown, okay?
Alright, well, we gotta go over here. So there's a timer on this. Once we start it, it'll count down until we can leave. And in the meantime, we have to protect ourselves from the clown by whoever has flashlights has to flash the lights at him when he gets nearby you, or within range of you, to make him disappear. Type shit.
Could you have a flashlight put on the floor?
Yeah, I don't have one. Oh, I got it.
you want mine?
No,
I have one now.
I gave him another one. I have a spare one.
Okay.
So, how do we start this again? Where the fuck is the switch? It should be right here. There should be a switch or something I have to push. What the fuck is it?
Oh god.
There he goes. Alright, get ready.
No. Oh, no.
Group up in the middle.
Okay.
We got
I see
13
him.
seconds.
There you go.
Yep, just flash him.
One look at the bag. I have this spot.
Oh, behind me, I got him.
We can cover to 3 different points, so one cover each side.
Mm-hmm.
He's on the door. He's coming back here again. I see him.
So watch him though, because he'll teleport around the map and sometimes he's in weird places.
I see him.
Come here.
Oh,
We
God.
get into the platform. Actually, that's how we can cover more spots. Once you
So like,
Oh,
do
he's
we
over
just
here.
have to So we just have to survive this? Is that it?
Yeah,
Yes,
we just have
he's
to
on the
survive
entrance
until
again.
we just have to survive until the ride's ready to go, and then we leave.
Oh, I see.
Okay, he left here. Yes, I can
I
on
get
the
the
door.
back.
I have him covered.
This music's so creepy.
I'm from okay, the auto. Hello, beach. Goodbye, beach.
Oh, he's behind me.
Uh-oh.
He's moving to the right, so he's
He's
trying
right
to
on
get
the
by the
entrance
entrance. Yep, there he
There
is.
we go.
Oh, he's right behind me, fucker. Woo, he almost got me.
Yeah, that's why we have 3 people to check the end every spot we can.
Okay, we can go now. Get in.
Okay.
There you go.
How do I get into it? Like,
Just press F on it. Yeah.
okay.
So the longer you take, the more likely it is to kill you. Woo!
Yeah.
A whole new world.
Find the exit in level 94.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
shit.
is the LiDAR one.
Oh no.
The good LiDAR one, not the shitty LiDAR one.
That's a pile of poop right
Oh,
there.
that's shit ton of flashlights.
Yeah, get your LiDAR guns. You're gonna need them.
Okay. LiDAR. No, that's junk right there.
Also grab sanity and stuff because you're gonna need it too. The LiDAR gun should be in here. Nope, they're not in here. They should be down here. There's a hallway we have to go down. We just gotta figure out where we're going. I want to say it's over here, but it's a dead
This
end.
place is like an abandoned asylum. It's so creepy.
It's not like that. Yep, nothing there. Let me go over here.
Someone needs sanity or something?
No,
No.
I'm good.
Okay.
I hear
I think.
creepy noises though.
The fuck was that?
I don't know.
I don't know
I
either.
don't hear anything.
Maybe we gotta get further in with this. I heard
Oh, I
that
hear
shit.
Mark-John's house now. Okay.
Oh, hey, look, a lot of flashlights.
Woo.
I'll take an extra one in case.
Take that off in case.
This music is extremely ominous.
Yeah, I remember this music before. I
Like
don't remember
this right
music,
here,
man.
this is like some amnesia level, like
Oh,
scary.
don't remind me of Amnesia. I
It's
had
some
nightmare
real
for
amnesia
weeks.
level shit, man.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh shit, my knee just popped.
Ow.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I actually injured my knee a few weeks ago.
Oh
It's
no.
still not healed.
Oh no. Are you gonna be okay?
It seems to be
Look
like
it up, Buttercup.
tendinitis or something like that.
Tinnitus.
So it's mainly rest.
Wait,
But the
isn't
thing is that I
tinnitus in
barely
your ear?
rest. I walk a
Oh.
lot.
I mean arthritis?
No, tendinitis, like the tendons.
Oh, tendinitis. Oh, here they are. Here's the
Yeah.
LiDAR.
I don't know how
Flashlights
to
don't work
pronounce
past
it,
here.
Oh no.
I don't know how
No
to pronounce
perfect
it
for
correctly
me.
in English, but yeah.
Now we get the LiDAR.
Yeah, the thing is that we lost Amma.
Yeah.
Wait.
I have no idea. I'm in the room with all the flashlights on the table, and I've been going around in every room that I find, and it's like the same rooms over and over again.
There is something on the other side of the wall, by the way.
What do you mean?
You're walking into the wall. What are you doing?
I just don't know where I'm going.
I don't know how you got lost. We were all together for like a minute or two.
I don't know where I'm going. I keep going around in circles, like in the same rooms.
Keep running in circles.
Going round in circles, walking round in circles. I don't know where I'm
I know
going.
the dog is not barking at 2 o'clock in the morning. 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna beat his fucking ass.
Doggy. How is this possible that I cannot find anywhere new to go?
I
I
swear,
just
I feel
don't
like this dog
understand it.
knows there's something in this house that I don't.
You got a ghost in your house?
Probably.
There you
Right
are,
here.
help
Oh.
me. Yay.
Didn't I tell you about the voice I heard the other week, like a couple weeks ago? Randomly.
Wait, who heard a voice?
I did.
Oh crap.
I heard a woman's voice randomly the other day, or a couple
Oh,
weeks
yeah, your
ago when I was at home
consciousness.
alone.
Ooh,
Yeah,
you
my
got some
consciousness is a woman.
ghosty.
Ghost
got
baddies.
ghosty.
Probably. Some badass ghost
Hey, if
bitches.
it's a female ghost, you can get into a relationship with her.
Look,
Oh,
all they should
crap,
have succubus and she'll suck me dry.
I can't see. My sanity's going. Alright, which way did you go? Crap.
Where
My
you
whole
didn't go,
screen went
apparently.
black.
Over here. Turn around.
Where?
Wait, who's that?
There you are.
Oh.
My sanity is slipping away, so I could not see.
Where are you guys?
Here, take that.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
On our
Where you
way.
go?
I'm trying to pick it
I
up.
miss you
Come
so.
on.
Okay.
Come on,
I've
pick
been
it
scanning
up.
the whole entrance
Do
so
you
you
have
can see
too
what
many items in
what's
your
around
inventory,
here.
maybe?
No, I don't think so. I only have
Check.
a flashlight. Why can't
Check
I pick
again.
it up?
I have a lot of
Come
cans if you need them,
on.
but where the fuck are you?
It's like not letting me. Oh, wait. Almost got the menu. Hang on. Come on, I need to get the damn drink. The insanity's taking. I'm gonna die. I'm sorry. It's it. I'm over.
He's
I
dead.
could not pick it up. It wouldn't give me the menu to
There you are.
pick it up.
You know
She
what?
died?
She's dead.
How many cans do you have, Slayer?
I have 2 on me.
I can give you a few more.
Why is my
Here you have
sanity
two.
That
only
was the
low?
dumbest way to die ever. I had the can right in front of me and I couldn't even pick it up.
I can't
Oh
see
my
anything
God.
now because I swapped my thing. Hold on.
There you are. I have my here. I have the the flashlight.
Whoa, that's the fancy
Yeah,
camera
your pointing
thingy,
is
the LiDAR.
crazy. Fucking Christ. There. Alright, we ready?
LiDAR!
Around here, if I recall correctly.
There.
I do not recall correctly.
We should be close to there.
Yeah, we're close to it, but I don't remember where. Here it is.
Oh. That's a dead body of Mama.
Yep.
Am I fucking retarded? Where am I going?
Oh shit, I pressed wrong button. Anyways.
Bruh.
Here, bro.
Why does there
bro,
have to be
here.
a whole ass extra corridor? That just makes it more confusing. There we go. Jesus Christ.
Whoa. This is weird.
Yeah.
What in the world is
Watch
this
out for
room
that
made out
red.
of?
That's an enemy.
Yeah, how do we
Uh-oh.
stop them or avoid them?
Just stay low and stay in corners because he walks in a straight line. So as long as you don't walk into him, you're fine.
This is trippy. It's like being in a laser tag arena or something.
Yeah. I like this LiDAR better because it's like less confusing and more fucking like, yeah.
Yeah, we gotta figure out that LiDAR level in the other game.
We will.
We were doing really good though, like
Yeah.
we got through a lot of levels, just kind of blundering our way through it.
Yeah. It's just the last part with the sanity fucking got me.
Yeah.
And the fact you have to start over from the beginning every time you fail is fucking stupid, right?
Yeah, that does suck.
Well, there should be a checkpoint in between those. I'll let you scare the shit out of me.
Oh, that's a lot of red.
Yeah, that's me. I hyper scan this stuff so I can see where I'm going.
I wish I had like a full scan button. I don't think it does.
Careful, there's in
That's
front of
what
us.
you should do. There he goes.
Monster.
He just avoided me.
Woo.
He literally bumped me and everything.
Oh my god.
He's going
Oh.
back.
Uh-oh.
So look, it gets worse in the mouth.
I think this is a dead end. Yeah. No, there's a pathway here.
Yeah, there's plenty of branching paths. You just gotta figure out which one leads to where you want it to. I fucking love this LiDAR section, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, it's actually really nice. Very chilling, actually.
They did.
It feels
they,
like one
they
of those
worked
VR
really good.
games where you have to like paint or something with the VR.
Yeah. It's just so cool. Like, it's cool and creepy at the same time. Cause like, you have to use lights to see around you and shit. But at the
Yeah.
same time, there's a creature walking around in the dark and you don't even know where he is. And the only way you can tell is by the end of the LiDAR, just like kind of give away its position a little bit. But at the same time, it's like super cool because like, how many people would think to do some shit like this?
I hear the monster.
Yeah, he just walked past me.
I still hear it.
Fuck my sanity.
Oh no.
Now's
He's
not the time
just
for this, bro.
zooming.
God.
Ooh, he
It's
almost
like
got me.
breathing right down. It's like
He was
breathing
right on
right down
me.
your throat.
He ran past
He
me
really
again.
was.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
this is the
purple
entrance
now.
again.
Yeah, whenever you change it out, it changes color. I think there's also a button that you can use to change the color too. Oh, you scared the shit out of me, dude.
Hey,
I thought you were him.
bitch, I'm him.
Bitch, I'm him. Wasn't that cute? Bitch, I'm fucking adorable. Fucking Vegeta.
Oh, my insanity.
I am the hype. Oh, I think we're getting close because we've been
I on my
pretty
last
deep in
count, by the way.
fucking-
Did you die?
No, I'm on my last can of insanity, so.
Oh, on your last
I just
can.
used
Okay.
one of mine, so I should be good for a bit.
I believe in you too. Carry my scrub ass through this.
Gladly.
I pretty much get to just watch the game and get carried through most levels.
That's why I keep trying to get you to like try to win something. I'm like, this is just boring for you, isn't it?
I told you I'm bad at gaming.
You beat Parasite Eve. I've never done that.
Well, it took me 5 tries to beat the ultimate being.
Like I told you earlier, I probably would have took 10 tries because I would have got stuck on something panicking or just fucking
I would have beat
got
it
caught
on
with some
my
dumb
4th.
shit.
I would have beat it on my 4th try if I hadn't run for the save phone when I had to run away from it.
Yeah,
That
I don't
was
think
so
you can save at that
depressing.
part.
Nope, I was supposed to run for the door immediately, and I didn't do that,
Yeah.
so it got me. And it's instant death if it touches you, so
Yep.
that really sucked.
I saw someone play it before, and they mentioned that. And I was like, wait, so if you literally get caught by this thing, it's instant death. But
Yep.
then you have to
And then you
fight it
gotta
after
do
you chase it for how long, and it can insta kill
yeah,
you anyway.
and then you have to fight the ultimate
This is
being
dead
all
end.
over
Oh.
again.
That's crazy. Oh, there goes my sanity again. Fucking Christ. You really don't like me having sanity, do you?
And that's your last drink, right?
Yeah, but I still have some jungle juice and shit.
Aha. Well, I hope you guys find the way out. I wonder what this looks like on your end. I'm gonna check your stream.
Yeah, it
real
does.
quick.
Kind of same, but in POV.
Oh, so it just looks like a bunch of yellow and purple dots?
Yep.
Oh, now it's orange.
So-
Gold. Oh, it's orange.
Oh. Cause it's like everything is still so black. I didn't know if you guys saw like more.
No, I just see the radar to have an idea where the monster is. Yeah, my sanity.
Ah.
There you go.
It's almost like you're walking through outer space.
Yeah, it
Kinda,
is.
yeah.
It's
It's kind of like
trippy.
you're just walking through deep black.
Yeah. I see red dots.
Or like you're fucking creating stars and shit in the middle of a galaxy that had no stars in it.
How in the world are you guys supposed to find your way out of here?
A lot of patience.
Pretty
though.
much just feeling around with the LiDAR until we find the exit. Which should just be like a doorway. But once we get to the doorway, we'll actually be able to physically see it. There won't just be LiDAR needed.
I'm making some arrows for you for where I've been.
Okay.
This is relaxing.
Kinda is. After all the tension we had.
The only thing
is
that's
like the
annoying is the
least
fucking sanity
scary.
dropping just quick.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, my rooms are purple now, so if you see like the arrows, the purple arrows, that's me.
Okay, let's see. Red or orange, green right now. Hello, monster.
Uh-oh, monster.
It's a monster. Oh, I found another room.
Ooh.
That's why you never say never. Just because you think there's no
Yay.
room doesn't mean there's not another one. Sadly, I think it's room before.
I found the exit.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
Honestly, I
Just
might
follow
just
the
get the
arrows.
creature to kill me so that you can. The arrows or the lines?
I made an arrow for you. Okay, I have to. My sanity's dropping, by the way.
Yeah, so I was just gonna let him kill me so you can get out.
Yeah.
Sacrifice yourself for the greater good.
I forgot how
God.
ugly he was.
Oh.
You did now?
Whoa.
Yeah, go ahead. I forgot how ugly that fucker was, dude.
I love that I am the person with the worst
What that
sense of
shit?
direction. I am the one who found the exit.
Yay! Is this the boat area? I think this is the boat area.
Yeah, the thing is that I'm probably gonna die now of insanity.
Well, maybe you just
Oh
gotta
wait,
let
no, it goes
yourself
back
die.
to the hub.
Because mine. Okay, this is the hub.
Yes, habit hub.
Wow.
Habit.
Habit hub. Oh yeah, that map is for Thalassophobia.
Yeah, I noticed. I got the
Oh.
the achievement. I need something to fix my
Let's
my
go get Thalassophobia, shall we?
Yeah.
Oh, you'll love this part. All right.
Yeah. Wow, it's a
Wrong
weird
way.
house.
Don't go that way. Don't go that way. This way.
Okay. Yeah. Ooh, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No wonder it's called thalassophobia.
Yep.
Damn, it's
The
dirty,
fear of
nasty
open
water.
water. Beware of the thing.
Oh no. Oh god.
See, I've never run into the thing, but
Okay, I'm
might
gonna
be a
die
first
of
time for
insanity,
everything.
Sorry.
Can I row the boat? I wanna row
Your
the
butt's
boat.
my way. Alright, you row the boat then.
There's a house over there.
You gonna row the boat?
How do you wait, yeah, can
Press
I not
F.
row this boat?
There you go.
Oh hell yeah. Row the boat. Row, 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 row. Let's go to the house.
I'm
Row,
offering
row, row,
teabag
row.
dances of inspiration.
I'm gonna dump you over and let the thing get you. Hey!
I'm a
a
twerking though.
It's a boat and a show.
Damn right. Boat show. Literally, it's a regular boat show.
It's a showboat. A showboat.
Not showboat. Ay. Ay. Ay.
Hey.
Ay.
Oh, can the thing get you when you're on a boat?
I don't think so.
Oh, I'm on water.
It
Nice.
can only get you when you're off the boat. Or in the water off the boat. Baby, when the lights go out.
Shit ton of stuff in here.
Yeah.
Grab what you can. Tuck your pocket. Stock your package, you pumpkin country bumpkin.
Stick your packets.
Oh shit! I got bug.
Do we need the LiDAR scanner
Row,
anymore?
row, row your boat gently down the stream. Throw your teacher off the boat and listen to her scream. What?
No.
No, we don't need the laser thingy anymore.
Laser Tahiti.
Tahiti. Tahiti
I heard you say
Tahiti.
laser Tahiti.
This is Tahiti. You should say Ababa.
I'm humming. Okay,
I'm
now
being
it's full
attacked.
daylighting here.
Being attacked by what?
Attacked by the boat. By the boat.
Oh, let's say the thing. Right,
The boat. It's attacking me.
That's
I'm like
crazy.
stuck. I can't
That's
move my
double
boat.
crazy.
I can't row my boat.
Row, row, row your boat gently
Shit.
down the stream. I'm gonna fucking die. I'm getting out to sing.
Okay, it's done.
Also,
Bitch.
Well now.
get in the boat.
I tried.
I'm
It's
trying.
not- my boat is stuck.
There you go.
It's literally stuck.
I'm
You
going
might
for
go
you
back
then.
to Rama.
Yeah, that's
Come
what I'm
on.
thinking.
Boat.
Why is
Damn
full of mist
boat.
now here?
You what now?
The map is full of mist. I cannot see shit down.
Oh yeah, cause I don't know, cause it's misty. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's misty.
No, no what
Pokemon.
to tell ya. It's Misty from Pokemon. Keep giving head
I don't
to
know if
Ash.
I'm going
Ash
to the right
is like, I
direction or
can't
not,
tell,
to
but
be honest. I think not.
get
This is
best
another
hit.
house.
I like that you're coming back for me. Chivalry is not
Yeah, the thing
dead.
is that no, I went on the wrong direction, I guess.
Oh, never mind. I'm gonna swim. Fuck it.
Oh, I see you. I see you. I see you.
I'm gonna swim for it.
I'm gonna swim.
Like the
See what
shanda
gets me.
fish.
I wanna
There's more
see
almond
what
water here.
happens.
I also want to see what happens. Give me watch your stream.
You wanna see me get eaten by a giant leviathan or something?
Sure do.
Woo, big
I
old
hear
sea
I
monster.
hear something moving.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh god. That's great.
And it's big. It sounds like it's something big though.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wonder if I'll make it to the house. I'm
a
swimming
question.
faster. Come on, haul ass, haul ass. Do you see something coming for me?
Not currently,
yet.
no.
I just said I
there.
hear something.
I actually made it.
Great,
I
I
can't
see.
believe it.
There is a shit ton of almond milk inside this house.
Oh, good, I got stuff.
What's inside? Oh, my sanity. Oh my
They have
god.
almond milk.
Oh shit! I'm in the water.
Man overboard, man overboard.
We gotta drink.
Here.
We gotta drink right
You have
now.
You have on the Porsche. You have 2 more almond milks.
Oh, sweet. Let me go get those. Yay. I could definitely use that.
It can get pretty hard to
another one
see
there.
out there. Take this just in case you get lost.
What?
Oh, flare guns.
Oh. Oh shit!
Whoa, really? Cool.
There you go. That'll help.
That's awesome. Hell yeah, boy.
Probably when it gets misty.
Yeah, more than likely. Oh, I can't jump on the boat from here.
No, let me try to get closer. Give me a second.
Can
let
you
me
get
try
all
to-
of us on the boat?
I can
Be
try.
able to.
There you go. This is the closest I can get.
Oh. Okay, how about
Whoa, that didn't work.
well, if you get out of the boat seat, then one of us can jump in the seat and then jump out, and then we'll be on the boat. Or that works too. Just jump on.
Yeah. Oh crap.
Get inside the boat and then get out.
I can't jump for shit. Oh my god.
Like press F to get inside the boat.
Run and jump, silly.
Press
Oh
F
my
to get inside the...
Just press
I
F to
love
get
how
in the
she's
boat,
ignoring
woman.
every single advice we're giving her.
She
you
made
go.
it. Let's go. Proud of you.
Yeah.
Holy shit. That was insane.
I'm really bad at games. Well, you wasted your flare. I don't even see it.
No, I have more flares. It's unlimited.
Oh, I hear noise. I hear scary noise. You hear that? It's getting
You
really
mean my
foggy.
nose?
Oh my god, it's getting real foggy. Oh my god. We gotta go towards that lighthouse over there.
Shoot flares at the fish. Yeah, we gotta go to the lighthouse.
Something's coming for us, ain't it?
Let the lighthouse know of our arrival by shooting flares like a crazy man.
Look, do we just have like endless flares?
I guess so.
Looks like.
Oh, there's the lighthouse. Shoot it!
Oh, fire!
Let's
Oh shit, I
find
actually hit it.
Is it in this side or is it in the other side?
We jump on the roof.
Okay.
Jump on the roof. Oh shoot, my sanity. I gotta drink some stuff. Oh, there's some drinks
Find
over
the
there.
cave.
Get your diver suit. You don't need it.
Drop item, drop item. Okay, I have it.
Okay,
Oh,
I
I
got-
hate how it looks.
Yeah, but
Diver suit. Ooh. Okay, so. Yeah. Ooh.
Ready?
This is gonna be fun.
Yep.
So,
you're ready in.
hell yeah, boy. Let's go under the deep water and see the monster.
Producing a pineapple under the sea.
Oh, is this like a shark cage situation?
Yes.
Oh, you'll see.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
we are playing Subnautica now.
This is so cool.
Oh,
Whoa. 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 Oh,
Yep.
crashed.
Say hello to the anglerfish.
What the hell?
what the
You
heck?
getting crushed
So
here?
you want to swim towards this thing, I think.
Where am I supposed to swim?
This archway
Arch?
in the water. Where are you?
She probably curious.
Over here. Yeah. There you go. Swim towards the archway, and then I believe we swim straight to the right. And there should be a cave system.
Joke's
that
on
we gotta
you
go
guys.
in.
I don't have thalassophobia and I love this.
I have thalassophobia and I hate this.
Have you seen my lake stream where I scuba dive all throughout the lake and film the fish?
You said leg
Yeah,
stream.
and she got bit up by a fucking lasagna.
Leech, yeah.
I felt lasagna.
Oh god.
I got bitten by lasagna.
Got bit by
Damn,
lasagna.
Italians are getting more aggressive with their cooks, huh?
Sure are. Alright, we gotta find a cave system. I apparently can't find it now. Oh wait, is it this one? I think it's this one. Around here somewhere. It's like a big rock. Oh, I found it.
Where is it? I see you. Come on.
Where'd you go?
There you are. Hi.
Oh, there you are. Down. Go down.
I'm a mermaid. Ooh, this This is so pretty. This is my favorite
My
level
knees
right
hurt me.
now.
I think I will need to do my brace soon.
And we're out. I just swim in, swim all the way down, get into the cave, swim up. Once you get to the end,
Wow! Wow, cool. I love this. This is the best level in this whole game.
yeah, you're not gonna like this level.
Wow! Why?
Death Head moths
Walkie-talkies.
and skin eaters.
So that's fun.
Yeah.
Talkie-talkie, oh boy.
Yeah, you can use it to like alert other people.
It's also really freaking
So we gotta get to
dark
each
in here.
airlock. It's essentially what we gotta do. So we get to the end. And as we
Okay.
can progress, it gets worse.
Oh, great.
Yeah. You'll
The
see what I mean soon enough.
decontamination room.
Yep, get ready to go.
God.
Oh!
Oh!
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yep. Well, that sucks.
Whoa!
That sucks.
Well, that's how. That's a shit ton of items. So what we have to do in here?
Crouch, walk fast, keep going. It's just like when you run them off area, just crouch and walk fast. With the skinwalkers, just run the fuck fast.
I hate that they are quite the opposite of the spectrum of this gameplay.
Yeah. But what are you doing? Just picking up shit.
I'm taking all your stuff. I think my bags
Oh,
are
Lord.
full. Okay.
But the hoarder confirmed.
I am. I like to not go insane and to survive a little bit.
That's
How
actually
dare
a
you
smart
do those
answer.
things? What's wrong with you? Be careful of the
It's how
skin stealing your
caverns.
butt, eh?
Wow. Go underground. What are the glowy blue things? Those mushrooms, are they okay?
Mushrooms.
They don't kill you or anything?
I don't think so.
I think they are just for lighting. That's it.
Yeah, they're probably for lighting, but I wouldn't get too close to them because you almost walked right into a moth.
Yeah.
There's a vagina in the wall.
That's
Do you see it?
crazy. Yes, I do.
Yeah, found the exit or just the next room.
I could
I'm still...
I thought that was
I think
entrance
it's
only.
your- I think it's Slayer's Betty Boo time.
Yeah, I think after this section I'm gonna call it.
Do you gotta work tomorrow or today? since
No,
it's
I'm
2
off
a.m.?
tomorrow. I'm gonna stream though, probably sometime tomorrow.
Sweet, I'm going to the aquarium with my hubby.
Nice.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh yeah, tomorrow's Power Hour, so I definitely gotta stream some fucking Fortnite.
What time?
I don't know. I gotta look it up. I don't even know if they're
I'm
still
gonna
having the
check in
Power
case
Hours
I
or
want
not.
to
I gotta
stream
check.
with you. I only know I had to go to the pedicure at the afternoon because I have an ingrown nail. I have to get it out.
Ooh.
I'll say it'd be 2 p.m. for me, so it was nighttime for you anyway.
2 p.m. around 10 p.m. like the usual time we play. So I think
Yeah.
I can stream with you tonight.
All the gem Power Hour takes place August 8th. Wait, what? Saturday, August 8th? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Featuring boosted jump sprites, spawns, and seasonal items dropping as mythics. Sessions run for 2 hours each at 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. to 11 p.m.
This is a Fortnite thing
Yeah,
or something?
for this
Ah.
season. Next season it's gonna change probably. I mean, they're still gonna have sprites and shit. They're even giving us like a chow garden basically for sprites, but
Ooh.
next season's gonna be different sprites. Probably all video game themes. So I'm assuming we're gonna get
Uh-huh.
Sonic sprites and shit.
Cool.
I added Fortnite on Twitter and told them they should add a Chow sprite because it'd be perfect for the fact that you just made a Chow garden for fucking sprites.
Nice.
And since technically it's literally a Chow garden at this point, like sprites might as well be called Chows because that's what they kind of remind me of now when I think about it.
I don't know if I'm going around in circles or if
It's,
I'm getting
boo-boo.
anywhere new. Am I getting anywhere new?
I just know
Or
I'm
am I-
moving towards different directions and I'm leaving. What the fuck is?
Well, see, that's a wall, so no, you're not getting.
Is
far.
that you? No, that's not.
You were
There's
into
a moth.
Skinwalker, didn't you?
That was a monster.
Yeah. Okay. So you're not going. You're going the right way. Go that way. If you see a skid stealer, just run the fuck away, or run past him and get in the door because the door's right behind where he's at.
Oh, I see.
So where is? Oh my.
Did
I
Vashu
checked
get
yours.
to the exit? Did
I'm still
find a
looking
way
for
out?
it.
You ran into a skin stealer. That's what she did.
Man, I'm definitely feeling my old age now. I'm like, I'm getting tired. This is gonna
Oh,
be the
blame
last
ya.
level for me.
Probably for all of us here.
Like usually, I used to be able to stay up so late. Oh wow, is that a door? Is
Yeah,
that the
pick up
door
the
we
door.
came in?
No, that's the door I took actually. I think I closed it for you. God damn it. Do I have to go back for you?
Do
You can open
can
it
I
from
not
that side.
open it?
Try to open the.
Um,
If not, I have to go back for you.
is there like a thing to open it or?
No. Oh shit.
No, you should just
Well,
be able
good
to
luck.
go inside.
It doesn't do nothing.
I was walking through a bridge and the bridge broke. I died.
Oh, so I'm stuck
You-
here and I can't go through
You need
the
to
door?
find another exit or something.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a night. I'm tired.
Should I just die?
If you want, I
That'd be
mean,
good
we
then.
can continue this next time.
Yeah, we can.
We got pretty far, so.
Look at
How
this.
the
I'm
mother
Like
does
jumping.
not
Kratzy, I
see
think
you.
we're pretty much like 75% through the game right at this point. Cause we still got.
Let's do this for funsies.
We got good section. We got.
It
We
can't
got that
get it
one
to
section
attack
with
me.
the fucking.
Try to
the three-
run or
with the keys
something,
that you
like,
have to get. With
Don't
the
stay
arcade
still.
area.
Like, try to run.
Ooh, I know what I'm gonna do.
Oh, we got the one section with the hillbillies.
It's not working. How the fuck?
Just jump into them.
Yeah,
I'm
she
trying to
already
shoot.
jumped.
No, jump
Try to
into
run,
him.
like run.
Into his face.
Don't jump backwards. Try to jump.
Jump forward. Jump it forward.
I'm
as
like
a-
literally shooting it.
Try running. It might get his attention.
Come and get me.
How the fuck?
Come and get me.
Well, at this rate, you might as well just fucking go for
Oh, there
it.
you go.
Oh, no, there he goes.
Yeah. That's it,
Alright.
guys. It's
Let me save it here.
bedtime.
Oh, yeah, it's bedtime. I think everybody's.
Yeah, saving
That was
you.
so fun.
Hell yeah.
Good game, guys. Oh my god, we've been playing for 6
GGs.
hours.
Yeah,
God
we
damn.
Sweet.
Alright. Let's call it there. I had fun. I hope you guys did too. That shit was
It's
great.
time
Yeah,
for
I
all of
did.
us.
It's time for all us old
crawl
people to
into
go to bed.
Yeah, I guess it's
That's
time for all
right.
of us to go to sleep or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Old people bedtime.
Old
I'm
people
just 27 and I'm already sleepy.
I know, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
I had a
Gem
blast.
bitch.
Thank you guys so much, and I'm happy that you guys dragged my ass through almost every level.
You're welcome anytime.
Yeah.
Oh,
All
well,
right,
have a
shit.
good night.
Good night. Have a good one. Thank you for playing as always.
Ciao for now. Bye bye.
Ciao. Bye.
Bye.
All right, chat. I'm probably not gonna read out because I'm fucking beaten. I'm about to pass out. So we're gonna call it here. Thank you so much for coming out and hanging out with me today. Thank you for Vosh and Amos for hanging with me. And I think we had a blast. And honestly, now I got a whole fucking bunch of shit to fucking make clips of later. So that'll be
Yeah, I
fun.
have some clips right to check, so I will probably
I'm gonna kill
check them
myself by
when
the
I
end of
wake up.
this. Yeah, all them clips you're gonna have to go through. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Anyways, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Go follow Vosh. Go follow Amma. Go show them both some love and support. And I'll see you guys in the next stream, which will probably be tomorrow when we do some fucking Fortnite shit.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's a power hour tomorrow. So
So yeah, so
let's
if there is a
go.
power hour, I will definitely join with you on the streams.
Hell
And I
yeah.
will
So
probably
power
write
hour tomorrow,
someone
2
else like
p.m. Might stream earlier. I want to play some Dino Blades, so I'll probably get on to some Dino Blades tomorrow for earlier before the power hour.
Dino
So
Blade, nice.
yeah. Anyways, I love you all so much. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll see you later. Peace out.